Howdy, folks. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. How you doing, everybody? Now, could everyone stop on my Twitter feed, please? It's just gone insane. I can't move. It's might be a bit of a struggle today to actually talk to me. If you're on Minds, you should be able to get through to me. But at the moment, my Twitter feed's just blown up for some reason, and nobody wants to let go of me. Have you noticed this? Yeah, have you noticed this? Ever since they've got rid of the, beforehand it used to include all the people in there. It's going to go insane now because they don't include. Yeah, it's just gonna blow up because people are just gonna not run out of people to include in their shit. So you're gonna get roped into everything now. It's not gonna stop. Ah. I don't know. It's going to make me want to kill all white people. I have. Hashtag the open house. It's in the fucking name, guys. It's right there. Hashtag the open house. It's in the fucking title, dude. Just look. You can see it on. Look on your screen where I'm sharing it. Look, the open house. Hashtag the open. Hello. We're all there. Now they can hear you. Now they can hear you. Sorry, guys.
Why would they want to?
Oh,
Sorry.
We were just having the most amazing conversation and they couldn't hear us?
No.
Really?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking. I'm trying to sort out Twitter somehow, and it's not going to happen, man.
I would go back and I would start that conversation over again, but I think it's lost. I think because of Robin.
It is. You know, the ironic thing was we did actually find the meaning of life in that conversation, and we will never repeat it.
I know
found
we
out
did.
The solution to everything.
Yeah, and it's and you guys don't get to hear it because of Robin. It's all Robin's fault. Hashtag blame Robin. Hashtag the open house.
Don't do that. That sounds horrible. No.
Hashtag
I just want an easy life. I haven't got time for all that shit. I just said one. I just said one little thing, and now I'm included in this ginormous argument that's just spreading out. And it's stop it, please, internet. Could you?
I'll get into it in just a second. I gotta flip my.
Imagine me shrugging right now. you know, I don't know. It's just no. But you know, the conversation is really about. Well, I mean, coin it for me, somebody, please, because it's confusing as hell. Everyone's sort of freaking out about the hormone. What was it? Hormone.
Hormone blockers that stop puberty in teenagers.
Right.
Because
Okay.
you know when you have a slightly funny teenager that has problems about puberty, and you know how they tend to attempt suicide? And
Yeah.
we're talking about 1% of the population here that has problems with puberty alone. Yet trans people tend to be that subset of that actually do commit suicide because they try quite a few times. And medical practitioners around the world are going, well, we actually have the technology to stop them from doing that. So we can just go, here, take these tablets. You're not going to freak out as much. We're going to put you through some therapy and see what we can do to help. Because this is a short-term stop solution. This is, can we get the person to accept themselves, or does the person need to change? And apparently that kind of vetting process for a person that's suicidal and going through puberty is wrong.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to flip my pizza.
Vetting these days.
The vetting process for I'm really interested though, like the vetting process for what?
Puberty blockers. So
See
essentially,
if someone's actually trans or if they just have major problems around puberty or whatever.
Sure. Well, okay. So one of the things that I feel is very contingent on the conversation is there's several different sources that I was looking at for this. One of which, where the fuck did you go, motherfucker? It's from New York Mag. .com, the Science of Us, what's missing for the conversation about transgender kids, and it talks about something called desistance, and desistance is basically where as a child goes through puberty and they continue to mature, eventually those feelings of dysphoria cease, and instead they end up as they calm down, their biochemistry calms down from puberty, they end up being happy with the biological role that they have as their sex in society.
That's true, but not for everyone, and that's the problem.
Sure. But the thing that I'm curious about is, so these sources that I've been looking at state that the vast majority of people who experience dysphoria in their teens, that will go away. So then we're talking about a minority of which in which it will not. Now, I can't say for absolutely certain that this is a verifiable amount, but if that's the case, if the vast majority of people who experience dysphoria as a teenager will eventually just get over it because eventually they're just going to get over their puberty, which is causing them to go crazy, wouldn't it then be the smarter effort then to wait until that period of time to really address transgenderism at that age? Because that way, like, those who are naturally going through it, it naturally, fixes itself, and then whoever's left behind and needs the help can get the help that they need. Doesn't that make sense?
Well, I suppose yes, in a way, but I don't know. I feel that the fear is that puberty blockers are permanent. And I've not actually seen many studies that actually suggest this, that it is reversible. So again, I'd say that it's a good stopgap. At least it isn't like permanent hormones that you would only receive maybe 16 or 18. But it's a tool just to see whether it is just issues, and desisting issues, or whether they would rather go the opposite path, so down puberty. So I don't know.
No, and that's a really valid point, and that's, I think, one of the things where this becomes an interesting conversation, because we have to start thinking about. Oh
wait, but could I just debunk one of the myths about puberty blockers actually being dangerous, because there's two sides to this. There's one that says that it's not reversible, which is questionable in a way. But there's another one that actually says that with this harm, this isn't actually true. So much so that actually I'm going to be receiving the same DNHR synthetic analog that binds to the pituitary gland soon. It's an injection. It lasts for 12 months, and then I need to go back to have another one. And basically, they're doing this in the Scottish NHS as basically because it's more effective, long-term, and safer, in fact, than androgen blockers, which I'm currently on. Because there's two main types, which is spironolactone and cyproteron. Spiro, you can still drink on it, but it tastes god awful, I've heard. And,
that's a very specific side effect. That's interesting.
It is, but it's I, on the other hand,
suicide if you couldn't drink beer.
Lovely and sugary, but I can't drink as much on it. But like, given a choice between womanhood and drinking, But you know, I might be able to start drink again. You know, once I get the puberty blocker injection.
Sure.
But yeah, also no mood swings, which will be nice.
I imagine that would be a huge benefit. You know, it's interesting because when you get into this topic, a lot of it comes down to whether okay. The question comes down to, are puberty blockers the right ethical choice to make or not? And there are lots of reasons why you might say puberty blockers are good, because it allows somebody to transition more easily. I have a bit of a rebuttal to that, and it's just based purely, like, I don't have a study for this. It's just a logical assertion. So if somebody does have the data to disprove this, I welcome it. I absolutely welcome it. But you know, I have a degree in biology. I understand lifestyle development. I understand like how our fucking bodies change during puberty. So when you go through puberty, your endocrine system goes fucking nuts. You have all these fucking hormones flowing through your body. You have mood swings. You have the development of your secondary sex characteristics. A lot of the associations that we understand for gender dysphoria happen because our bodies are starting to develop in a specifically one direction sexual way, and that feels uncomfortable to us people with dysphoria, because we feel like we should be developing in a different way. So hello, we can absolutely.
Hello?
So when you have that situation, when you have you're going through puberty, and these secondary sex characteristics that are blossoming feel uncomfortable, well, that in and of itself could lead you to believe that you have a type of dysphoria, and then you can deal with that dysphoria fine. Maybe you need to be on puberty blockers, maybe you don't. My big contention is when you have somebody, and I know people who were like this, like today, I actually know these people who have a 9-year-old child, and they want to already get permission to put them on puberty blockers when this child has never even started to develop secondary sex characteristics whatsoever. They have no gender identity. They're a fucking child. Now, if this kid was to actually be put on these puberty blockers, and then as they're into puberty blockers, they get into a certain age where they can then get on hormones, well, of course they're going to have a success rate with that hormone therapy, because they have never in their life experienced the actual biochemical hormonal reaction of the sex that they were born at birth. Of course they're not going to understand it. You have at that point in time, it is not that far of a stretch to say you have manufactured a transgender person.
I don't know though, because I don't think your orientation or gender identity can be affected in that way. I think you.
Melody, may I take this? I have a better example to counter that.
Please, by all means. I want this debunked. I would rather not.
Can you can manufacture a heterosexual person, can't you?
No, you can't.
would it be helpful if we actually brought Kirst into this?
Yes.
Whoever you want to bring in, mate, that's fine.
Thrust of the argument is coming from her. Oh, I'm Hobby, by the way. You know me.
Hello, Hobby.
On Twitter.
Give us your Twitter feed in the side chat for me, if you could, just to make it easy
I've
for
never
me,
done
and I
this
can
in
share
my
that with
life.
everybody else.
You just want me to drop a link to my Twitter?
Yeah.
All right. This is what I sound like, by the way.
Hello, you.
This is new. My heart is kind of thumping, and I've never done a hangout in my life, but this is kind of important. So
Sure.
just pop the link in the chat.
Lovely.
Okay.
That's me. Hello.
Hello.
So don't worry, mate. You're in front of a ginormous audience of, I don't know, 12 or something. I don't know.
It is 50.
It's nothing.
Right. So I'm going to invite her then, because I'll send the link. She's asking if I'm on voice.
Yeah, we just do audio here. We don't do video.
Yeah.
Vidgers.
You saw I joined with video. Did you see?
Yeah, it doesn't matter for me. Nobody else can see that. Other people can see you in the chat, in the actual hangout and stuff like
I
that.
think
Just
I turned it
not
off.
the audience.
Right.
And I'm
Damn it, I can't
basically
find the name
just
of the
trying to
case.
share my screen with you guys, so you can see. You should see on my screen share, of course, basically what the open house is. So, welcome.
Oh.
Ah. Do you want a
What
drink?
the hell has happened today? I thought it would be a quiet evening.
Yeah.
Twitter. Right.
It's-
So Mel sent me the link. I'm going to send it to Kirst.
So yeah, jump yourselves in, folks. Let's get this done and dusted.
Can I make my point now?
Make your point.
Please,
Go on.
by all means.
Have at
Okay.
it, Hoss.
Have you ever heard of David Riverman?
David Reamer.
I don't
yes.
believe so.
I'm just going to breathe for a bit
An
and calm my heart down if it's all right.
that was born with genitals that slightly more matched externally the female genitals, so doctors performed operations on them as a baby to make them look like a girl downstairs.
Sure.
They were then raised as a girl their entire life and given chemicals to make them be a girl. And this is a little girl who, in her entire time, was asserting that she was a boy.
Okay.
Later, when they moved out to living with their parents, they They transitioned to being male as soon as they could.
Okay.
When they moved out, they then later committed suicide because of the horror of psychologists making them basically perform ritualistic mounting with their twin brother and attempt to play the roles of female their entire life.
I have heard about that, yeah. I have heard about
Yes.
that, sure.
It's also Dr. John Money was involved from a very early stage in that study, and he actually this is a big thing because he was the one who coined gender identity, and a lot of people seem to conflate gender identity with gender, and the consensus is that gender is mainly expressions, so things like dress and behavior. Mainly these things are stereotypes. So this is where the term actually came from, because he believed that innate sense of being male or female was as constructed as the other things, and decided to term it gender identity. So since he assumed that gender identity, wasn't innate in any way and it was completely learned, he actually told the parents of David Reamer to raise him as a girl, and then due to socialization, they would never know different. So what's interesting is that you have a cis individual here, or we can only assume, most people are born cis, the standard, just like most people are usually born straight, but I don't know, it's just based on human reproduction. It's kind of like your average. It makes the most sense in terms of reproducing. So yeah, but still, chaos trends still seem to have this cisgender identity, is that regardless of the socialization. Of course, Dr. John Money actually did declare his experiment a success before
Of course he did. Of course he did. Of course he did. So this person, Cyril, that you were talking about, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that their life ended, of course.
No, but that's to counter your point of asserting that you can raise someone as a trans person anyway.
Well,
I'm just going by.
No. Wait.
All right.
I don't know. Okay. So here's the thing. That gets into a whole other bag of worms, man. So here's a good example. I have a friend named Thomas. Thomas is probably about 280 pounds, built like a brick shithouse, has a huge fucking beard, bald head, face tattoos, just the most rockin' ass biker dude you've ever seen in your fucking life. Thomas has a cunt. Thomas ain't got no penis. Thomas has never taken any hormones. Thomas has never taken anything at all. Thomas is just intersexed. Slightly, ever so slightly, so that their endocrine system, when they hit puberty, stopped developing as a little girl and started developing as a fucking man. That happened naturally, because, strangely enough, the human body is a really dynamic creature, and shit just happens.
Oh god, yes, it's fascinating.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating, but because of the hormone levels that were actually distributed through Thomas's body naturally, through Thomas being an intersexed individual, being completely biologically female, has the musculature, the stature, and the facial hair of a man, and that just happened naturally. So I have to say, that only happened because of a disorder in sex hormones during puberty. So I'm not necessarily wrong, you know? Like, it is possible. Anything's really possible with that.
Yeah, but I think what you're saying there, Jeff, is that the hormones cause their sort of gender identity as a guy. But I don't know. I don't know if that really proves that they wouldn't experience gender dysphoria if they had developed physiologically female.
Yeah, no, I don't want anybody to get the impression that like these are absolute statements. No, not at all.
It's just a personal sort of experience, I guess. But I don't know. I'm just saying it's kind of the whole cause and effect.
Sure. Oh gosh, okay. I gotta grab my.
I think that gender identity and orientation can't really be rewritten, and actually, that's what kind of concerns me with the whole thing with Blair actually this evening.
To an extent, sexuality can, but that's because human sexuality is based on the instinct of fuck anything that moves, and then a preference is applied to it. And that's how you actually get people to actually reproduce reliably. Otherwise, they'd be checking before they had sex. And that's why drunk people sleep with near enough anything.
Well, I mean, you know, the APA kind of says that, you know, gender identity and orientation aren't entirely innate, but mostly, and there is some sociological wiggle room there. But they do make a distinction between gender identity and orientation and gender and stereotypes surrounding orientation. It does seem like a really big issue that people seem to conflate gender and gender identity a lot, and it's understandable because of the amount of times that they're like said together. But I think it is important to.
Which one is the APA?
The APA says that gender identity is the innate sense of
the APA, the acronym. What does it stand for?
American Psychological Association.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I was watching a video that was on my timeline, and they had various sources, one of which was from that very organization. And I'll actually be linking it in the chat. And it says that the accuracy of gender dysphoria is at about a 12 to 50% maximum.
I believe it.
in regards to diagnosis. Like that doesn't seem entirely accurate in regards to making a decision process like subscribing.
It's I think one of the big problems, and I think if given enough, if anybody takes a step back long enough, they probably come to the same conclusion. Is there is a distinct problem between people making the distinction between what their personality is and how that personality reflects into like their gender identity and that sort of thing, which I would argue is just part of their identity, and then their gender as it affects onto society. There's a huge disconnect there, and the point of concern, the different topics that you start raising will go smoother or be more abrasive depending on how people determine those things for themselves. It's just something I've noticed.
But what people are prescribing at the moment is going to lengths of prescribing like puberty blockers, GnRHs, right?
Welcome, Jessica.
Which are still.
Should I take off my camera?
It doesn't matter.
No one can see it other than us.
We can't see you anyway.
Okay.
You get to see, if you have a look in your screen when you're looking at me, you're probably seeing basically everything that's going on in the house.
Okay.
Or at least what's going on in my world.
Sawmill and...
So welcome.
For the chat at home, we now have an interesting game for you to play. Just close your eyes and listen to the lot of us. Now, whenever someone is speaking, guess if they are trans or not. Wants to go off.
My voice.
Jessica, can I have your Twitter handle?
A caricature of the British imperialist, so you can probably tell I'm cis.
Jessica, could I have your Twitter handle in the side chat, please?
At Jessica Strat. Strat.
It's going to be like that, is it? Okay.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, sorry. Brain.
Jessica. Jessia, no, Jessica.
All right, no luck on Kirst joining. She's going to dinner apparently, and she doesn't like live streaming as a format.
Are you right? I'm just.
Yeah, I've got the anime thing.
That's the anime thing. Okay.
That's me.
Sorry about that, everyone. I've got to administer this shit. It's just nightmarish. There we go. Now you're in. Welcome. So what have you got to bring to the table, Jessica? Apart from a weird crunching noise.
So that was the door in the background. I just saw Mel hang out. I'm like, oh, I want to talk to Mel. And...
Well, Mel, there you go.
Expect this.
Enjoy.
Well, I was invited by Mel too. She's really shilling that link.
So you're in trouble now.
I don't have any shekels, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're in front of a live audience of, say, 51, so you're all right.
Moving on up in the world.
Okay.
It could be worse. So yeah, where were we? The conversation's kind of drawn out now. I'm trying to look through my notifications to find anybody who actually does want to come on, but it's just gone a bit mental because everyone's very, very emotional about this particular topic, it seems.
Oh, God, yeah.
So one of the points that I wanted to make was that I found some information regarding GnRHAs and how they can be problematic in regards to bone density and various other ailments that can be caused by using this medication. So why would we be prescribing it to a base that doesn't necessarily need it?
Pascal,
at 100%?
please point out why they're called bone density problems.
What's that?
There's this hormone that's one of the sexual hormones that humans have called testosterone. One of the byproducts of testosterone is one of the subtypes of it that causes an increase in bone density. This is why men have denser bones than women. The fact that something that blocks testosterone will stop someone from getting that boost to their bone density will, in fact, in a biological male who has gone into puberty and is receiving that hormone, it will cause their bones to get a bit less dense. However, in women, it does nothing.
Okay.
It is entirely
But
to do with testosterone with the bone
I'm not
density.
talking about something that is minuscule. I'm talking about health problems here. There was an article
Yes, and
by...
it's brought up that a hormone blocker that stops someone from being exposed to testosterone causes their bones to get less dense if they were exposed to testosterone in the past.
But Pascal was
Bones
one.
are
You were the
only
one.
dense
You were the one who
There-
found the article about that one drug that they were using for a time that caused all those what was it, respiratory problems?
It wasn't respiratory problems. It
What
was
was it?
health problems in regards to bone density, joint pains, that sort of stuff.
Oh, that's right. And they had like this one woman had it like in her jaw or some shit like that.
Not just one woman. There's about 10,000 cases that have been reported to the FDA at this
Oh
point.
wait, is this a drug that
My
not
bad.
only
It's currently under review.
is
So-
this a drug that not only causes the loss because you don't have testosterone, but causes additional loss on top of that?
Okay, well, you're defending a point before I'm actually making it. So what I was going to say, there was an article by Christina Jewett that was listing these problems in women who were taking the drug because they were hitting puberty at the early ages of infancy, and that's what it was prescribed for. So it's not, and also she does a tremendous job in looking into the history of this drug and seeing its process and how it came to fruition. And it seems like there was some problems in regards to testing it properly. So that's another point of contention that I had. So it's not the fact that some people are getting bone density, it's the fact that some people are getting life-changing problems with their bones. And I'll link that article in the chat here.
Okay, I'll go for it now. However, I do need to reaffirm the point that testosterone does cause an increase in density of bones, so all anti-androgens prescribed to a biological male will result in an increase in bone
Has
density.
nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yes. I know, I'm just reaffirming it to go, yeah, this is where the misunderstanding came from.
But these are studies that have been taken by her and various other people in the field. So there is no magical consensus that this is a wonderful drug that everybody should be using. There are, in fact, complications. There are also complications that occur if people have sudden stoppages, where they have problems with their growth, and various other things that I'll also link in the chat on the left-hand side.
Does the drug interact with the androgen system and the pituitary system of the human?
I'm not an endocrinologist. I cannot say that. I'm just bringing to the table what I found.
Okay.
I'm just going to. I need to do something. I'll be right back. Sorry. I'll leave Jess in your capable hands.
Oh God, I'm in whose hands?
Someone's ears.
How we doing, guys? Sorry, I was just away.
Wow, you use TweetDeck.
I've just got it up there just so you can see what's going on here. At the moment, yeah, it's just been going off the fucking twig with it. I've just been I don't like this new thing.
Tell me about it. It's ridiculous. I think that's the problem with Twitter, isn't it? It's impossible to just talk to people.
The new mentions change is really nice when you're just talking to friends.
Yeah.
But
I
then you may
think-
as well be in a group chat.
Well,
So-
yes, actually.
Okay, apparently you can mute this stuff, mind. So you can mute the conversations now.
Yeah.
One thing
That
I do
was,
really dislike is
one of the better
breaks up the
features that
likes.
they've added to Twitter recently.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to start doing that, it seems. Otherwise they just go on forever. I mean, this could include everybody. Shall we try?
Should we do
What,
what?
to don't cut everyone tweets?
Yeah, just basically try and include as many people as you can, and you know, just keep until you've got absolutely everybody. It'll just close the whole system, man.
You can only get 140 characters worth of people in every tweet.
They actually changed that.
Yes, that was a recent change.
You can just tweet after tweet after
fucking hate it.
tweet.
Does
and
anyone
then
know?
those tweets?
Can anyone tell me, how do you dot reply now?
What?
After the
Dot
recent
reply?
changes to Twitter where they took handles
Define-
out of... How do you dot reply?
How do you bully other people?
Dot reply. No, how do I get everyone to dogpile you if I've got something, you know?
What is a dot reply? Like,
How do I get
keep
all of my
dots before the
274
ads.
followers to dogpile you is what I'm saying.
Oh well, you
Not
just
quite
have
thing, which is boring.
you have 500,000 subscribers, and you just reply with link to tweet,
Yes.
and then every moron on the internet decides to respond, telling you how big of an idiot you are.
Or, of course, you had to build up the worst fans possible and then just retweet people's shit when you only have 1,000 fans and you get horrific from that. Dear God, Kraut, you have the worst fans ever on Twitter. I still have some of them going at it in muted conversations at me.
Who does?
Kraut, here's some of the worst Twitter fans going.
Oh, God.
Because of the argument the other day about coherent exile, I still have some of Kraut's fans having a go at me in muted tabs.
I do think Kraut losing his Twitter might be the best thing that's happened to him in a while.
For him or to him?
For him.
Both. And for everyone else. He's really... he does explode at people.
It was for the greater good.
I worried
Dear,
about...
dear.
well, it was after that Islamic homophobia video, wasn't it? He had that... I don't even know what to call it. It was a tantrum. And it went on for 3 or 4 days, and then he was suspended.
I think
I love crowd.
I think I've just started something.
I do too.
Everyone's kind of going,
I
you mean
never
you can link all
shadow
these
banned on
tweets?
Twitter.
Hang on.
Actually, I think one of my first live streams was actually with Crouch. I think we were talking about which is the most, I don't know, like dangerous country in the world, and I said Canada. But it's
Yeah. Would argue
Come
it's-
on, we all know that the most dangerous country, as in most dangerous area of land to be within, is Australia. If we don't include the people. If we start including the people, it becomes a much messier conversation.
Don't hate on the Australians. They got bad enough internet as it is.
No, they're like...
They
the
also have to deal with
Australians
drop
are quite
bears.
nice.
You guys, all those drop bears.
Dude, the Australians are quite nice. This is the problem. They go from the most dangerous country on Earth to the most dangerous country with the most helpful rescue people on Earth.
What does that mean?
It means, have you seen the wildlife in Australia?
Spino! How you doing? Haven't you had a great week?
Oh, hey, Spino.
Oh,
Ages ago, you retweeted a limerick I wrote about you.
We're talking trannies today.
oh, okay.
you were a pretend tranny once, weren't you, Spino? Or isn't
People keep like photoshopping me to try and make me into a trans woman or something. It's weird.
resistance is futile?
Trans code.
I mean, you would make a very convincing trap. It would.
Apparently, I would. Yeah. I'm
But
not
not
sure
with the
what to think
sunglasses.
about that. I'm not.
Remember that trans is contagion, and we want to contagify you.
Spino, just listen to D and do the right thing.
I guess growing out my hair a bit longer has helped with this.
Ooh, double comfy chair.
Mm.
It's rather than sitting in the desk.
Okay.
So how have you been anyway? I haven't spoken to many people this week. I've been busy pissing around, really.
Yeah, I've been busy pissing around as well. Not really doing much.
I've been working, assholes.
What's work?
That's what I call work.
Hashtag needs life.
Yeah. It's been like that, has it?
Yes.
Are you alright, mate? Do you need a hug?
High energy, guys. I love it. Let's go.
Look, Jeff, I
I thought I'd come onto a live stream and just bum everybody out.
I woke up at like 4 a.m. for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know. I just woke up at 4 a.m. and now.
Make a decision, Spino. Are you in it for the win or the war?
Yeah, come on, man. You know what? I've been strung out on fucking opioids because
Get behind this motherfucker.
Look,
I want to win some fucking wars for once. Like,
I've been strung out. I've been strung out for 2 days on opioids, all right, from dental surgery. Right?
You're not here to carry your ass.
All fucked up on synthetic heroin from my goddamn tooth pain. I only get a chance to sleep 20 minutes at a fucking stretch. I've slept a total of 4 hours in 2 nights, man. You step your goddamn game up. Let's do this. It's gonna be open house. Let's go.
Join the transsexual empire, Spino.
Okay.
Jeff, what kind of uppers are you on?
Just a bunch of. Well,
He's high on fucking life, guys.
This is my first day. I'm not on any Oxycontin anymore, so I'm.
A veil has lifted.
Maybe it's fine.
Okay.
So get up in this bitch.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just joking around. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out. Love you, wife. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get him pumped, memory. Okay.
If you'd like to get pumped on the open house, you can just look down to the bottom right-hand corner there. It says @RSOL at GTP. If you can wade through all this coffee of replies that I've got, I might be able to get you a link.
I mean, if Jeff is trying to get everyone pumped, that's one thing. But if Mr. Wiggles is going to do it, there's some extra charges for that one.
Well, it's an emotive topic, and everyone's being very calm. So I'm enjoying this.
Amazed that, an American.
We need a bigger black one.
I'm just amazed that an American thinks that they can get 5 English people pumped.
You should see us, darling.
I don't know how to get English people pumped. Like
we get pumped just like everybody else, mate.
Or I'll dump your tea in the harbor. Yeah, fuck you.
You just have to tell us.
How dare you!
I can get Mel pumped over Japanese food.
Mildred, get the rifle.
Cute to see her cook. It was so cute.
Biscuit is just a crappy name for a cookie.
Tell them you're having a nice cup of microwave tea.
Guards,
Oh.
take him.
Oh.
The American, in my experience, the American knowledge of tea brewing extends about as far as submerging the bag permanently into the harbor.
Okay, so this is how I was taught to make tea. Okay.
Your country is founded on ruining tea.
Right, Jeff,
I'm
just
almost to a boil.
A George Orwell essay explaining how to make tea.
Well, it's simple. You bring it almost to a boil, but not quite to a boil. You pour it in with the tea bag. You leave it in there for 3 to 4 minutes, no more, no less. You don't squeeze it, and you take it out, right?
No. Oh.
How fucking underbrewed do you want it?
All right, Robin, educate me. Educate me.
Chat. Educate yourself.
Like, the proper way to make tea is to throw the tea bags out and make yourself a coffee.
Is get an English friend to do it for you.
We have in fact told the little Bobby about that.
Yeah, I always knew Mel was a heretic.
It's not your fault, Jeff. You were born this way.
They don't like. Why doesn't Orwell like Chinese tea? What's wrong with oolong?
Jeff, trans people are born trans, and Americans are born ignorant pigheads that don't understand tea.
I think I'm Canadian.
But it's tea. But it's tea. Like,
yes, it's tea. I don't, look, what have you got to say,
yes,
Jeff?
I love a good tea, goddammit.
No, I love a good. Don't get me wrong. Like, this isn't racist.
Whoa.
Don't get me wrong.
Whoa, where are you going with this?
I love a good cup of tea. But if the English have tea, we have taste.
Fake news.
No, I mean taste.
You
like
are
as
fake
an
news.
actual like everything we make tastes really good. So
everything you make is full of fat, and you take out all the sugar.
Yes.
Sugar.
Yes. No. Everything we make is full of fat. Everything we make is full of fat, and that's why it's so delicious. You don't understand.
You're not supposed to fry pizza.
One does not take absolutely everything and jam-pack it full of extra fat, wrap it in a block of butter, then deep-fry the fucker in breadcrumbs. And because you're that kind of disgusting degenerate, it's not even breadcrumbs, it's cookie.
Go find a hog. Go find a hog right now. Cut its still living fucking foot off. Hollow that fucker out. Jam a huge old wad of fucking butter right in the middle of that still bleeding ham hock. Throw it in a deep fat fryer. That's American right there, and it will be delicious. It'll be amazing. It means you die at 45, and you don't have to deal with the rest of the
dragged off by a bald eagle.
To a French restaurant.
I have
halfway through preparing a dish. Let's throw it in the deep fryer.
This is the
We're going to get round to the topic at some point, guys. Promise. It'll happen.
My life philosophy with eating food is I would rather.
If that's what you were here for.
I would rather have 70 years of good food than eat like 90 years of kale.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes.
Absolutely. It's good food, you fucking moron.
Who says we have kale? We don't need kale. We have a healthy diet already. We use these things called vegetables in our food.
Science pro tip: you actually get more nutrients from eating French fries than you do from kale.
So does that mean that poutine is the healthiest?
There's different types of nutrients, dude.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, but I'm sorry. I didn't.
Fry your fucking kale. It's
If you're
nice.
talking about starch,
Yeah, does that mean that poutine is the healthiest? Hashtag healthy Canada.
No, but it means that is the most.
it just means that they can be part of a balanced, healthy diet.
Poutine is proof that it doesn't matter what it is. If you put gravy on it, it gets better.
Well, that you can say that for everything.
It's curds.
Yes, if you're not talking to minimize background noise, you can mute yourself.
I don't like
What he's actually describing is what the British call chips and fucking gravy.
Oh yeah.
Chips.
Except you gotta have cheese curds in it.
Chips and gravy. No, not with chips and gravy.
Not that impatient. Had actual cheese that we bothered to stick in a cave for 10 years.
There is only one way. There's only one way that you can do cheese with chips and fucking gravy, which is a Stilton sauce. It's the only way.
If I take a knife, okay, and I start scraping off the side of a window, that will give paint chips. If I am playing poker and I put a certain amount of chips into the pot, those are called chips.
Don't start
Small
with
little
me, boy.
wafers.
Don't. We're not having this argument.
Talking about?
Those long
He's American
things
doesn't understand
put
what a chip is
into a
because he's-
fryer.
You see, if we don't get this settled, if we don't get this settled, nobody will ever understand what we're talking about.
Fuck's sake.
Okay, we've been having the chips a French fry debate for many centuries at this point, and I just need to continue to point out that America is in fact wrong, and always will be.
It's not, because by definition, it follows a logical step.
How many things do you fry in the world?
They're crisps.
How many things do you fry in the world? As an American. The answer is everything.
Vietnamese children.
Yeah, the answer is everything. So if you're going to fry everything, and then you call something fries, you're sort of, it's somewhat, you're somewhat monopolizing the term there, really, aren't you?
Okay, there are very specific things that are deep fried. You deep fry your fries, obviously. You deep fry your chicken nuggets, you deep fry your fried chicken, and you deep fry your fish and chips.
Kettle.
Anything else
toaster.
on top of that is like a luxury thing. It's not really like an American thing. And I know
Luxury for Americans.
I know,
frying
I know
other
you
stuff.
You get fish and chips. You get fish and chips over in your backwards ass fucking country.
Yeah.
You get French fries over in your backward ass country. You eat all the same shit, man. Don't be throwing shade.
Except for
at
it's
us.
more boring. We actually
I'm not
have
throwing
spicy
shade,
sauce.
sister.
Shade.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Fish you can identify, and chunks of an actual potato that haven't been boiled, mashed, freeze-dried, mashed, and then formed into chips are boring in comparison.
Deep fried Oreos. What is wrong with your
We have
perception, Jay?
more. I feel like we have more interesting food here. Because we actually,
I think we have more interesting food too. Yeah.
because we have, we have
Well,
Mexican.
well,
we're
it
not
does
talking
make one
Taco
stare
Bell
at it.
shit.
Yeah, definitely.
Wait. You have Mexican food? Wow. Do you know what we have?
Huh.
We have Spanish food. That's what Mexican food is based on.
No, that's
Look, Jeff. I had a friend of mine, a Spanish friend of mine. Yeah, a Spanish friend of mine.
Nobody knows what the hell Spanish food tastes like
let me just tell you a
except
story
for
here, guys.
Spanish people.
Yeah, a friend of mine, a Spanish friend. He went over to Texas to he was like games testing at Epic, and they basically He went out to a restaurant and he asked for a salad, and they gave him a steak on salad.
Yes, it's Texas. What is your question?
Where is this
Texas?
What do you mean? What's the question? He asked for a salad.
Steak.
That's Texas.
Steak
that's
is
totally Texas.
Yeah, but steak isn't supposed to be a garnish.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know that. I agree. That's because
It's an amazing garnish,
Texas. That was
Okay,
Texas.
no, but we have things like we've green chili, we have red chili, we have all of this stuff. We have beautiful Mexican food, and now we're not talking about Taco Bell shit. We're talking about real stuff that is
We fought
inspired
a fucking
by...
empire and took spice from the entire world.
Hashtag steak isn't supposed to be a garnish.
Your food is still boring as fuck.
All the spice in the world, you just don't use it because it's that I don't know, it's like a status symbol. You can't just use a status symbol. It's the reason why the samurai didn't even use their swords, because they'd break for one, but they're a symbol.
You know how like if you're sitting in England and you're like, what do you want to eat tonight? I don't know. I think I could go for a kebab. Yeah, kebab sounds good. That's how we view Mexican food. And not just like Tex-Mex. We're talking like
kebab tonight. Someone at 2 a.m. in the morning, pissed down to the brains, barely able to stand upright, goes, I fancy a kebab. And only at that point do you fancy a kebab.
Really? So you're telling me you're far distant
dodgiest
ethnic
kebabs
food
in the fucking world, and you only eat them when you're drunk.
Then obviously our cuisine is better than yours because we got some damn fucking Mexican food, bro.
Also, the roast beef is not just gray all through.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
When you go to a kebab, a proper kebab, it should be meat. When you ask what meat, they respond with meat.
That's not for you to know. But look. I contest that girl's sort of statement that we do not have interesting food. We have jelly babies. Those are small gelatinous children that you find. And if that's not interesting, I don't know what is.
The jelly baby was a introduction in the late 1900s to try and recreate the upper class food of choice of the previous century of just eating poor orphan children for the lower classes. Of course, they could not afford to make entire jelly babies the size of actual babies, so they had to go for much, much smaller ones. However, the effect is apparently quite similar.
In it.
Yeah, that sounds about accurate.
That'd be a good, population control method, you know? We should bring back that.
Oh, it was a terrible population control method. The cholera was much better.
American food is still more interesting than English.
What?
American food is still more interesting than English. And I like to microwave my tea.
Can you name one English dish other than fish and chips and tea?
Curry.
Curry, yeah.
You mean just pouring the curry powder right into the thing?
Well, it's an interesting fact. I found this out.
That's what they do.
Most curry recipes are now British.
Yeah.
And an Indian person would just be repulsed by them.
See, we in Britain we have this import-export deal with the world. We import our language, our pretty much everything. So it's brilliant. You've got everything there. We've appropriated absolutely everything. Absolutely, that is the British way.
The rest of the English-speaking world into existence, though.
Yeah.
Because I've had authentic Indian curry.
It's Habib.
It's disgusting.
Oh my god! If anybody knows Habib, it's fucking. Or if anybody knows kebab, it's Habib.
Where is Habib anyway?
It's in the chat, man.
Proper kebabs. He doesn't make the dodgy-ass kebab that you'd eat at 2 a.m. and no other time.
Habib, I've already set you up. Come on in when you're ready.
I'll Skype it at him too. I love Habib. He completes me as a woman.
As often as he can.
And here we see Jeff coming out as trans.
And back to the main topic.
Yay! Segue!
Full circle.
So yeah.
Mel just went poof.
So who is the terrible right-wing extremist here, and who is the lefty scumbag?
That would be me, I guess.
I'm probably
That's either me or Spano.
I'm with Jeff.
I know I'm talking in this particular argument.
Yeah, I'm probably the righty scumbag in this one.
Okay, righty
Really,
scumbag.
Jeff.
Okay.
You're actually scientifically literate for one, and capable of reading.
Sure.
Okay, right-wing.
Jesus says that the trans are not people.
Listen to the right-wing extremist scumbag, for God's sake. So,
But,
Jeff,
you know,
give us.
When you know the thing is too, when you try and talk about science literacy, depending on how you phrase it, you could say the exact same thing, and if you say it in one specific context, it can sound very liberal, very left-leaning, very amicable. If you say it in another direction, but you're saying the exact same thing, you'll come across as like arbitrary, authoritarian, and right-wing Republican.
Excellent.
So-
Let's do all of that.
Yes,
Let's
but
do
what
all
about
that?
people that
I mean-
assert that there's such a thing as a right to get pregnant?
But for this particular topic, I didn't really see anybody sort of stepping out of line. Like everybody has their own particular opinion, and it goes with
Sure.
whatever facts they currently have. So
I just got very frustrated. That's all for me.
Okay.
But
Do you
I
need a
don't,
glass of
yeah,
water?
I don't feel like anybody really got out of line. Honestly, it's pretty good. Pretty good. There was a lot of people making some broad assumptions.
Jeff, Habib says you got out of line by not showing your tits.
I'll show you my tits in a private stream there, Cyril. Right? We'll do.
And only the people within the chat here can see your tits if you are going to show them here, I'm afraid. Sorry.
It's true. It's totally true.
And Habib comes in especially for this.
Yeah, there you go. See, all you gotta
Just
do
for
is
the
start
tits.
talking about me going topless, and Habib just shows up.
How do, Habster?
Just for the tits.
No, not bad. Been playing Elite Dangerous for the past 3 days. So.
Ah, that's where you've been.
Welcome back, Mel.
Hey, so we've come to a conclusion on the whole whether hormone blockers are okay or not, or have we kept talking about food?
Well,
Yeah, as soon as I show up, as soon as I pop in the chat, and the topic was eating babies, and I'm like, well, it's an open house.
who was eating babies from the open house? Does not
Rich.
what? No, we don't.
The
We don't.
English.
We don't eat babies here.
No, only the rich
why
eat
not?
babies.
Drink Coke.
Here's the
In
thing:
England?
there is a starvation epidemic all across the world, like pretty much, and there is a population boom. There you go. Eat babies.
Sponsored
Problem
by
solved.
Candid.
Problem solved.
What's the topic anyway? Like lost in transition. What are we transitioning from, and what to?
Okay.
We're
There's,
transitioning from ignorance to knowledge.
there was a thing. Okay. This thing happened, and it sort of blew up my notification. So I thought I'd just channel it through here, so we may be able to
Let's
dispel
take it
this
from the start.
rumor, whatever the hell it might be. All I'm seeing, here's the thing. My notifications have blown up so much, I have no idea what the hell's going on at this point. But everybody's just sort of yelling and screaming at each other a lot of the time here. It's very emotive, and I'm sort of sitting back here, kind of going, "What?" And I still haven't got it really. So I need you. Who's got what case for me here? So Jeff, you're on one particular side of the fence here. Who would be on the opposing side when it comes to this
Right.
particular thing?
I'm not necessarily opposing because Jeff sort of says that he's just skeptical. So either way, I'm getting the feeling of.
But you've lent towards one particular side on this particular issue.
I would say that I'm for puberty blockers.
So you are for puberty blockers, Jeff. You are against puberty blockers. Am I right?
Right.
I think he's like
Okay.
like he's away from the thing.
Jeff is not here.
I thought
So-
the topic was eating babies and kebabs. Like,
So who wants to join Team Jeff?
Go back to that.
Yeah. Who wants to join Team Jeff and who wants to join Team Melody?
I'm on Team Jeff, but I'm not I don't have a concrete hard stance on it.
Okay, we've got.
I'm on Team
thank you.
Melody, and I've just dropped in the chat. Jeff, you know that at Obscured Leg you're arguing with on Twitter?
I really should bring up the Rocky
I've just
theme
dropped
tune
one
at
of her
this
blog
point.
posts in the chat where she argues for puberty blockers. I invited her. She can't be here, so.
Yeah, I tried inviting her as well.
Well, she's gone to dinner apparently because she doesn't like live streams. But she's got a blog, and I've known her for a while, and she's a friend of mine by this point. And I really think you just misunderstood each other, so I've dropped her blog post in the chat to go through, so she can be here in spirit.
There's Jeff.
I would like to point
To
out
be honest-
for all the viewers at home, Obscured Leg is this horrible SG type person because she believes in stuff like not giving politics to the furthest right-wing extreme as possible.
S-Jews. That's a lovely
Actually,
term.
I will say she does support Jeremy Corbyn.
Right, okay.
Yes,
I'm
but
not
she
quite
doesn't
sure
support
any of this
Theresa
has
May,
got to
so
do
she's
with
an
trans
SJW.
gender blocking of hormones and whatnot.
Look, I have to
Has
sully
it?
her name by saying she's not a conservative.
I'm trying to wrangle this entire stream into something productive. Would you
should everyone
please?
say which side
Could
they're
you,
kind of on?
help me out? Help me help you. I
Who?
want this settled tonight. I've had enough, kids.
Okay.
Okay. The solution is.
So who started it?
I don't know what's going on.
Right,
I don't
okay.
even know what's going on.
What was this video that what's her name came out with?
Blair White?
No, yeah, Blair White came out with a video, wasn't it? And then there was this lady who responded to it. I'm trying to remember.
The Equal Rights Advocate?
Not
Darren
just
Mayer?
her, but Fraser Meyer. Yeah.
There's been so much happening. Stop talking. What was this?
We're all watching.
Gender analysis, genderanalysis.net or whatever.
Gender analysis.
Oh, Zinnia Jones.
Zinnia Jones,
Oh,
yes.
Zinnia Jones.
Zinnia Jones.
You know what?
Hello, Zinnia.
Unpopular opinion here.
Okay.
When you have somebody who routinely every single day is talking about how they have to overdose themselves perpetually on antipsychotics, I am not necessarily going to consider them the most trustworthy source of information when it comes to a socio-political topic. I am sorry. I'm not trying to shame anybody for having mental illness, but if you on a daily basis are talking about how you have to pump yourself full of antipsychotics, I am not going to take you at your word's value. You really have to fucking convince me at that point.
Okay.
You do. You just do. If this was not anything that was brought forth, I could look at somebody's statement as an even field.
Now,
But if
should
you
I feel
say-
that you're poisoning the well here?
No, it's not. But it's not poisoning the well, though. The thing is, when you're listening to a person's point of view, when you're listening to somebody trying to make forth an argument, all you hear
Somebody
is
can be
their
wrong
voice.
on one
All
thing
you
and right
hear-
on another, though, can't they?
What's up?
Somebody can be wrong on one thing and right on another, surely.
Well,
Yes,
of course,
but
they,
other
of
people
course they
just
can. Of course they
objectively
can.
wrong.
Of course they can.
Okay.
Of course they can. But the art of having a conversation and an argument with somebody is that you want to compel and convince somebody that you are right. Now, if you are emerging from a platform that is riddled with like fucking just crap, just absolute crap, you stand up from a platform of, I obviously am not the most cohesive and collected individual.
So
You're going to have to work twice as hard to get me to be convinced that you know what you're talking about.
So I get the feeling that you don't rate Zinnia Jones then.
Well, the thing is that I feel like Zinnia Jones automatically kneecaps herself before the conversation even starts because of the process by which they build their own platform to try and speak on trans issues. Because this is really what we're talking about. Zinnia Jones is saying, I have a better platform to talk about trans issues than Blair White does. But Zinnia Jones also takes an inordinate amount of time on her platform to talk about how fucking crazy she is, and now she has to get pumped full of fucking antipsychotics. So does that build trust in people to actually believe that you know
That
what you're
who
talking
should be
about?
pumped full of
Probably
antipsychotics?
not.
Sorry.
Huh?
That who should be pumped full of antipsychotics?
Zinnia says that she's perpetually pumping herself full of antipsychotics.
Okay.
Like in the first 20 posts of her Twitter, if you go to her Twitter right now, like not even 20 posts down, she's saying like that the thing closest to me in the middle of the night is a bottle full of antipsychotics. Like, okay.
So
That's fine.
Surely, Jeff, you trust her more on the antipsychotics than without them.
Well, Wait, well, no,
She's right there.
But then I have to then trust that she's taking them. You know.
Well, yeah, but being psychotic isn't necessarily something that is something that you can help here.
Sure, and that's what I'm trying to say is like I'm not shaming Zinnia Jones for having a mental illness. I'm instead saying that if you as an enactor of trying
crazy
to
people are worthless and shaming people with mental illnesses.
Shut the fuck up! Come on, sir. You know that's not what I'm doing. But what I'm saying though is that if you're trying to compel people that your message on a certain political issue is better than somebody else's, you can't then build your platform with showing all of these ways in which you might be distrustworthy. It doesn't work that well. It doesn't work at all.
I came into this kind of fresh, and under no circumstances.
Hang on, Spino. Let's just get Pascal through first, mate.
Yeah. Sorry.
I came into this fresh, and under no circumstance did I find her disingenuous or unhinged or untrustworthy. I just looked at her sources, and I found problems in like the second one she cited, which was the American Psychological Association and its diagnostic rates in regards to who they deem to be suffering from gender dysphoria. Like, that's how I approached it personally.
That's probably a lot better way to approach it, for sure. That's a lot more honest and forgiving than I was doing, absolutely.
It is hard to approach things from a very objective standpoint if you know about these. If you know some people like more than you know about other people. If you are completely fresh to it, it is much easier to look at it more objectively than, say, Jeff, who knows who Zinnia Jones is.
Sure. I mean, you know, like the thing is, somebody posted in the chat like that I'm closed-minded, confirmed, because I'm letting it color my point of view. My perspective is not necessarily that her arguments are invalid because of this specific instance. My point is specifically that if you are setting yourself up to be a more trustworthy news source than somebody else, that means you have to compel others. You have to convince people that what you say has more merit than the other person. You have to build that trust.
So so you're basically talking more about how she's presenting the information rather than its validity, then.
Right. If you want people to believe what you have to say, you have to market yourself. And if your market platform is, by the way, I'm loaded up full of antipsychotics, but really you should seriously just like believe everything that I'm saying. Like, that's not a good place to come from.
Yeah.
Everything she says could be factually true. And I would still trust her less simply because of the platform that she's coming from. Is that
well, that's more the messenger than
fault?
the message, isn't it, really?
Well, I mean, it would be my fault ultimately because I'm not being objective, but it's still something that's there.
It does hurt. It does hurt the whole argument altogether. If someone is very, very actively, trying to advocate for something, and they are not exactly promoting themselves in the most balanced way. I don't really know how to put it, but if they're not really, it's not really helpful to the whole thing as a whole. And I can see where you're coming from there.
It's just frustrating. It's very frustrating. Because
I know.
Oh, please go ahead. Hello.
And who wanted to talk?
I think that was Melody. Yeah, Melody, carry on.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody's in charge of this. Don't worry, guys.
If Spino would let me just before his Kara's point, because I believe he had one. Just briefly, and we can come back to it. Just what you mentioned about the diagnostic rate. I do have concern.
That was Pascal.
Concerns.
Yeah, that was Pascal, not me.
Yeah, compared to the UK system, because over here, counseling is provided. We make sure, we don't waste money on treatments that aren't needed. That's kind of essential.
Yeah, but under the document that I provided on the left-hand side,
on 97%.
In section 8, it shows 12 to 50, unless I'm reading it wrong.
Oh, I'm saying this is the American Psychological Association, and I just wonder if privatized healthcare is having an effect on this number, considering that the UK satisfaction rate for SRS is 97%. So
it very well may be. Yeah, like I think the I don't know the I haven't looked into any of this, but we have to look at the sort of political situation and the way healthcare systems are set up as well. They could actually. I do, but I think it's still a valid point to talk about how like different healthcare systems are going to potentially show statistics in different ways, and they may not be comparable. I'm not saying it's like the statistics are useless. I'm just saying they may not necessarily be comparable due to just factors we can't account for.
You mean the fact that they record completely different information and treat different stuff?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm just saying that is the diagnostic issues in America to do with the way that trans healthcare is provided, or is it a more systemic thing in terms of effectiveness is in America that would require counselling, considering in the UK that counselling would be free, and so people would care to.
Although the counselling will be free in the UK, there is an unfortunately long waiting list.
There is, but and even though that I really hated that, I still feel like I don't know, like the NHS is very safe when it comes to these kinds of things.
So how many people of that 97% go on to transition?
No, that 97% have undergone sexual reassignment surgery. They've gone through the entire process and they're satisfied. This is what I'm saying. It's like it's not a rushed process. Everything is done sort of by the books. There's no incentive for any kind of profit here.
Do you happen to have a link to that study? I'd love to read it.
Well, actually, it's on it's on the NHS website. If you look up sexual reassignment surgery, they quote the study that finds the 97% satisfaction rate.
Well, the chat full of people from around the world, the NHS has a good reputation in Britain for being really good at stuff when they finally get around to doing it.
It depends, it's had a bit of a rocky history. That's the thing. It's sort of, there's those that pose, everyone really can actually do some quite drastic effects in government in the UK. So when they get elected, they can do some damage. And if they want to undermine something, they can't necessarily get rid of something. Some things people just want to get rid of, so they put in a few troubles, a little bit of difficulty for it, put it under a bit of stress or strain, and then use that as an excuse later on down the line to kind of go, see, we can't afford it.
Yeah, that's how we got rid of the railways.
And it's how we got rid of the NHS. And now the most expensive railways in Europe.
I know, we're gonna love the Tories. I mean, they also sold the post office for less money than it made in the last 12 months. I mean, if you owned a business, would you sell it for less money than it made in the last 12 months? If there was no upcoming change as far as you could possibly tell, that means it was going to make less money in the future. That's just a
is this the flogging of Royal Mail?
Yeah.
Well, it
Financially
was less
retarded.
about the profit. It was more a Thatcherite instinct, I think, to public service, privatize it.
Yeah, that's the point.
Fire
That's kind
service.
of my point.
And really, it's yeah. Sorry, it's something crashed and the chat was full when I tried to rejoin.
Yeah, because you're still in here.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to be in my open house? Not just once, but twice concurrently.
This is my. I literally downloaded all of the Hangout shit just to join this.
Wow, it must be important to you.
Not really. I just thought, fuck it.
Sorry.
We're in the House of Love.
Wait, has the main open house guy disappeared?
Main open house guy. What, Jeff?
Oh no, there you are.
No, I'm here. I'm always here. I never leave.
I don't know why you're here.
I'm here to administer this whatever this is. The thing. Do you know? That.
Intellectual abortion?
So yeah, Jeff will be back. He's just popping out for a second. So yeah, so can somebody explain to me exactly what these hormone blockers do?
Oh yes, that blog I linked a while ago. That should explain it. I'll find it again if you want.
Yeah, we're on a radio show, so it's the idea of relaying the information over the radio.
I'm actually getting the injection. I'm getting the hormone blockers. I can tell you basically what they told me.
So what did they tell you?
Well, basically, as opposed to androgen blockers, which I'm using at the moment, which just blocks the action of testosterone, what this does is just binds to the pituitary gland, not forever, but it binds to the pituitary gland and basically just stops the signal that tells my body to produce the testosterone that it does.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, there's less mood swings, it's more effective, healthier, and the Scottish NHS are looking to switch trans women to that instead of having to get pills.
Yeah, they were designed to treat precocious puberty, which is where puberty comes early. That's what they were designed for. You could be an 8-year-old with a deep voice and a moustache. They were created to combat that, and we found a use for them in transgenderism now.
But also certain cancers where the body is overproducing testosterone.
Various things. And this is the fucking thing for me. It's that it's not controversial when we use it for anything else. That's my problem.
Okay, so well, the controversy obviously aligns around. I think, at least this I'm just gauging from sort of like where the bite point seems to lie here, is the encouragement of kids to come out early as transgender. I think that's where the moral outcry is.
Well, someone's either transgender. Well, someone's either dysphoric, I should say, or they're not. It's a simple medical diagnosis. So
it's a simple thing in fairy.
Yeah.
But it's not a simple medical diagnosis because in the United States they're having problems. I'm still not seeing that 97% study in the UK, by the way. So.
Oh, hang on.
No, but is this a contention here that I'm talking about here, or is this at least the contention that people are trying to avoid?
My point of contention is the fact that there seems to be problems with the drugs that are being used, and there have been problems in the past with individuals who are using it for problems with puberty and early infancy. Like you'd have 6-year-old girls who were developing breasts and armpit hairs.
Yeah, that's us just talking about precocious puberty.
So I still have a problem with it being used there because they found out that when these girls grow up, they start having joint problems and all sorts of other issues, like with their bones and that sort of thing. So it wasn't properly tested or reviewed, considering there's about 10,000 cases that have been reported to the FDA, and it's under review at the moment, like the article that I mentioned by Christina earlier.
Anyone with a reply to this?
No, nothing except
Are we
the blog I've
talking
been
about the
reading.
same drug?
Once again.
Is this the same drug as before?
Same category of drug. I don't know necessarily if it's the same drug.
Okay. Because different things within the category can have different effects. I'm just going to say that.
There are two, I believe, that are currently on the market. There's Luprin and another one.
But I heard something about like some new thing that might be, up for an option. Yeah. Is this the thing you're talking about as well? Because that's what I'm not getting.
I'm just talking about GnRHAs.
Okay, so not the new thing that we're talking about?
What new thing?
Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. There's a little drama in Twitter and all that, but
there's
Oh my
always
God,
a little drama
just
on
tap
Twitter.
out of Twitter for now.
You've got to just tap out of that shit. You just can't. This is why we're here.
Twitter is infectious.
You can mute everything else at that point.
For the viewers at home, if you have a Twitter account, why?
I guess it's just something we kind of have to have at this point.
It's better than Facebook.
Yes, but
Yeah,
so
Facebook
having
is
social media.
Normie book.
I don't think I would have met any one of you. I wouldn't have met Mel, most certainly, without Twitter.
That's true. Fighting the crazy.
I would send this in a Twitter. I would send the link to this chat on a Twitter DM, so you know.
Well, if it wasn't for Twitter, Spino and Habib would remain unreachable figures on YouTube for me, and I wouldn't know anything about the rest of you at all.
I'm still unreachable. This isn't actually me. This is my clone. I have a doppelganger that does all the grunt work.
It's his parody account.
It's a parody Spino.
I'm actually Max Headroom's bastard child.
Who isn't?
Okay, I found the link. I'll put in the thing. It's about 3/4 of the way down. You might have to contact Okay, that didn't work.
Melody Radio Show.
Remove any web.
I need someone to read it out. Here we go. Where is this? Where are you putting it? Is it in there? What's this hobbyist control?
I tried to post it, but it says remove any web addresses and try again.
So I'm looking at blocker medication for trans kids.
Try putting it in the Google Hangout box on the left-hand side.
Medication is probably a word.
If you click on me, I've actually got the screen shared here with the article.
I've got the article open here.
So I've been having a lot of conversations in regards to trans kids and the medical community available to them.
Yeah, just so we're clear, this is my friend Obscured Leg, properly called Kirsty, but banned 7 times. So
banned 7 times from what exactly?
There was a turf. There was a turf who mass reported and reported to her followers.
Did you guys all see #Bansparency, the Thunderclap?
Yep.
That was her.
I've spoken to her about it.
Yeah,
it'd be quite nice to actually have some transparency of banning on Twitter. So Twitter could write an email to Kraut going, "Look, Kraut, we've banned you from Twitter repeatedly because you blab at people like this. Please stop. It's for your own good."
Could anyone else read this out? Because I
don't understand why people get angry at Twitter. It's a policy of mine. I refuse to get angry on that platform. I just don't. It's not worth it.
Would anyone like to do a dramatic reading of said text for me, please?
Oh, God,
I can barely read this.
Go for it, hobbyist. Have at it, Hoss.
I've been having lots of conversations in regards to trans kids and the medical support available to them. There are a lot of concerns from people and I've been doing my best to try and keep on top of them and talk it out with folk. Most of whom realise there is no need to be concerned once it's properly explained, and we have a pretty nice conversation about it. Not always, but most. That's when Blair White dropped less of funny tweet mentioning this. And that's, can we have a Blair White voice? I know.
I couldn't do a Blair White voice.
SJW. I can't really do it. I can't do it.
You gotta do the Valley Girl thing. Like,
I'm not
you gotta,
Valley
like,
Girl.
be like,
Valley Girl. Do a Valley Girl. Right.
Just do a falsetto Barbie girl voice. Like, oh my god, SJW is just so horrible.
SJWs are big fans of blocking everyone online, blocking highways, blocking puberty for children.
Thank you.
Well done.
If you follow my blocking adventures, you'd know I've already posted this image making fun of her for blocking me, making her an SJW too. Oh, she's not wrong. However, that's not why I posted it here. I posted it because of her dismissal of blocking puberty for children as if it's bad. In reality, it really isn't. Yet 3,600 people have liked this tweet and 830 have shared it. That spread of misinformation needs to be challenged. So yeah, blog post. So this paragraph here is where I got my information just like 10 minutes ago. Let's discuss blocking medication. Medication which blocks puberty. It was originally used to treat something called precocious puberty, which we've known about since the 19th century, where puberty is happening before it should, hence the need to block it. You don't need an 8-year-old girl with a deep voice, 8-year-old with a deep voice and a moustache giving you back chat. No way, no how. An 8-year-old, you say? Yes, an 8-year-old, I said. Here's a study, we're probably not going to link that, are we? In which the author specifies the current lower age limit for puberty to be considered precocious is 8 years old in girls, who can be as far along the Tanner scale of puberty as stage 2. And then there's the Tanner scale for those who don't know.
For the people at home that don't understand what this means, we're talking about that 7 to 8-year-old little boy with the full beard that goes, "But mother, I want to play on the swing with my friends."
So yeah, this is precocious puberty. It's an entirely different medical condition, and it's what blocker medication was originally designed for.
Can I make a side note?
Yeah?
It's also used for other treatments like, I believe, menopause and prostate cancer.
Oh yeah, it's got a few uses, I imagine.
It's a fucking spade. A spade's got as many uses as you can come up with for a spade.
Like tampons were originally supposed to be bandages.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, we'll skip a couple. Let's discuss some of the common concerns people have about them in regards to trans kids. The easiest one to get out of the way is they're too young, which, if you're speaking about how they're too young to take puberty blocking medication, then you're objectively wrong about that.
No, I'm not.
See the whole above section about precocious puberty. However, if you're talking about how they're too young to decide to transition, you would be correct. They are. This is the entire point of puberty medication. It buys them some time to decide what to do. So, that's the purpose.
It's better to not have gone through the thing so you have a choice and have a better result in the end. But if you choose to not go through the transition, you can still just go off of them and you don't have the permanent effects.
How long does this last, though?
Do they not? Do they only have? I have heard they do have permanent effects, even if you don't.
Is there guys?
Delayed puberty.
What a question that I've come up with is there a window here?
Realistically,
I've heard from her they should be basically okay as long as you don't take them too long. That's what she told me.
What's too long?
The blockers. If you don't take them for too long.
No. How long is too long? That's the question.
Yeah,
until you're about 16
more than a few
19.
And doctors are careful, so they probably won't.
More than a few years.
Well, normally it's blockers at 12, hormones at 16, and surgery, if you want it, at 18, normally.
That's the road trip.
Yeah. But you can socially transition before that, so that's a change of name and new clothes.
For the viewers at home and the rest of the panel, The average person will have gone through puberty by this time. However, a full percent of people will not actually start going to puberty and get to stage 2 and stage 3 in the Turner scale of puberty until they're about 16 anyway.
Yeah.
So, puberty blockers, stopping someone from going to puberty for 4 years, will make them a bit uncommon, but not actually unusual.
Well, there we go. So this is fun. This is productive. We should have done this first instead of raging at each other on Twitter.
This is
why rage is way more fun.
This is why I do this.
Right. So she goes on a personal thing here, and I just want to interject. I know her, and I know her puberty was utter shit. So I know that.
It is for most people.
Well, no, for her, really. And you'd have to ask her about it, but, like, really. I remember my youth and puberty too well. Wearing my PE kit under my clothes, changing in bathrooms, wearing t-shirts in swimming pools. I started drinking, smoking cannabis, vaping poppy seeds. This is 13 or 14, remember. Basically anything I could do to escape what was happening. I was rarely sober.
That sounds like a 13-year-old in the UK.
It's no 13-year-old I've ever known.
Really? How fucking posh bit of the country do you come from, mate?
Warwickshire, which is a relatively prosperous bit of the relatively poor West Midlands. I got suspended twice, blah, 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 blah. I was struggling, and nobody, not even me, knew why. See, dysphoria isn't this is really important, this bit. Dysphoria isn't merely hating your body. It's far more insidious than just, I feel a bit fat. If I could have avoided experiencing that through my teens, you betcha I would have. I would have taken any medication you could give me to help those feelings stop, to help me get some kind of control back of my mental state. It's truly an awful experience, one of the worst of my life. Nobody is too young to experience this pain and want it to stop. I'm not so sure I would have wanted to transition there and then, but having the ability to put a pause button on everything while I worked it out would have been super. That's kind of sad, isn't it?
Yeah, and my only point of contention is, would these drugs actually effectively help in all cases? And is it necessary in all cases?
Well, they would have stopped her from going through puberty.
Well, considering that it's a case... Sorry.
They would have stopped her from going through puberty, so, you know, voice, height, shoulders, that sort of thing.
And my question here is, how many cases are we actually talking about in a year?
Of kids on blockers?
Yeah.
A couple of hundred.
I can't quote it for you, but apparently there's only 40 kids in the whole of the UK on blockers.
Have we looked at any projections for the future on this?
I couldn't say.
So I mean, with 40 cases, that's not a great strain on the NHS.
There's a couple of hundred kids every year that go through these checking to be put on blockers.
What? In
There's
the
a couple of
UK?
kids in Britain that are taken and gone, hey, we think this kid may be trans. Here's an expert.
So that must be about maybe 1,000 or so in America. A couple of thousand.
You could extrapolate it up. America's got what, a little under 6 times the population of the UK.
About 5 times, really. We've got the best part of 70 million now, and they've got 305 million.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to find out what the American count is like.
Well, I imagine
America probably has a much higher count than us, than we'd expect, just because of how different their system is. Because it is private, paid for, and the parents can get whatever the fuck they want done to their kids, basically.
Agreed. Shall we move on to the side effects?
If you'd like, yeah.
Next concern is the long-term side effects are unknown argument, which, again, doesn't really hold as much water as you think. Trans kids take this medication from around 12 years old, according to NHS policy. According to the same NHS policies, we know that children are offered hormone replacement therapy around their 16th birthday. That's 4 years. It's not really a long time by medical standards at all. That's a hop, skip, and a jump. Yet people still bring concerns like bone density to the table. I think we were talking about this here, and use it as though it totally destroys the option. Which is true. Long-term use of puberty blocker medication will in fact make you have lower bone density. Hormones during puberty are responsible for increasing bone density, and if you block them, you won't begin that process. However, it's not like puberty will be blocked indefinitely. It's blocked temporarily, after which patients are given hormone replacement therapy, beginning puberty and reversing that bone density issue entirely. Oh wow, I didn't know that. There's been no studies to suggest bone density is permanently reduced, at least none of which have followed people through adulthood and been repeated. Is someone going to dispute this?
Yeah, I will. Because what's being reported by the article that I mentioned is entirely different. A lot of people who took this drug during their sort of infancy, puberty, I forget the term for it, but during that time, like they took it and they got older and they found out that their bones were messed up. Like they had problems with their jaws.
Flat out wrong.
What's that?
There seems to be sort of anecdotal. At best, it's anecdotal. And
well, there are citations in this, aren't there? But we haven't clicked on them.
Well, no, I wasn't talking about yours because you were talking. You actually mentioned citations, but I don't know. I knew a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy who heard about someone who had who was fucked up by this medication. Well, you can get that with pretty much any medication.
So, sorry, whose side are you coming down on here, Spino? I'm
coming on your side.
Right,
most medications do end up. A lot of medications, especially if it hasn't been around because we're developing medications all the time.
Well, it's not just
there are
that,
a lot of
some people have horrifically weird reactions to medication because
there's also that.
Well, hold on a second, because the article that I linked is also well sourced. I also linked various other studies that
Lucas,
show the same thing.
Do you know what muscle relaxant medications do?
Right.
If I personally take muscle relaxants, my heart will start having major palpitations, and my internal organs will begin to shut down.
Yes.
That is a weird reaction that I have to.
There is one thing that needs to be addressed, is that obviously when you're talking about medications, there is going to be different reactions based on the person. So it's not 100% applicable over everyone. If one person has a negative side effect, another person might not. So that is one thing to take into consideration. Not everyone experiences it exactly the same way.
I also think
should be taken into consideration, though.
I also think, given the extremely small number of people who will be using this kind of medication, I think it's entirely possible for this to be done on a case-by-case basis.
I think it is.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
It's like a whole business account.
Oh god, the fucking bathroom bill in America for allowing genital checking.
Isn't that just Texas?
Oh, I'll tell you something interesting.
Okay, here. Let me just bring up something about the gender bathroom bill. I actually was in this conservative convention. I live in Texas. It had some people in there who were the ones who were making it, and then orchestrating it all. And I seriously sat there and this person right after was talking about anti-vaxxers stuff. So no one in the room actually believed him. It's these people are crazy.
The thing that gets me though is the people hi, by the way, sorry my phone died, but I don't know, the people that talk about this sort of genital check stuff, their argument is it's about boundary issues and stuff like that, but the reality I see is you're going to the bathroom and it's just sorry, we care about the boundaries of women's drop your knickers.
I'm sorry, how much more of a boundary problem can you have then? I'm sorry, before you go in there, we need to check that you don't have testicles. Oh, what does it look like a vagina? Hold still while we double check that it's not a vagina instead.
I would punch a person in the face if they tried to fondle my genitals. I really would. That would be the first response. It's not oh, come on, I invite you under my skirt. Yeah, totally.
It does replace one sort of outrage with another, doesn't it, really?
Yep.
It's a witch hunt. They're going to be starting to targeting cis women who have higher testosterone count, particularly if they're like
This is actually kind of my main issue with the sort of trans bathroom thing. Is the only way to enforce it is to basically it will end up policing mannish-looking women too.
It's violating people's basic rights as people, but not be violated in the middle of before they go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm sort of.
This actually happened. I know that girl, so like you're a Christian, and I don't assume that all Christians are the same, but there was a Bible basher who was a mannish-looking woman leaving a gender-neutral bathroom and gave her shit for being a tranny.
Oh my god!
Nice.
Right, just want to say, the author of our article, she is listening, and she says, I have a posh as fuck voice. She doesn't want to join, but she is listening. She's in the chat.
Oh, that's good. She can hear my voice,
yes,
finally.
We're British, we're all very posh.
Except me.
Not particularly posh. I think it rivals Spino for poshness.
Although Spino has a
the thing is,
posh
though,
accent, he doesn't speak like a posh person.
No, I'm actually like really working class, but I just went to a grammar school, so I'm well spoken.
Working class and went to a grammar school. No, pick one.
I inherited the accent.
My mum was on fucking benefits, mate.
Oh, you were going to a fucking grammar school.
That doesn't mean you were working, does it?
I think it should be pronounced. I think it should be pronounced transgenderism, but I don't.
Transgender.
That's how posh I am. Trans kid.
Are we all digital? Like, are we going digital?
Darling, I'm so posh.
Mel, let me plug you in, or plug you in. Plug you in and download you. Have a special virtual Mel at all times.
Hey, you guys at least have retained your Englishness. I moved to Scotland for 5 years, and I have no idea what happened to my accent.
I found it very difficult to place at first. It's like what is that accent? Half the time you sound English.
This accent is South Shields, Durham, Leeds, and Scottish. And also 3 years of American voice training videos, because at the time there were no trans voice training videos that were in English at the time.
That were in English? Oh, it's not like...
They weren't English.
Your
No, for Americans, people in America, like, you know, in different places, they have a hard time actually like pinpointing where I'm from, because my accent is so it's like such a non-thing. I don't really have an accent except for an American accent.
Mine and myself also confuses people. Mel herself couldn't tell.
Well, until I told her.
Oh,
no, when you said a boots, I totally knew where you're from.
I need to work on that. I really do. Maybe when I move to Denmark, it'll go away.
Shall we guide this back to reading the article?
Go for it.
Yes.
All right, where were we? Another concern is the "what if puberty makes the trans go away" argument, which is a totally fair one, and in fact one that is totally mitigated against by medical professionals. This is why trans kids are forced to wait until 12 here in the UK before puberty medication, and until Tanner stage 2 to 3 under the care of Dr. Norman Spack, that's a good name, in the USA. It's like Max Power, it's a really good name.
Norman Spack! He sounds like he should be in a Resident Evil movie.
Well, what's the name of the campus reform chief editor? Sterling Beard.
Edgar Gerald. Sorry.
There's that graph. Should we interpret that? Well, no, it's not a graph, is it? Average age of pubertal changes.
A Scottish accent. It's not really an accent, it's more of a dialect. You know?
Oh no, this
You'll no talk to my weens like that, you wee swine at ya! I'm sorry?
Yes. As you can see, the average age of puberty beginning in girls is 8 years old, and in boys is about a third through 10 years old. This is a minimum of 2 years before boys can receive hormone blockers, and 4 before girls can.
Habib,
Obviously,
this in correspondence
or applicable to every child.
Chance on the Turner syndrome is when you're allowed to marry your partner.
As Spack and Carmichael suggest, some puberty is necessary before giving children blocking medication, because the brain is still developing and perhaps the feelings of gender dysphoria will fix themselves, which in a lot of cases they do, and this is absolutely great. However, we still have some trans kids whose dysphoria won't simply develop itself away. If puberty exacerbates dysphoria, they're given hormone blocker medication to stop that pain. Make no mistake though, they do experience natural puberty up until a point where it becomes too hard for them to continue.
Hang on, I'll be right.
Well then, there you are. See, and stuff.
Next paragraph.
Okay.
This just feeds into the "isn't this just gay conversion therapy" argument, which is a less fair concern. Some people even quote figures as high as 80% at me in regards to trans kids who just ended up being gay instead. If you have statistics which show 80% of kids who visited gender services for gender dysphoria later decided not to transition, were just gay the whole time, then that doesn't that kind of prove the system works and that there isn't a gay conversion therapy conspiracy going on?
Good point.
Okay.
For those,
For the viewers at home, if you want to know how hard gay conversion is, go get a cute gay guy, a heterosexual man, give the heterosexual man 3 to 4 pints of beer, and they'll probably fuck the guy.
well, just send them to prison.
I came back.
Yeah, you still good.
Yeah, prison is a lot more expensive than compared to 20 quid on beer. 20 quid on beer, 50 grand for a year of prison, one of them's the cheap option for gay conversion.
For those statistics to exist, 80% of the kids must have made the decision, after being given the time and support to understand themselves a bit better, to not transition. So clearly they're not erasing gay kids by making them trans. Clearly this isn't some sort of twisted gay conversion therapy. Clearly the system of let's wait and see if they need medication is working out perfectly. And apparently the 80% figure is debunked. So you've all heard the 80% figure, right?
Well, you just mentioned it there, the 80%.
Well, it's notorious.
80%
It's
of
absolutely
very young
notorious.
kids
It's the
go to trans conversion therapy and trans therapy stuff to see if they're actually trans or not. Turns out, actually, they're just a confused kid. I'm boiling it down as quick and simple as possible.
Well, that's pretty much the end of it, I think. There's a few conclusive paragraphs. That's the meat of the argument. So what do we think?
Going to the rebuttal of the 80% figure quickly.
Should we click on that and look at that?
Yes, you should. You are the person reading.
All right. Oh, this is a Slate article.
Okay, scroll to the bottom of the page.
Did you hear that, Slate?
Citations.
Up your game.
Right.
Does Slate have any citations?
One of them was Slate.
Citation.
Someone else can read this.
I can't.
I'm sick and tired of it.
So I still have points of contention because the
Well, as I
article
said, she's in the chat. She doesn't want to join, but she's in the chat, so we can just talk about them.
Okay, well, the point of contention is within the articles that I provided, which are equally sourced in regards to Luprin being problematic for individuals who are young.
You said problematic. What are you, an SJW?
This is what it's. This is not SGW town problematic. Jeez.
Careful, Sunshine.
I'm just kidding.
I do
People
think
get killed for
should,
less.
We should dwell on how transgenderism's been co-opted by the SJWs, though. That is a point.
Oh yeah. Oh god, it's really ruining.
Dwell
it.
away, everyone. Don't mind me.
Really, that's my only point of contention. If we can iron out the use of drugs and ensure it's being used to the proper individuals, then I have absolutely zero fucking problem.
All right, so let's just get it straight then. You're saying, it's just a factual thing. You're saying you think she's wrong about the side effects of the blockers.
Yes.
All right, but we can't really resolve that here, can we? So I guess we'll just have to...
So what are the side effects exactly that you have
I
contention with again?
I completely agree with you. This treatment should be sort of, taken seriously and done in a careful way. I don't know. That is what I've seen in the UK, and I know that the American healthcare system has the 2 snakes instead of just the one on the staff.
Oh, I've received a DM. I've received a DM on the 80% statistic. Here's another for the 80%. The main issue is that they didn't include a desire to transition in their definition. So yeah, no duh. 80% would likely desist if that wasn't crucial to the criteria, she says.
Okay, so it's 80% of kids that go to gender clinics because they're a bit weird.
Apparently don't end up transitioning. That's the statistic. And apparently it's been debunked, but I'm enraged because I can't really find where.
Well, to be fair,
Well, so, I mean,
it
would it
sent
be
a
like-
lot of effeminate kids to various forms of therapy up until it was the 90s where we basically stopped doing that because it was, well, this isn't actually working.
It wouldn't it be like parents, like concerned parents being like, my kid's a bit ladylike, send him to a clinic.
I was rather raised traditional. I was very sheltered. I had no idea who Kim Kardashian was until 2014.
Well, I'm sorry you had to find out.
It's unfortunate, but it's good for you.
It wasn't until about 2 years ago that I even learned what trans was. Transsexual, not like transgender. God. Sorry, I've got a lot of bad experiences in my town.
We'll get what you mean.
My grandfather is very heteronormative, let's just say.
All right, I've got another DM. She's rephrased it. When they came up with the 80% statistic, they didn't require a desire to transition as part of the definition. So a lot more people were being misdiagnosed as having GD. There we go. So that's the 80% figure. No, a desire to transition wasn't included. You used to be able to get a diagnosis for tomboyishness.
What about the ones in the American Psychologists Association?
Oh, she's talked about this. I can't remember though.
Like the 12 to 50% that's
Just
cited there in
join.
Section 8?
Just fucking join. I'm DMing her. I'm not going to read out her DMs.
Oh, could I say something about gay conversion therapy, because this comes up. Okay, my issue is so people will tend to say that the type of people that say that transsexualism is gay conversion therapy are also the people that completely denounce gender identity. Like completely, they say that it can't be anything, it can't be a sexual instinct, it must be male or female. The issue I have with that is that in the Middle East, there are actual gay conversion therapies where they're taking cis people and transing them against their will. And my counter argument to that would be, well, these people that are transing these people, they don't take gender identity seriously either. Because surely if they did, they would understand how unconscionable it is to transition a cis person when they're fucking cis. Why would you do that unless you didn't take gender identity seriously and you just thought, whatever sex we force them into, they'll be fine. They won't.
Yeah, I've been told that these people are perfectly happy with this in the past. Like, of course, the person was Muslim who said that. that oh no, that what makes you think that they wouldn't be happy to be living? They're just, living as the opposite gender. It's, totally fine to just be alive. That was their argument.
When the choice is that or horrific death, it does become a lot easier.
Yes, but you're not going to be happy with your situation no matter what.
Yes,
you just
you're not
want to
going to have a horrific
and...
death.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe it's preferable, but that doesn't really. Yeah, I don't think it means that it's necessarily a good thing.
So what is this?
Like, for example, if they were an institute Sharia law,
I don't believe that trans exclusionary ideology is exclusive to radical feminism. I've seen it in a lot of different groups.
Did anyone catch that? It's very hard to hear you at the moment.
It's not guaranteed to just feminists. A lot of people do it.
Oh yeah, I was talking to a rather religious person on Facebook, and well, yeah, she just threw out every single thing I said with personal experience. That no, that wasn't real. It was all in my head and stuff. Like, I'm not depressed. I don't want to kill myself. I don't have a steak knife in my wrist anymore. So,
saying is growing tits stopped you trying to cut your wrists.
Yeah, with a really horrific result that would have, well,
I know, I have such a lovely way of putting it, don't I?
Well done, Captain Spurg.
But remember that doesn't reflect on all religious people. That girl is pretty cool. She's a cool religious type. Okay.
I mean, it does affect a very, very small amount of people. So it's weird.
0.03% approximately.
So
remember that's still 42 million people in the world.
42 million.
Either 42 million or 4,200,000. I
Possibly.
forget.
I'm pretty sure it would be the 4 million. I think.
Here's a fun side note: 1% of the world's population is affected by psychopathy, which is undiagnosed and untreated.
Yeah, but that's a brain issue that we also don't know how to treat. The reason we treat the body in gender dysphoria is because we don't really understand the brain all that well.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and it's very dangerous. All of the methods that they have that affect
mental illness. I'm just going to call it a mental illness because it's easy. It's different from most because the way you treat it revolves around accepting what's up with the brain and changing the body to fit it. It's the opposite of most treatments.
With most mental health... with every mental problem or difficulty a person has, there are free treatments that work for all of them. We can sever the prefrontal cortex and split a person's brain. That will stop all symptoms of the mental health problem they have. We can put the person into a permanent coma, or we can kill the person. These are the ways to stop a mental health problem from having any symptoms that we don't know how to fix. So if anyone ever says that they have an uncurable mental health disorder, remember, you can just cut up large chunks of their brain, put them permanently in a coma, or kill them to stop them having the symptoms. Because we don't know how to help people. And
they do have some experimental things.
If we have some ways to help, and that is to change the body.
Yeah, because the things that change the mind cause issues.
Those ways still need to be rigorously tested, and in the case of GnRHAs, I don't think they've been tested adequately.
You want more people to, end up with mental health issues because of more testing?
That's not really the position I'm taking.
Oh my god, Melody, fix your phone.
The position I'm taking is that we try other methods in order to help these individuals. In the interim, that we try to find out something regarding the GnRHAs that might, cause more harm than good.
be honest, I don't like spironolactone myself. Kind of makes me pee a lot.
Well, yeah, isn't it meant to be a diuretic?
Yeah. But it allows me to drink, so that's fun.
Look, do you want to be able to drink a beer, or do you want to be able to spend 20 minutes without going to the loo while drinking beer?
I'm fine with making sure that I've got a lot of fluid in my system.
Okay,
Flushes things.
I have a friend who transitioned with Spyro as the first medication on the NHS, and they had to switch medication because they were forgetting to drink because of the diuretic effect. They ended up in hospital with a drip because of it.
Yeah.
What
And the
about
taste
effects
is
on
awful.
long-term memory?
Pardon?
Effects to long-term memory.
One of the major side effects of dysphoria is depression, and depression already has major long-term effects to memory. So trading one major memory effect for another major memory effect, well, if they come out as basically the same, you're not actually losing or gaining anything.
Yeah, and it would also be very difficult to measure too.
Yeah, depressed people are actually really hard to study.
Well, I just posted a study that they did on sheep, so I'm not
what?
exactly sure how they proceeded.
So, Mr. Disputing and arguing with Kirst, you're about to feel the full wrath. She wants to know your Twitter handle.
It's at my first name, last name.
Come on.
Okay, Mr. First Name, Last Name, you're going to have to be a bit more precise for people.
Is there a way that you can put it on the screen?
Well, I've got the guest lists here. What's it start with?
Let me put it in the Hangout chat here.
Yeah. You are about to get spammed on Twitter, I'm warning you.
That's fine.
Right, I've DM'd it her.
Oh god, she's going to send a Navy SEAL post, isn't she?
How are we doing, guys?
Doing fantastic.
Is everyone drinking?
Only water.
No,
I'm
I
a good responsible
forgot again.
What is wrong with you people?
That's the point of this place.
I'm out of Baileys, so I can't really do that. I did that after, I drank the rest of my Baileys after the Save Dina Ali thing. I was not in a good...
Yeah, you got to think of slightly
state.
longer drinks than that.
Well, I'm being bullied for my accent now.
Oh, God.
Wait, people are bullying you for your accent.
I'm not even going to wrath him, she says.
I'm scared to look at my Twitter feed now.
Did you want me to read the article from...
Well, I think she's going to come and settle it with you, I think, 1-to-1. So, good luck.
Christina Jewett?
Hit it.
It's a fairly long one.
Go on, then.
Okay.
Have at it, Hoss.
So here it says, for years, Sharissa Derikat, 30, had no idea why her body seemed to be failing. At 21, a surgeon replaced her deteriorated jaw joint. She'd been diagnosed with degenerative disc disease and fibromyalgia. A chronic pain condition. Her teeth are shredding, enamel, and cracking. None of it made sense to her until she discovered a community of women online who described similar symptoms and have one thing in common: all had taken a drug called Luprin. Thousands of patients chose to inject their daughters with the drug, which was approved to shut down puberty in young girls, but also is commonly used off-label to help short kids grow taller. The drug's pediatric version comes with few warnings about long-term side effects. It's also used in adults to fight prostate cancer, relieving uterine pain, and the Food
You've
and
got a
Drug
DM.
Administration has warnings. I'm not going to read it, not yet. Has warnings on the drug's adult labels about a variety of side effects. More than 10,000 adverse event reports filed with the FDA reflect the experience of women who've taken Lupron. The report describes everything from brittle bones to faulty joints. In interviews and in online forums, women who took the drug as young girls or initiated a daughter's treatment described harsh side effects that have been well documented in adults. Women who've used Lupron a decade or more ago to delay puberty or grow taller describe the short-term side effects listed on the pediatric label: pain at the injection site, mood swings, and headaches. Yet they also described conditions that usually affect people much later in life. A 20-year-old from South Carolina was diagnosed with osteopenia, thinning of bones, while a 25-year-old from Pennsylvania had osteoporosis and a cracked spine. A 26-year-old in Massachusetts needed a total hip replacement. A 25-year-old in Wisconsin, like Derricott, had chronic pain and degenerative disc disease. And this is a quotation. Says, "It just feels like I'm being punished for basically being experimented on when I was a child," said Derricott of Lawton, Ocala. "I'd hate for a child to be put on Lupron, get to my age, and go through the things I have been through." In the interviews with women who took Lupron to delay puberty or grow taller, most described depression and anxiety, which, oddly enough, are problems that are expressed in dysphoria. Several recounted their struggles or a daughter with suicidal urges, yet another problem that occurs. One mother of a Lupron patient describes seizures, which is awesome.
Only one mother.
What's that?
Only one mother of a Lupron patient describes seizures.
Okay.
I'm checking. Is it only one that had that problem?
For the article so far, it says one mother had seizures.
Okay, in that case, it was probably just something weird with that kid.
It's entirely possible.
Because it affects different people differently.
Yeah, lots of people have weird reactions to medicine. In fact, almost everyone will have a weird reaction to some medicine or another.
My dad himself, my dad needs to take medicinal marijuana. Otherwise, he's gonna have so many medications that don't work, don't fix his pain, especially in his back. So yeah, like that's just one thing.
Yeah, my great. I react weirdly to paracetamol. Just doesn't work. Painkillers just don't work for me.
Do these people normally file a report with the FDA though?
If they have major side effects, yes.
Okay, because this is to the tune of about 10,000.
If they have side effects like major heart palpitations, of course you're going to phone the doctors because you're quite concerned. If you have side effects that causes a very, very slight swelling, you're probably not going to notice unless you're a fussy mum.
Or it could be something to the nature of they'll consult with their physician, which will deem it to be something that they can solve or not. And then after going through various different doctors, then go to the FDA itself. That's another possibility. Like, I don't think people are just filing claims to the FDA just because they had momentary heart palpitations. That doesn't sit right
Some
with
people
me.
tend to overreact.
Yeah, hypochondriacs are a big deal. And
yeah, especially helicopter mothers. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, they're the worst in the world at being hypochondriacs. If you're a mother of children, yes, we understand that your children are the most precious thing on earth, but they are not the most precious thing on earth to everyone else at the same time simultaneously. If you can't grasp that distinction between the most precious thing to you and the most precious thing to everyone, you have a problem.
You heartless bastard.
just in response to that article that I was trying to send earlier, but it didn't work. Just in case my phone sort of, cuts out again. Basically, if you go to the NHS website, gender dysphoria treatments, You get life. We'll go down to life after surgery. After surgery, most trans women and men are happy with their new sex and feel comfortable with their gender identity. One review of a number of studies that were carried out over a 20-year period found that 96% of people who had had genital reconstructive surgery were satisfied. Despite high levels of personal satisfaction, people who have had genital reconstructive surgery may face prejudice, discrimination because of their condition. Treatment can sometimes leave people feeling isolated, stressed about or afraid of not being accepted socially and discriminated at work.
So that's just people who have had the reconstructive
Yes, I've gone through the entire process.
What I'm talking about is people who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria as a whole, which is
right. But again,
the statistics from the American Psychological Association.
Of course, but again, I think you need to consider in the UK, at least, with a free healthcare system, you get this eventual figure of 96 people being satisfied, and I just.
My concern would be using an untested drug, right, and something that has been tested not enough on individuals who don't necessarily require it, which is why I brought this article to the attention of you guys, because I think that these problems are not something to be just sort of swept under the rug and dismissed. I mean, we have 10,000 cases that have been brought to the attention of the FDA here, Like, those need to be taken into consideration if you're going to proceed and give this medication to individuals who might not necessarily even need it or require it, especially when the diagnostic criteria is so nebulous.
There's a reason we start on really low doses. Just going to say that. Because that way there's still a window of decision.
And I don't know. I don't think you've proven that it's reversible. Like, it isn't reversible, rather.
Also, as I was bored and decided to read up about the reversibility of the stuff, it turns out that the only part of hormone replacement that is used on people for the combination of some estrogen tablets and anti-androgen is the growth of a breast bud, and even then they will shrink if you stop taking estrogen. It's actually incredibly reversible for female to female transsexuals. However, unfortunately, it's not as reversible for female to male transsexuals, but it's still fairly reversible in the first year.
But there are conflicting studies regarding the reversibility and long-lasting effects.
For adults, in the first year of transitioning, so long as you've already gone through puberty, it is fairly reversible.
One thing that won't be reversible that I have been experiencing is hip growth. That's it. My hips are growing out horizontally, and it's not fat redistribution. I can't walk easily.
How old are you, Jessica?
I'm 20, turning 21 in July.
That'll be why your bone plates haven't finished fusing.
Yeah.
When you're like 23 onwards, when your bones have finished fusing, that will not happen. So after the main batch of puberty, that's up to like 17 to 25, well, between 21 to 25, depending on the person, your bone plates will not have finished fusing. That means you can still have your bones grow. If you take estrogen in this time, as well as a androgen blocker, you will experience growth in your hip bone, giving you much larger hips like a woman. That is also something that is not undoable. However, that's the only thing that is genuinely a major physiological change to you that is absolutely not undoable. The second trait that's fairly not undoable is growth of breast buds. However, those will shrink if you stop taking estrogens. For a female to male transsexual, on the other hand, if their bone plates have not finished fusing, they will prematurely fuse if they start taking testosterone injections, as well as the growth of increased muscle mass and body hair that you experience as a male. That is not something that is easily undoable.
Like, if I were to revert, I'm absolutely not going to do that. I would rather anything than that. I'm pretty sure my voice would go back to the androgynous it was before. Because, like, I haven't taken voice training. This is just from HRT, my voice, by the way. I think I've got videos on YouTube that show what my voice was like before.
Okay.
I'd have to link that to anybody who's curious. Sorry. Okay, sorry. I just thought I'd add that last bit in.
But yeah, for transitioning people pre or during puberty, it is not as reversible. However, so long as they are only taking puberty blockers, it is reversible to the sense that you turned them from a normal puberty timeline person into one of the minority of people that have a late puberty anyway. You're turning them from one natural state to another, slightly rare but still natural thing to happen to them. So in the first few years, it's fully reversible near enough.
And I think the permanent damage of natural puberty to dysphoric people is something we should keep in mind.
Are you fucking kidding? Puberty has permanent damage on a number of non-dysphoric people as well.
Yeah.
In particular.
It's somewhat of a mental and physical illness, really. You know.
Yeah, just fucks everyone
The reason
over.
I can't stand teenagers.
Teenagers can't stand teenagers.
I know.
Look,
It's why I learned to hate them.
we're all missing the big issue here. Spino should become a trans.
Look, Spino.
He could do it.
Ask yourself, what would D say?
Wait, which D? Which D? Like D chick?
Pretentious misfit. D girl.
There's a lot.
His girlfriend.
Well, D would probably be very happy with me being, with me transitioning, but unfortunately, it's just not going to happen.
Look, I know you have a gender identity as like a guy and stuff, and you're cis or whatever, but just that's all socially conditioned. Just change your mind, just like orientation. Just change your mind.
She will be unhappy if you don't.
God, I'm craving sushi right now. But I have no sushi rice left. I've got like
God,
half a
now
cup.
I want sushi, you damn hussy.
And I don't even have any. Oh no, we've got avocado. No more cucumber, no anything, so I can't make rolls. Oh right, and the place is closed too. Lovely.
All right,
Was Jack
I'm
Holiday
feeling
actually
it's,
ever coming back?
It's quite late.
No, it's not. It's only like 10 past 10.
10 past 10?
It's 2:19 p.m. here for me.
What's wrong with
20
you,
actually, but I'm
Oh,
off.
20 past 10.
Yeah,
That's all the difference.
I'm gonna go to bed too.
We
Spino,
have
what
been
happened
on
to
this
you?
for like 2 hours and 20 minutes now. I think maybe.
That's like barely started for normal open house protocol. Really, I
Special
can't.
episode.
I simply can't allow this.
So in summation, do people have like closing statements? Or
I'll start, considering I have the not sure position. So my position would be, I think there needs to be more study in regards to the medication in question. We need to sort of have better diagnostics tools and hopefully come with other alternatives that might not be as potentially devastating, if they are devastating at all, because those cases could be specifically isolated that I presented. I just have some concerns, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, that's nice that we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, I just my main view on this is that from what the little I do know about this subject is, it seems that it's a very select and small number of people that are going to be affected by this, and I think that it should be treated on a case-by-case basis, and a doctor is probably going to know. Is probably going to be a better judge on what to do in this situation than any of us fuckers on the internet.
That's probably a quote for every discussion most of the time.
Yeah,
but
until we go into non-medical grounds.
Well, everywhere except politics, I would say, because
exactly, because experts don't know what they're talking about.
Well, actually, there are. There's a quotation from Clement Attlee that runs. It's my experience, experts often make the worst ministers. In this country, we prefer government by amateurs.
And I'd like to quote Michael Gove to you of, we've had enough of listening to experts.
Well, that's a less eloquent way of putting it.
We've never really listened to experts. That's why we're such idiots.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed now. See you guys.
I'll see you.
See you later. I'm not going anywhere.
Bloody child on.
I know.
It's only 2:22
We're just going to carry on without them.
It's 20 past 10 here.
Oh, and we have people doing closing statements.
Yeah. Bless them.
Closing statements. I've got a door here. I can just open the knob or turn the knob. And...
That'll do.
There.
Although I may as well
did
get
register,
this
right?
now. So, yeah, we heard it. I may as well get this in now with my closing statement, even though I'm going to be here for hours anyway. We need to do more research because I want to be able to have random genetic manipulation of people happening in real time. I want the fucking Super Olympics. I want people with the legs of a cheetah and the heart of a gorilla having a race with each other.
Okay.
We need more research done so we can allow that to happen.
That seems like an interesting opening statement. Okay.
Closing statements.
You're going?
Do you want the Super Olympics? Yes or no?
Yes, but I'd also like to find the thing that makes us immortal, so we could like fight and kill each other and just do it all over again.
Like
the person who will live to 1,000 has already been born by projections.
We're not actually sure of that.
I said projections. This might not turn out to be entirely accurate, but
as long as stuff continues to go as current,
theoretically,
that's probably true. And the best part about that projection, they're probably a poor person that's going to be in a medical study where they test a random medical procedure on a person for money. The first biologically immortal person is probably going to be in poverty.
Nice.
Well,
yeah, it says too much about our species.
My closing statement would be.
We're not closing, by the way. Just just for anyone who's worried, we're just doing closing statements for no apparent reason.
Yeah, because I suggested it.
Hold that dial.
But yeah, I would agree that yes, of course we should be safe about this, but that doesn't mean that we should completely rule out puberty blockers. Because I agree with Equal Rights Advocate. If I had the chance, I would have gone on them when I could have. And I'm still okay with how my body is at the moment, but I don't know. For a lot of people, like orientation or gender identity, sometimes it develops earlier, and I knew at a young age that this is what I always wanted, and I wish I'd had that option when I was young.
Me too.
Now we've gone to a melancholic, sad place. I mean, terrible.
So,
for example, when I was like 6 or so, that was when my walk started. Like a boy, you know how women tend to have that hip swell? When we walk, we put one foot in front of the other, almost completely in front, and it like kind of centers our balance. Makes us easier to tip over, but it's a little bit more of an elegant walk. And it's just a weird thing that I've always done. In fact, I got made fun of by my father's girlfriends at the time, and that caused me to repress a lot of things, and it only came out in recent years. Sorry.
Do you know what would have happened if you were walking like that in the 1960s in Britain? some quite horrible things because we decided, hey, it's a good idea to take people like that and go, right, there's obviously something wrong with a male being effeminate.
Well, actually,
God, what a fucked up nation.
speaking of the 1960s, apparently on the island of Sark, they once advertised themselves as the last place that you could legally beat your wife. That was a selling point for them at one point.
Wow.
Yeah, we have Russia for that nowadays.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh yeah, did the lot of you hear what's happening in Chechnya?
Oh God, I really wish I had superpowers.
Or a trans person,
So
you get to go to these lovely little concentration camps. And
I really wish I had superpowers because I really want to just.
yeah, they kind of deserve it.
Beat the fucking tar out of those guys? Yeah.
The only people that have an international relationship with them really these days is Russia. And Russia's response to them doing this to gay and trans people was to go, and what do you mean these people don't want to be in death camps? No, that's just them asking for special rights.
Nice.
And people think Russia are good guys. And people think Eastern Europe are full of lovely people.
That's why I'm planning on living in Denmark, because, well, my fiance is there, so that's one thing, and it's not Canada, where things are boiling, to say the least.
What's boiling in Canada?
You haven't heard how Toronto is?
No, I haven't
Please
heard how
remember,
Toronto
a lot
is.
of news coming out of Canada is ridiculous stuff only. We only hear the really, really silly stuff like your prime
Toronto
minister
is very
declaring,
liberal, excessively.
And?
There's no balance, as in, it's where the SJWs and trenders and, those sort of people who make a mockery of the whole thing, that's where they tend to focus their...
Really? I thought it was the opposite in Toronto.
Everything.
I haven't been paying attention to
Ottawa,
Toronto
where
in quite some time.
And,
that's
there's a
where
reason
I'm
why
at.
Lauren Southern went to, moved there to report there, because Vancouver was like fledgling Toronto regarding all of these political views.
Lauren Southern's just looking for idiots because she's basically going, hey, look, there's some dumb people with the news network.
Yeah.
But hey, we're getting weed.
And...
Wait, you're Canadian?
Yeah.
Dude, do you know what we do with small amounts of cannabis
Whereabouts?
in the UK?
I'm a West Coaster.
I'm in Ottawa.
I'm close to Vancouver, so yeah, I see that stuff a lot.
I heard the cost of living in Vancouver is fairly high. People are not moving out of their homes by, the age of 25, something like that.
Wait, that's
moving out by the age of 5?
Age of 25. Like they can't afford to.
Oh, okay, 25, okay.
Dude, that's normal here.
They do that because, well, education costs and so on around here are ridiculous. And housing costs. Oh boy, I'm only about an hour's drive, maybe 2 hours drive from Vancouver, and low rent is about $600 a month, and then you got food costs, and then you got all sorts of other things. And with the education here, we've got UFV, and those courses, the tuition fees, the books, they're just way overpriced.
Yeah, there's a reason educational books is so expensive. It's because they're such a limited run.
So they're artificially rare?
No, they're not artificially rare. The demand for them is really, really low. because we have a book that's for people doing a degree on this particular subject. This means we've created something to fill a really, really, really small demand. That means we have a problem of not many people are going to buy it. That means we then have to charge them more.
I'm just saying, for the really big courses, they just are still even more expensive than these obscure ones, because the obscure ones tend to be... and even then, most of them are not obscure. Like, how much was that? Yeah, that was like... I need to get back to you on how much the security course was.
Compare it to a pop science book to a hard science book. Well, you got a popular science book that will sell for, a couple of... like 20, maybe 30 quid. Whereas you get a hard science book for an educational course, and because they've printed an order of magnitude less, you're paying 100 quid. Because a large chunk of the printing cost is just setting up the equipment to print books. Unless, of course, you're using laserjet printers, and then you come up with a slightly worse quality project. Well, products at the moment.
Better than nothing.
Yeah.
I should check my Twitter, shouldn't I, really? It's been a while. Oh my god.
It's like 100, the problem is that books here, the amount of books the amount of money you spend on books, up to $4,000. Just on books. And it's not even that's probably 5 books.
Kind of obscenely expensive, but I can understand it.
If there's anyone trying to get on, I have no idea.
And is that when we've already got the amount of students that we have? So technically they should be worth a little less because of the demand? Maybe that's just me. I just, want things to make sense, but...
What was the question, sorry?
So many people. I don't think it was a question. I'm losing track of myself right now.
What was supposed to make sense?
The prices, it would make more sense for them to not be as expensive as they are.
Yeah.
$4,000 for 5 books.
Wow. The problem is you won't buy it. If you don't buy it, you don't.
$20,000.
Yeah, they've got you locked in.
Yeah, and that's 24,000. That's the price of SRS.
Oh yeah, you have to pay
on
for
average.
that stuff.
But I don't have to because British Columbia, so it's covered.
Go study in Slovenia.
To Quebec for that.
Still, it's quite an upfront, isn't it?
If you go to Slovenia, it's all free.
Go to Slovenia, run!
Free. Well, okay, it's all free for now. Fucking Tories.
What? How are they going to affect Slovenia?
No. Shit. For transitioning, it's all free in Britain at the moment. Until the Tories finally get their way. However, they did specially put aside $1 billion of the NHS's funding for stuff like transitioning.
Oh, they help people in the UK transition?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
This year in January, the Tory party of the United Kingdom took £1 billion of funding from the general NHS budget and put it explicitly towards mental health. One of the things this covers is transitioning. Unfortunately, the Tories did this in such a way where you have the £1 billion now taken out of the general budget, and if you spend a single penny of that funding on anything that is not directly mental health, you then will get that much funding cut from the general budget and the mental health budget. So it's basically the Tories finding a way to honey trap the NHS and then make themselves look like the good guys while doing it.
Well, did you see my comment that I made recently about the education budget?
No, I didn't. If you'd like to link it to the chat as well, that'd be lovely.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, basically, I was watching Prime Minister's questions, and an interesting question came up. They said that they would protect the education budget, and then they cut it. And Theresa May's answer to that was, well, we are protecting it by cutting it.
Please remember, in the last general election in the United Kingdom, the Tories did tout themselves as the party of the NHS. After
'Twas lies.
Secretary who has written a book about how to dismantle the NHS. Sorry, they co-wrote a book about it. They have the other person's name as the main person, and their brother owns the company who published the book. And they have a cousin and an uncle who both work in private medicine. And of course, to top this all off, they own about 700,000 in private medicine stocks that are going to be worth an estimated 23 billion if they were to replace the NHS with private medicine.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, sorry, this is normal. They love the NHS totally. And while UKIP also runs around saying that they love the NHS and also puts in their manifesto that they're going to increase NHS funding, because yes, the Tories did put we're going to increase NHS funding in the last manifesto, like they do every time. UKIP runs around saying, yeah, we love the NHS as well. And the UKIP health minister, the last person they appointed to that position as the party's health minister, also owns stocks in private medicine.
So there.
In fact, the only political parties at the moment that does not have members owning stocks in private health medicine are the irrelevant small parties, the Lib Dem and the Green Party. Yes, even Labour has a guy with private fucking medical stocks trying to be their medical minister. So if you want a government that doesn't hate the NHS, vote for Green, vote for Lib Dem, or vote for someone that literally has two people in government.
So there.
Because everyone else loves money.
Do that thing. And if you don't, you'll be punished.
So, what do you want to talk about now? I feel like we've covered hormone blockers in their entirety.
Puppies and how they affect trans people.
Actually, could you make a puppy transition? I'm not asking if it's moral, I'm asking if it's possible.
Well, they got chemicals in the water that's turning the fucking frogs gay. Why not?
Well, I just want to point out on the subject of gay frogs, this is actually a really big issue because the chemicals in water has turned every single Kekistanian youth into a trap.
Oh my god.
Love you too, Robin.
The return of the kek.
Oh yeah, and of course, because I haven't bothered asking you two lovely trannies any questions that would normally come from our chat, what's the last famous person you ever met smells like and are traps gay?
I can't hear you all that well, it's roboting.
What's the last famous person you've met smells like and are traps gay?
Okay, the first question is a band member from PMQ. Sorry, not PMQ.
Well, Danica Lee. Danica Lee.
And what do they smell like?
I don't really remember much of what Danica smells like. I was more focused on getting her dog to not bite my knuckles.
Okay.
And now the pair of you are traps gay.
They're actually bisexual. If you focus also on the genitalia. But it's the visual aspect that makes them straight if you are a guy. However, if you will bed them, bisexual. Because you are attracted to the feminine form or output of visuals that they give off.
Flan would also like to know, what do trannies smell like?
Well, I smell a lot sweeter than I did before. Like, much, much sweeter.
Can I give my answers now?
Please do.
Okay.
She sounds so quiet.
So my the last famous person I met was one of the band members, specifically the double bass player from Post Malone Chochmah when they toured in the UK. And they're an awesome band, and you love them because they make retro covers, like jazz retro covers of new songs. And I wouldn't even know the Taylor Swift Haters Gonna Hate song without them. And he smelled like jazz. And as for traps being gay, I would contend that there was a recent study where one of the most popular search categories for straight men was transgender women. So I'm not convinced they are gay, as heterosexual guys or anything to go off of, because you guys seem to like us. I'm just
Heard it here first, folks.
It's really hard to focus through the roboting, but I think my internet's just terrible, but everybody seems to be roboting.
You sound
at
fine
some
to
point.
me. Everyone sounds fine to me.
What was the last thing? Again, what do trans people smell like?
Apparently,
Well,
yeah.
did you?
It was what did trannies smell like?
Right. We smell rainbows and pixie dust. That's just.
That's what they smell like. A broken signal. Try again.
Oh, I found my Theresa May comic buried in lots of political nonsense. Okay, here we go. Although this comic has gotten me or made me worthy of the Theresa May butts, adding me to the list of people that require further investigation, extradition, and
Stuff.
many
There's
other
people
things.
that are actually fans of Theresa May?
By the way, who is that person? Exactly.
The Prime Minister of Britain.
Yeah.
Oh,
Where have you been?
I told you I was a sheltered person. I'm pretty sure.
So sheltered you don't know who the Prime Minister of Britain is.
You know, oh god. Sorry, I got a lot of phlegm in my throat. Makes it hard to talk sometimes.
She's essentially Thatcher Mark II, and she has the world's best troll face whenever
I didn't even know who Drake was, to be honest.
She also cosplays as a Dark Lord of the Sith whenever she's on diplomatic meetings.
Does the music play as she's walking?
Of course. Of course, we play the original Dark Lord of the Sith theme tune, the national anthem of Britain.
Oh my god, did you know that the national anthem of Britain actually used to have a line that said, "The rebellious Scots to crush"? Before they
Yeah, and?
Sorry, that was a bit.
This is only
What's your point?
exemplified by the fact that the pound coin has a crest on it with the two national animals of England being the lion and Scotland being the unicorn, with the lion wearing a crown and the unicorn with a crown round its neck chained that the lion is holding.
Yeah, and? What's your point?
What do you mean, and?
And do you know what the absolute best bit is? The reason the unions of the crowns exist is because Scotland took over Britain. And our response to that was to go, yeah, watch this.
Fuck Fuck you. We want independence. I'm defending the Scots.
That's sort of putting us
Scott
from
does.
You said
my life, but you cannot take my freedom.
Scotland, just stay in the Union, and we won't leave the EU. Everything will be fine. Just stay in the Union and stuff. And then you release that god awful advert with the Scottish woman who's just sort of like, oh, I don't know about this whole politics thing. That's a bit confusing for me. I think I'll just stay and stuff like that. And then you fucking left the EU like a week later. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a bit wrong, wasn't it?
I'm still trying to figure out how you guys got to unicorn.
We were trying to piss off the English. I made a comic about it. It's all explained there.
Is it the unicorn
the
power
unicorn
one?
is no, the unicorn is the Scottish national animal.
Have you seen unicorn power?
Yes, it's fabulous.
The whales is a dragon. I don't give a fuck.
In fact, let's put it this way. The closest of any of the creatures on the national animals in Britain, well, in the whole of the Great British Isles, is actually the Scottish, because the closest the closest animal we have to a unicorn is the beluga whale that has the tusk. And that is the closest we have to any of the animals living in the United Kingdom. Oh, yeah, sorry, the narwhal.
Don't you mean narwhal?
Yeah, I know that
speaking of narwhals, Mel.
Shut up. That's I'm not talking about narwhals.
I know.
We're parts of body parts that could potentially relate to the twisted horn of the narwhal. This is...
I still can't get over the fact that was a real thing.
I'm not number one.
I worry for that person.
I'm not. Stop.
For the viewers at home, the particularly upper-class members of British society have dental hygiene quite so perplexingly god-awful that they manage to grow teeth like narwhals, actually.
It's not the joke I'm making.
To see a lord with one of their canines sticking through the top of their skull.
Sticking through the top of their skull? What?
In terms
like narwhal.
With the whole comics thing, it's not working out on the YouTube. So if you want to look at my Twitter, I'm retweeting the Threesome comic and the National Animals comic. So you can check out there. The Melody Dickens. Yeah, chilling.
Chill.
Make me rich. Donate to my PayPal. It's on the Twitter. What are you waiting for?
Wow.
And I'm gonna set up a website one day, maybe.
Shameless shilling there.
I'm in the process of making a website. I've also got printed out comics if you want them. I don't know.
If you would like to send me money, my address is a closely guarded secret, my PayPal is private, and I don't have a Patreon account. If you somehow manage to send me money, even with all those being the case, I will be highly impressed.
And you dare people to do so?
What, they can try?
You challenge them even?
I'm not going to make it easy for them.
I can read out my comic if you really want. So Threesome comic is basically me talking to Threesome saying, so when you said that you'd protect the education budget, you meant cut it. And if I asked you to protect a tree, you would cut it. And finally, if I asked you to protect my birthday cake, you would cut it. Yeah, I'm starting to see a pattern here, Theresa. Cut it out, Mel. Aha! I'm a political satire genius.
Wait, you have a political fetish? What?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not hearing things all that well with the robot.
She is a political fetish.
I am political fetishist.
A political fetishist.
Because every now and then Mel just goes into super quiet radio mode and yeah.
And for the national animals, I've got the UK or the English speaking to a Scottish person saying, so Scotland, I thought it'd be jolly good if we could choose some national animals. Scotland says unicorn. England says, are you sure? Most countries go with a bird. Ireland's going with a lovely stag. Scotland says unicorn. So England says, well, fair enough. That leaves Wales, I suppose. And she says, they want dragon. And England just says, oh, come on now. I am funny. Send me money.
She's also good at rhyme.
Right, I
I'd
got
say they should
some
just
flames
make,
above my head now. Would you like some
we should
flames
just
above your
make-
head? I've put flames above my head for no apparent reason.
It's because you're trying to represent how
Yeah,
you
I've been
feel.
watching you. Been watching you make those.
They're a bit green.
Interesting process. Yeah. Well, green knowledge, I suppose.
No, the green background's to cut it out here.
Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to drink on
Let's put
Cypro.
there you go. You guys can have it above your heads. There you go.
Mel, like, what happens when you drink?
I get like really drunk because Cypro is a blood thinner, and so it means
Oh, that's why it's bad. Oh,
To be fair,
That
as
would
long
mean
as
I
you're not
wouldn't
bleeding out, it's fine.
okay. I'll try and keep my blood in my body.
well, you could put your blood in somewhere else, and we could like go find a room or something. Sorry.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is incredibly bad flirting you're hearing. If you two would like to fail at flirting live on air in front of about 50 people, please feel free to poke Robin and beg to get in here. I don't know why you would, but you're welcome to try and get in.
Yeah, do that.
You know, I don't even have a link to the bloody stream, so I can't see the.
It's
Chat,
right, it's
so
right
well.
here. Oh, the link to the
So if anybody's like,
the link to the side chat. Let me get that for you. Yeah, it's a bit small in the side there, isn't it? Really for you at the moment. Where's the side chat?
it's I've got it. It's thanks. So, come on.
You're welcome.
No.
Oh, he's got it.
So slow in loading. Come on. There we go.
I died because I'm not supposed to drink. Huh? Osborne mostly helps top 1% of multinational corporations. Thanks for making sure that was in capitals.
Yeah, Robin, they also said that Labour are the bad guys for some reason.
Everybody's a bad guy.
Oh god, yes.
There can't be any good guys.
Well, I'm a good guy. I
You're
like
not
to
a good
assert
guy.
people while screaming.
You're
and
just a different
tackling
type
and
of
murdering
bad
their
guy.
children.
Everybody's a bad guy. They've all got an agenda. But yeah, as far as contacting me to get on, guys, yeah, I'm just overwhelmed with notifications. It's just ridiculous. They won't leave me alone. It's completely messed me up, man. Maybe post on the hashtag, hashtag the open house. You might be able to actually get a link through. I'm just getting too many notifications to read here.
Or you could try and contact someone else in the open house that has open DMs, such as myself.
Yeah. I'm just going to make a coffee.
I've got
Back in a
an
sec.
open DM as well.
Oh shit, you're still here.
Yeah, share the stream. Ask if anybody wants to come on.
Yeah, I haven't left.
Um,
I've been listening to this conversation. Just haven't had anything poignant to say.
How voyeuristic.
I noticed you, Flan. If that helps.
Yeah, oh, it's great to be noticed.
Ask one thing. I ask everyone this. Voice. Like, how would you describe my voice between, I don't know, masculine and feminine? Like, at what point would you?
Say it's the manliest thing ever, it gets her off.
But I just ask everybody how my voice is. Like, to anybody in the chat, yeah.
I'm sure I speak for exactly no one when I said this, but I only knew you were trans because you told me.
I'm sorry. I just start squeeing whenever I hear that.
Well, then stop telling people that you're trans and they'll never say it.
But no, it's squeeze because I'm like, wow.
But you'd be vastly more convincing if you didn't then tell people actually I was born with a penis.
I was also born with the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, so...
Yeah, but so is 1 in 1,000 people.
Wow, I'm a rarity. I was born purple, and my dad and the doctor exchanged looks, and they thought, well, that my mom had been a naughty girl, let's say.
Well, you survived, which is great.
Oh, yeah.
You could have died.
I was also a late baby, by about a month. Yeah.
Didn't want to crawl out of the comfort of the womb, did you?
Yeah, I was born with a full head of hair, too. I was fat.
I never bothered
It's weird
to look
how
in the
I was born.
mirror when I was a toddler.
I've got pictures. I was born fat, but now I'm pretty much anorexic. Or some people think that I am, but I'm not. I'm just of my health.
You're a very fat anorexic person, then.
Wait. Although if I go 5 to 10 pounds lighter, then I'll be underweight. And I'm working on that. I'm just poor, so.
You're working on getting underweight?
Oh, no, I'm working on not being underweight anymore.
Okay.
Or poor?
Yeah. A little bit less affluent. Is that correct? No, brain. Ugh.
I believe the Americans
I can't think past the fact.
situation.
I can't think past the fact that I have to pee.
It just goes to the loo, and I think the American term in this situation is a momentarily embarrassed millionaire.
Okay, I'll be right back.
What if we all go to the washroom? What happens then?
We leave Robin here awkwardly in silence. Doesn't do anything but play with visual editing programs and not realise that no one said anything for an hour. You think I'm kidding?
I just find it funny. Well, I did see a stream where it was 50 minutes of 1080p. Nothing was happening.
Yep, that's throwing pin a house without me, baby.
So what's your opinion on this Kekistani flag thing in regards to advertisers looking to avoid it, considering of its potential symbolism?
What, a flag that was designed literally to look as much like a Nazi flag as possible, and advertisers going, actually, we don't want our stuff put next to that monstrosity. Completely their right to say. And anyone that thinks advertisers shouldn't have that right is fucking retarded. Oh, and to the V Monroe type that's going to get upset with the notion of advertisers getting to make demands, it's literally an international palaver if any government publicly gives money to someone like ISIS, no matter how unintentionally, if it's done publicly. So this is why it's a really good thing that the British government turned around to YouTube and went, if you're going to put our videos and advertising ever on an ISIS video, we're pulling out. And when that happened, they did pull out, rightfully so.
Yeah, I've got no real complaints there.
Some idiots have real complaints for that for some reason.
I'm just a little disheartened because a lot of people who are hardworking YouTubers are being affected by this, and it's been what, like a week and change, and they haven't seen any monetization on their videos whatsoever. David Pakman's show being an example, and you have other channels that go into the horror genre that are being.
They've all completely panicked, haven't they, on YouTube?
No. To be fair, the panic is completely understandable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's their livelihood that's, you know, being threatened. I just find certain approaches to be a little bit disingenuous, like with what H3H3 did and that sort of thing.
I'd say the greatest one I've seen in response to this is Veman Rose, just sheer insane whine at me.
I'm confused. Like, what did I?
When you disappeared, we started talking about YouTube drama. And how some people think they're entitled for governments to give them money via YouTube, even though the government pulls out of giving money to YouTube because some of their money ended up going to ISIS. And they were like, that's actually an international situation you've created there, YouTube. We're not going to give you money anymore.
Lovely.
You'd upset some people.
I'm a sheltered little baby who doesn't learn about this stuff until way after the shit has hit the fan and it's settling down.
Quickly way of summing it up would be YouTube gave British gov money to ISIS.
Yeah, they weren't pleased.
Yeah, British gov response was, we're not giving YouTube any money ever then.
Interesting thing that I thought of when I was away. Interesting way to say a certain rank in the army that Brits and Canadians actually do. Lieutenant. We say lieutenant.
Yep. Because it is a lieutenant.
Now, what makes me curious about this is why it's spelled lieu in lieu of something.
Sure.
Is it because of the connotations phonetically? You don't want to say that they're the tenant of, you know.
No, it's French word.
But it's still spelled the exact same.
It's French. They're
French
fucking stupid.
tradition.
Really?
Yeah. Most militaristic words in the English language come from the French.
Spelling.
Most military words come from the French.
Okay, in Britain, we do not change the spelling of a word, ever.
Right, I forgot about that, you know. Wester.
It's written in stone.
And then there's
the
the
meaning of the word.
Felt the same. This is a fact, and it will remain that way, no matter how confusing it is.
I believe it's best summed up this way. It was spelled this way by our first king, and we shall forever spell it this way. Sir, it's the word cat. It's an alternative spelling of cat. Yes, it has 57 letters, sir. Yes, that is perfectly acceptable.
Oh, do you know where the rhyme Georgie Porgy Pudding and Pie came from? Apparently it was about King George the Fourth or the Fifth, the one that died while eating. Yeah, basically a commoner sort of came up with the rhyme and got beheaded for it. But jokes on King George, the rhyme is still around. So
Jokes on the commoner, I still haven't got the head back.
What about nursery rhymes like Three Blind Mice? Pretty fucking
Three Blind
sadistic,
Mice.
yeah.
I think that was about Bloody Mary and three different three people that she also cut the head off of.
I'm sorry, you're saying that Three Blind Mice is the sadistic nursery rhyme?
Yeah.
Most nursery rhymes are.
Most nursery rhymes are fucking horrific if you actually dissect the language.
Well, they're not all horrific. Remember, Jack and Jill is mainly about two people that are actually having sex that are lying about it. Because who goes to the top of a hill to draw water from a well? There are no wells at the top of a hill. That does not make sense.
That is wrong. I live in the southwest of England, and we have hills up on the top of fucking plateaus and moors here. We have wells everywhere. We have wells at the top of hills that have working groundwater systems.
Why would you dig a well at the top of a hill?
Because the tower's at the top of the hill.
What?
Okay, so you've got your neighbours in a shitty village, and what happens is they'll steal your fucking livestock, so you live up the top of a hill to stop them from getting to you.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to make a well at the top of a hill.
Because otherwise you have to walk down the hill.
Maybe it's a really deep well.
But why would
we're talking about English...
like a hill? I'll be closer to the water.
I'm sorry, but you do know that groundwater is literally everywhere in Britain, right? Go to any part of Britain and dig a 3-metre hole. There is water down there.
If groundwater is 20 meters under the ground, right?
Why did they come tumbling down? They were just...
As a geological studyist, I'm just going to put my 2 cents in here. But there is a water level, and a hill kind of does draw it upwards a little bit, but not that much. You'd have to dig a much deeper well for elevation.
My mother's garden has a well in it. Recently, part of the drive collapsed, and we found a well that still has water at the bottom. We live fairly up a hill.
Jack and Jill were getting it on. Stop being in denial.
I still stand by the scientific evidence that suggests that a well at a higher elevation is less efficient. It can be done as much.
And why were they
you'll have to
tumbling?
dig a lot deeper.
What caused them to tumble down the hill?
Because they were having sex and it wasn't leg over day. They were struck down by the king's guards.
Are we debating nursery rhymes at this point?
Yeah, if Jill
Fair
came
enough.
tumbling down afterwards, that would imply that they were in coitus.
Exactly. And
Jack
there's no
fell
well.
down.
Yes, but such things are in fact indecent, so I would appreciate if you didn't talk about them in public. No one point out the irony there.
Okay, I see. So the man, Jack, the male, would have been killed, and then maybe she would have been like, okay, I'm a woman, so like, he forced himself on me, and then it was revealed later on that, of it. And so...
I think it's a consensual thing.
She would have had to have been coupled with Jack in order to come tumbling down after.
We don't do bangs on the open house, Flan.
Wait, what?
Don't forget to look at the side chat. Sometimes they say something.
Flan, are you ever going to buy a microphone?
For me?
No, Flan.
Oh, all right.
There's somebody called Flan in the side chat.
They're the most adorable troll ever.
It's a cute icon.
Oh, speaking of trolls, I honestly don't know if this guy is a troll or not, but they're like, ban gay marriage and ban trans pregnancy. And...
Oh, right. Eggs and sperm.
That person. Yeah.
Like, I honestly don't know if they're a troll or not. But
trans women don't have the right to be pregnant. They have only the right to impregnate. That is what they're saying. It's just ridiculous. Oh, God.
Furthermore, trans women that have undergone HRT and SRS have the right to impregnate.
But
I think they're...
I'm trying to point out.
There must be them. I was sort of like looking into this, and as far as sort of transitioning from one sex to the other, there's only so much they can do right now, isn't there?
Yeah, but
right on the outside.
Horizon, that would give gay and trans people the ability to biologically reproduce. Basically, that's where you take a skin cell and turn it into an egg cell. Also, like womb transplants are becoming more commonplace.
Melody, I'd like to point out quickly that the reason the technology exists for taking a stem cell and turning it into a viable egg cell is actually nothing to do with trans or gay people. It's entirely to do with infertile women.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that.
Most of these things are. They just happen to fit in line with things.
How close are we to getting to like predestination type scenarios?
What do you mean by that?
Have you ever seen Predestination?
Okay, we're on a radio show.
Any esoteric terms that come out, please explain.
Let me bring up. Hold on.
Doesn't matter if even all of us knew it.
But in terms of mutagenesis, they have already done it with rats. So they took 2 male rats, they took a skin cell from one of the male rats, they formed it into an egg cell, a surrogate was able to carry the baby.
And currently there's a lab that I was reading about somewhere in Germany that is taking female mice uterus and putting them into male mice. Admittedly, they're killing all of the mice they do this to. However, they're actually got to the point where they're killing the mice after they've been alive like that for a couple of weeks at this point. Instead of them dying because of rejection, they're taking them apart and going, right, how did this work? Let's test everything. So we may one day get to a point where you can legitimately give a trans person a womb.
You see, they're considering cloning the organs by retrieving the genetic information, and just as they do with hearts that are 3D printed from your cells, they could do this with the uterus and all of the mammalian tissue, all those that develops. Alternatively, they could just clone this and let it develop within your own body.
That would help as well because, of course, the ovaries themselves sort of produce estrogen as well. And
if they can clone gonads and apply estrogen to them within your body, then it would,
No more HRT.
Potentially, yes.
Well, currently they're able to grow organs like wholesale just by dissolving the because your organs has somewhat of a skeletal structure, so they dissolve it with a specific solution, kind of like dish soap, and then they use the person's DNA in order to regrow the organ.
What they do is they take a organ from some donor or another, and then they introduce a absolutely horrific solvent that destroys all of the cells in the organ. However, it does keep the the support structure of the organ. Then what happens is you take a tiny amount of spinal fluid from the intended recipient. You take this fluid because it's really, really, really high in stem cells. Then you introduce that fluid to, you basically clone stem cells out until you have a whole pile of that person's stem cells. You introduce that to the organ support tissue, and then all of those stem cells go, I am surrounded by the structure of a heart, therefore I will become a heart cell. Because it turns out human cells are really that simple when it comes to stem cells.
Yeah, you can take a liver cell and put it on your eye, and it'll eventually become
a cell. If
or
it
maybe
has the
not.
right support structure around it, yes.
Yeah.
Basically, your cells know what to do by the support structure around them, and they'll detect the support structure around them. They'll go, I will become a heart cell, and they'll become a heart cell. And that's how we can clone organs at the moment. We're currently working on a few fancy bioengineering stuff where we're going, hey, let's start printing the mainframe and structure for a human heart. And it turns out that's really, really hard, and the best they've done is finding a way to print small strips of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's on Rife at the moment, and they've also found a way to cause heart cells in particular to grow on leaf. On the cell stuff for holding together leaves instead of just human hearts. So we're actually able to force cells to grow in the wrong type of structure as well, supporting them. That's absolutely glorious because it's going to mean bioengineering, where we literally hack a person up and then fucking biosculpt them, but that's a long way off.
In any case, with the second sperm, so like guy who's against, so like, trans women, so getting pregnant. I am pregnant at the moment with his baby. So
Congratulations.
I'll see you in that.
I want to hear this story.
Dude, pregnancy story now.
Yeah. I'm sort of like stuck here. I'm sitting there kind of going, I need to know this bit now. Where did everyone go?
I'm still here.
Is it just me? Is it just you?
Yeah,
Everyone
I'm
from
still
I'd like to know how many cases there are. I didn't realise there was such a case.
Case of what? Now I lost track of what's going on.
Melody being pregnant. He wants the story around that.
I want the scoop.
Oh, God.
First baby.
Come on then, Melody. What the hell?
Exactly. I'm pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did that
That's why I'm
happen?
drinking right now. But not really though.
So did he?
What did you do?
I got entangled with a guy who was against trans pregnancy. Okay.
Right.
But also another guy as well. But it's like that movie Twins, where they fuse the sperm together and stuff. So there's actually two fathers.
Right.
It's all on my Twitter. I've covered this.
Robin, what's up with that incredibly lewd Starbucks stuff?
I don't know. There's just junk that's just coming up on my Twitter right now. People are pissed, and there's cosplay. That seems to be what's going on. Oh, a bit of intifada. The usual.
Pepsi.
But ever since, yeah.
Open house. You're the dad.
Oh.
Yeah.
And just.
Oh, do you want?
I'm the internet's disappointed dad. I just look around me and kind of just. I've just got my hand on.
Get a paternal check from me, so I think that's going to be my cue to duck out.
No worries, mate. Get yourself to bed.
Thank you very much for having me on. It's been great.
Imagine me saluting.
Been great talking to you.
I've got both hands saluting you at this time.
Aww.
Oh, he's retarded. He's giving the double salute.
No, Americans can get away with those. Americans can get away with those. They've got to be Californian. Was he from California? I don't know. Hello. Who's that? Is that Tara? No, who's that?
Oh, that's D chick.
Hello,
Red
D.
Goner.
Oh, she's WhatsApping. See if we can get your mic organised.
And she's pretty cool. She has her own blog as well. I don't know. I think she's following in the footsteps of diversity.
Ow, ow, ow.
She can do it.
Nice. There. Ignore the Winnie the Pooh stuff here.
For the viewers at home, she's just turned on her camera. We can see a ton of teddy bears in the background, and for some reason she's not wearing any trousers or anything on her lower half.
That's pants to Americans.
Yes, but I will say trousers. It is the correct word.
I'm just sort of like
Because
making sure that all of my
pants
audience is able to
are-
carry on.
It's her underwear.
Yeah. This is true. This is.
Nipples.
No, knickers is a different type of underwear.
Yeah.
There. My British great-grandmother, who's still alive, unfortunately for her.
Ouch.
No, seriously, she's got dementia.
Yum.
So, Can't remember where she is at any given moment. But yeah, she would say all that. So when she was young enough to be able to get, or I don't know if I were to get in trouble with her or something like that, saying we'll have your guts for daughters and all that, like, freaked me out. I'll be honest. What's in there?
What do trousers smell like? It depends on the trouser.
Did someone ask that?
Some people ask some interesting questions. They make you think.
Trousers smell like laundry detergent or the lower half of whichever person has been wearing them.
Who's being racist, Flan? Who's being racist, Flan? We'll out them.
Oh, narcissistic pillow said British degeneracy.
That's not racist.
Asking for an enemy?
Now, I just need to point out
Or false.
Not degenerates, we're just better at it than you.
Yeah. Our degeneracy is classy.
Look,
So they
in
say.
America, you have gay sex. In Britain, we have buggering.
You just have better cameras.
Oh my god.
Somebody's furiously typing.
I think it's me.
You're getting angry. Don't let it get to you.
I'm fine.
Yeah, she types very fair. And it's just...
Are you participating in the Great War right now?
No.
Do, for goodness sake, speak up a bit. And we have some important questions for you from Flan, as everyone needs to be asked these questions. What does the last famous person you've ever met smell like? Are traps gay?
And what do trans people smell like?
What was that first question?
What's the last famous person you've met smell like?
Famous person I met?
Yeah, have you ever met a famous person? If so, what do they smell like?
Famous. I think I met many famous people in my life.
Okay, so are traps gay?
The wrong answer is, of course, heresy.
I mean, it depends, I'd say. Why'd you turn the TV up loud? Let's just...
Traps or whatever you want.
Okay, and what do trans people smell like?
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
It's terrible.
So, what do trans people smell like?
Yes.
It's the question of the time.
I smell, me personally, sometimes I smell like strawberries and cream, and other times I smell like sweat.
Hey.
Those are my two basic smells.
Hey, Creationist Cat.
What's going on, everybody? And do not call
Hello,
me
shadow mates.
PC would have a huge problem with that. Perpetuates, this conspiracy theory that we're one and the same. It's just not.
This is why we need felinism, because that way they won't mistake people for their overlord personas.
That's right. Down with the patriarchy, up with felinism.
What kind of person would mistake a cat for their pet?
A total fucking idiot.
How are you doing?
I'm shunning Flan. Just to let you know, I am shunning Nihilistic Pillow as we speak. You can, if Nihilistic Pillow is listening, you are shunned. There you go.
So, what is the topic?
Don't say I don't listen to my audience.
The kind of trans-related issues.
Yeah,
we have
that stuff.
them in the chat at the moment.
I was sort of
We're tranny magnet for the night.
Because the thing is I mean, sure, I'll give my 2 cents to the best of my ability. And lately I've been kind of brushing up on kind of studies and whatnot. I have my own perspective on it, yet at the same time, I don't want to do a disservice to, the point of view that I have, because of the fact that I certainly don't regard myself as any sort of, authority on the subject. And actually, I don't know if you got my message or the tweet that I sent you, but I asked ZJ, Zinnia Jones, who is, if you guys don't know, is a trans woman who has, I think, a pretty good handle on these topics. I asked her to join. I didn't hear back from her. Of course, Cece made a video in a good-natured video, I thought, about ZJ years ago that perhaps ZJ could have found kind of as an insulting, which he definitely didn't mean it to be. So I don't know if that factored into it. I didn't hear back from ZJ. Anyway, sorry, that's a mouthful. I don't mean to kind of kind of take over.
No, it's fine. Fill in the dead space, please.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I just have to throw that out there. I'll discuss this to the best of my ability. Yet at the same time, I feel like there's still a lot that I have. I wish I was more kind of, just more of an expert on the topic, and I don't always like jumping into conversations where I don't have as much of a kind of an expertise as I'd like to.
So so what have you educated yourself on exactly?
Well, I mean, there's just kind of a bunch of things relating to claims that specifically that Blair White has made. First of all, there's one, because you can kind of argue about the science and kind of medical claims on some of the issues that she's made, for sure. But there's one topic and subject in particular in one of her videos where she massively fucked up, and she really needs to apologize, and she knows it, and she's never really even touched the subject publicly. That has to do with a video that she made about a mother who made whose daughter, I guess you could say, was on the cover of National Geographic, and she basically made a video that accused this woman of child abuse, and kind of spread some bullshit about her, which she easily could have debunked with just a perfunctory search of this woman. She basically made it sound like the woman was a trans activist before she ever had this child, and she made this whole kind of what are the chances of a trans activist having a trans child as a child, and so she was basically making this argument that she must have pushed this child into a life of transgenderism. Well, I mean, there are plenty of interviews and speeches that this woman had given at the point that Blair White had made this video, where she just totally says, I didn't even know what transgenderism was before this happened to my child. And there's this whole kind of argument that she makes, that she's part of the whole trans trender thing, basically. And this is a woman who, she comes from I think an evangelical Christian background. Maybe it's not evangelical Christian, but it's something like that. She comes from a community that is very judgmental of these things. And
okay, you can't badmouth creationists. I mean, what would CC say about it?
Yeah, I know. Well, fortunately, he's indisposed at the moment. He's over at Westboro Baptist at a wine tasting. So it just,
lucky you.
Nobody send this video to him, or else I'll be in hot water. But yeah, I mean, basically, she not only trashed this woman, but then once this was brought to her attention, she never talked about it, and the closest that she did was ZJ, the woman that I mentioned earlier, made a video about it, And, Blair has this series called Triggered Tranny. She's done like 2 videos where she takes like different transsexuals and kind of like pokes fun at them, like kind of is too generous. It's like she basically just smears them, makes them look like fucking idiots.
Wow,
and she did that with ZJ, who had made a video where she was totally pissed off, rightfully so, over the subject. And anyway, I guess that's one, like, subject where, like, it doesn't even matter where you kind of stand on the whole, like, should you like kids be transitioning at all or not? Like, it's still, no matter how you slice it, she fucked up there. And it just pisses me off because she has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and basically these people believe anything that she says.
As she has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, how many do you have?
Well, my human channel, I have probably like around 2,300, but CC has somewhere.
Yes, but you are not CC. That means your opinion is objectively less than hers because you have less subscribers. However, CC has more.
That really is the way that it tends to work on YouTube.
No, it's fucking glorious.
Yeah.
And that's why it's possible you need about 300,000 subscribers and to go up to someone with 15 subscribers, because there's no way someone with 15 subscribers could be right.
Yeah, I think when you it's funny because the thing is that, like, usually if you get up to around 3, not that I want an echo chamber, I definitely do not, but when you get to around 250 to like 200,000, you get yourself a nice echo chamber that's hard to kind of penetrate. But then you do have people like Underfoot, who once he started making videos critical of Trump and whatnot,
he lost so many subscribers, it was glorious.
Yeah, he lost a lot of subscribers, and on top of that, like, there's just a lot of infighting, which is good. I mean, I definitely, I don't think that these ideas should be kind of like, uncontested by any means. But it's just like, it sucks, like, when just it doesn't matter what bullshit you throw out there. At the end of the day, your fucking people will just, echo what you have to say. So yeah. Did you guys even discuss that matter before I got here, or is that kind of like a new topic? The whole thing about the mother and Blair White.
Blair's been like spoken down to the point where it's like we're beating the dust of the horse at this point.
Right.
Because she's got correct points and incorrect points, like anybody. It's just she's not really good at expressing those correct points to a sufficient degree where people can actually notice them over, all of the incorrectness.
Well, my take on what she puts out there is she is because some of the stuff that she says is pure misinformation, but there is a certain amount that she talks about that are risks, that are negative. Maybe negative is the wrong word, but just risks that are run when youths kind of, or just people in general, transition. But at the end of the day, it seems like I'm pretty convinced that the benefits of these procedures, of these therapies, outweigh the risks. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd much rather a short, happy life than one where I want to kill myself every day, or where I cry myself to sleep.
And it's
I need to ask about the increase in the risk of breast cancer. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was told all of the risks. I've got a pamphlet actually. Somewhere around here that details everything. I didn't go into it blindly. I was very lucky that the guy who diagnosed...
Please go ahead.
I was very lucky to be diagnosed by a rather heteronormative individual who had a 95% turn-away rate of those rare people who were actually sent his way in the first place. And yes, I am.
then I'm sure you're aware there's this natural process that affects just about half the population that also causes a massive risk in breast cancer.
Wait, say again? Sorry,
There's a horrible thing that happens to about half the population that has a massive increase in the chance of getting breast cancer. It goes from 1 in a few 100,000 to about 1 in a couple of hundred over the next 20 years, and it happens to about half the population.
Well, there's some sort of reduction in prostate cancer.
Chochmah! Hello there, mate. How you doing?
Hello, good afternoon.
I was talking about
and
puberty.
yeah, my age, I am 20. I turned 21 in July 21st to be exact.
When did you start?
Are you in this chat? Are you in this chat, Creationist Cat?
No, it's a human owner.
Go on, do the creationist cat thing.
Myself, the Deems here.
Hey, sodomites! Oh my god!
Vadim, could you get CC on Skype for a second, if possible?
Well, when I talk, is there like an avatar of CC up, or is
Yeah.
it?
I can
like,
see a cam.
It's CC
What is
Avatar.
he?
Yeah.
When you're talking on the stream, there's
I thought you were going to come in as creationist cat. I thought that was going to be cool,
Okay.
but you know.
Got to do something about that in the future. I'm using CC's computer right now, guys. So
Right.
It's the nice computer.
Yeah.
Look,
Oh my god! I love
CC is the
CC so
only
much.
person in that household that actually has an income. So CC has the nice computer. His horrible little human owner has some leftover computer that CC just threw away one day
Right.
and was bored with.
yeah, I use a Commodore 64, and
I love those.
like a little dungeon. Yeah, CC just does not treat me all that great. But yeah, honestly, guys, lately this whole thing has really been pissing me off because it's like there's just a lot of pseudoscience that gets kind of perpetuated in the whole quote unquote skeptic community, and it's not cool, you know, like, and it's factually incorrect. And I think it's really driven by this like perception that transgenderism is somehow tied to like social justice warriors or some shit.
Oh yeah, it's because they're the most vocal. We just want less publicity regarding that. We just want to be seen as people first, women first, not trans women first.
I can understand that, absolutely.
Whereas the SJWs kind of want to be seen by their label first, so that they
the
can be seen as
SJWs are on both sides when it comes to the trans issue. There's the you've met the TERFs, haven't you? Who are incredibly violent against trans people, who would quite accurately be described as SJWs, and then there's the pink-haired snowflake type that are fully in support of trans people. SJWs are really a mixed bag, aren't they? It's almost like they're not a cohesive blob of people.
Yeah, I've kind of recently stopped using the term SJW for the most part because I just I don't know. I mean, it depends. Like if kind of people know where I'm coming from with it, I'll use it, because I actually do think that the term is appropriate when you're talking about people who are just like really kind of out of control, just incredibly, mangle the facts in an effort to kind of advance their personal politics and shit. Like, you know, there are definite like examples of people that I don't mind calling SJWs, but then there are a lot of people, and sometimes myself included, sometimes a lot of people who I think are really awesome who are called that. I mean, basically, I guess just the short way of saying it is that it's become this like knee-jerk reaction term that people throw out to describe people who are even vaguely left-wing, and it's like lost its.
Definitely.
Yeah, because originally it meant just like it was a sarcastic use of warrior because they fancied themselves that, but they were just.
No. But I mean,
just.
I agree, and so like, you know, I really worry. Okay, unpopular opinion here, but so I worry that the same kind of thing that happened with, SJWs and stuff. And, we just kind of ignored the alt-right and stuff because everyone was focusing on SJWs and stuff. They were like the most evil thing in the world and stuff. Well, so like you actually had like these people that are borderline Nazi and stuff, so like rising to power, just so like they constantly just sort of like said, yeah, but focus on the SJWs, don't focus on me and stuff like that. I see that happening in feminism too, because like for the most part, there are feminists out there that are completely reasonable that just kind of, they actually take the definition of like men and women being equal, like to heart, and they're getting one turn.
I believe it's most commonly referred to as choice feminism or equality feminism, not equity feminism.
Well,
and yeah, that is the main branch of feminism. But hey.
Well, the thing is, I worry that so like when you focus too much on the liberals of any group, you're gonna start ignoring the fascists of the same group. They're gonna rise to power because everyone's fucking focusing on the people that are kind of, I don't know, so less, like
crazy.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I mean, this is just kind of, I think this has been a problem for about like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I think that
oh my God, there's the cat! Sorry.
I think a while ago, a lot of people on the right kind of figured out that they could overstate the amount of. I mean, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot. They're definitely like fucking idiots on the left who do kind of fit into the category that we're talking about. But they realized that they could exploit that and kind of really like shift the topics that are being discussed to kind of make it look like these people are like just the root of all evil, and that all like the fucking problems in America are due to them. And now it's just like pathetic, because it's like we have, at least in America, we have this we've got Trump as president, we've got practically every single branch of politics is dominated by Republicans, and a lot of people on YouTube are still acting like SJWs have any sort of power in politics. I mean, they have some.
Yeah, but please remember, they have all the universities, except for every single right-wing university and every single arts university ever.
Yeah, but they're not. Those don't create legislation and shit. And on top of that, it's like also the problems that they have. And don't get me wrong, that there are like problems in those areas, but those problems are exacerbated or not exacerbated. They're like magnified to. I mean, like honestly, it's like, if you hear Sargon talking, he makes it sound like the college campuses are going to create some sort of modern day Fahrenheit 51 or some shit.
And go to all the rest of people.
What's that?
And go to war with everyone else.
Yeah, and basically just create some sort of a state where we have no freedom of speech, but there's still not a single like piece of legislation or law that's being proposed that would actually have like a real debilitating effect on free speech. And meanwhile, there's shit like and again, I'm not downplaying like that shit should be criticized, and it is a problem, the stuff that SJWs on campuses do. But then you've got shit that like Trump is saying. He's like said that he was going to crack down on porn at a certain point. He's going to loosen libel laws. He also said that, and I don't think he'd actually implement this, but he said that people should be murdered for burning flags. He's also, this is a very real thing that he could do, though. He's very pro net neutrality. That's going to have an effect on free speech. And
I think what we should do is celebrate the sheer competency of Trump of when he bombed, what was it, Iraq with the mother of all bomb the other day. Oh wait, no, sorry.
It wasn't Iraq, it was Afghanistan.
It was Afghanistan that he bombed with that one, and then it was when he did the attack on Iraq. Oh, no, sorry, that one was Syria when he fired all the tone missiles. But he refers to both of them as being he attacked Iraq.
Yeah.
He is such a competent president, he can't even say which country he just bombed.
Well,
I have to wonder,
if I can get a word in, I would like to say I agree with the first guy who spoke, the one with the cat in the background and the vacuum cleaner. Thanks.
Oh,
that was my contribution.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You just needed to say that.
Yeah.
It's covering the vacuum now.
Sorry. I'm kind of starstruck.
Oh. Do you want to gush? Would you like to gush for a bit?
This is Cece's pet human. Apparently,
he's
really good at giving belly rubs when Cece demands them.
So he can relay messages.
Oh, is the guy with the cat famous?
So yeah, I don't know. I think that's
the cat guy is famous. Yeah, apparently.
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
The reason why I went into that whole spiel about just kind of that is just I don't know. I've been sick to death lately of hearing, because don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people in the anti-SJW community who have great points having to do with SJWs, and there's a lot of people who say like true relevant things, but the whole like they have this reputation of supposedly being rational and whatnot, but yet at the same time there are all these people who are kind of putting forward these arguments who are often just they're getting it wrong. Like another example, and a lot of people who are listening are probably going to be like, "What?" But like that fucking Jordan Peterson guy, that guy is a fucking lunatic, and he has. I don't know if you guys know who I'm talking about, but he has that bill that he talks about, C-16. He gets that totally fucking wrong. He talks about it as though it like all you have to do is misgender someone and you could be brought up on hate crime charges. That fucking say that at all.
I hate that mainly because it's sort of like the N-word and stuff. If you use it once, okay, that's like and it offends someone and you recognize, okay, I offended them, so like then it's okay, I guess, but if you're repeatedly using it to incite a response from a person, I would say, yeah, you're being hateful. You're purposely trying to get a response out of someone.
Yes, exactly. And the laws are actually a bit more contextual about this. And US laws are actually really nice on the subject of fighting words, because it turns out the US courts at the moment can class almost everything as a fighting word. I mean, if you went to a trans person and constantly referred to them as what they were transitioning from, so a male to female transsexual, you say male, and a female to male one, you call them female, and you continuously call them the previous sex they were, continuously to just be offensive to them and do it to intimidate them, that is legally fighting words in the US. Unequivocally. However, if you accidentally misgender them, that's an accident, that's a social faux pas. You could be completely ignorant of the fact that they're trans and just think, oh, that's an effeminate male, or oh, that's a butch woman.
I'm probably gonna offend people with this, but I don't cater to crazy new pronouns. I instead refer to them in a very neutral sense.
Well, Lana Kay, she covered this, and she is a feminist, but she said that, English is kind of lacking in this because the French have a gender-neutral pronoun, and, if we had this gender-neutral pronoun, maybe it would be easier.
We do have a gender-neutral pronoun in English. It's one.
Well, there is, of course, but there's that being sort of conflated with the plural and stuff. And
the gender-neutral pronoun usually refers to inanimate objects.
But what I mean is I don't use pronouns when referring to these people. I say them by their name, and that's it. When talking to them, I say their name. It's very complicated to do, but oftentimes I forget what they are, so I'm just like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna not refer to pronouns. Boom.
I tend to
It won't
refer to
offend them.
people
It shouldn't
with,
offend them. If they get
gender-
offended, then I have no idea what to do if they get offended.
I tend to refer to people with gender-neutral pronouns and as neutral signifiers as possible because I've completely forgotten the name.
Yeah, sometimes I do that too. Like, it's really, like, sometimes I just won't talk about them because I've forgotten their name, and I'm like, oh shit, what do I do?
No,
You know
still talk about them.
Let's just not have all of these 20 people start attacking me verbally, so yeah, let's just not talk about them.
So that's already...
Sorry, there's a bit of LGBT in my...
Oh, I know, the LGBT has some of the greatest crazy people ever.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
I think in terms of pronouns, either having one gender or the other or neutral should be sufficient.
Yeah.
I don't really see a need for more.
If you make one just for yourself, that is selfish. That is trying to ask for special treatment, and that sends the wrong message to the people who are against us.
I would also add that it depends on, if you're asking politely or demanding. If someone asks me politely to refer to them in a certain way, I'd try to remember it and stuff.
Yeah, but what about what Jordan Peterson said to that protester publicly on that semi-viral video of when they said, could you please refer to me as a she instead of a he? And Peterson turned around and went, no, that's fascism.
Well, of course, in that sort of situation,
May I ask a question to the famous guy?
Yeah, I did have one thing that I wanted to say.
Regarding your observation, because we're kind of drifting off, and my question would have been, you said that the skeptic or atheist community is flocking to people who do not do their research or are incapable of.
Yeah, a lot of them.
I agree, because I have, for the last week, been diving into some discords of those people and checked their sources.
Be right back.
It's
my question now would be, why do you think it's that? Do you think those are mostly uneducated people, or is it just no?
Well, I think that there's a lot to it. Some of it could sometimes be just the nature of wanting to get lots of content out and not wanting to do the kind of work. Because I've actually seen some content creators, and I'm not going to name names, but I have seen some content creators who, in the past year or so, their work ethic, I think, has gone down, and that could partially be because of the fact that the YouTube algorithm favors people who put out lots of work, and so they just don't want to put that time in. Now, that's a small part of it. Another aspect of it is I'm just gonna fucking say it, man. I think it's Trump. I think it's the fact that there's been a very large cultural swing to the right, and that's not to say that there are not that there's not an aspect of that group that is intelligent or just kind of well sourced when they do shit. They'll source their stuff and whatnot. But for the most part, I think that there's more kind of just intellectual bullshit with the right. I'm sorry, there's more of a propensity of people believing things
willing ignorance, would you say?
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to be nice here and I'm failing completely.
I do have a major complaint with everything you just said. You use the word intellectual and right in the same sentence.
Say that again?
Use the word intellectual and right-wing in the same
There's
sentence.
plenty of intellectuals on both sides of the coin, mate.
Well, I can encourage to study that Republicans are correlated with a high IQ than the Democratic voting population.
And I can present you with poll data stating that the Republican voters are the least informed people on Earth, second only to Trump voters.
I'm sure that's a different topic, and I would like, but if you're interested, I would post it because it's flawed. But I've gotten this from 4chan and from Discord, which is why I was asking the famous Convict Cat.
But there's also, I mean, aside from that, there's also data that suggests that they are far more prone to believing like conspiracy theories and things like that. And I mean, I think that's pretty objectively true. If you look at the internet, it like you will see way more right-wing sources kind of pushing fucking crazy conspiracy theories like Pizzagate, like you know, I mean, that's just a more recent one.
Well, that's really far out.
Yeah, well, you think it's really far out. However, there are a fair amount of people who are at least cozy with the skeptic community.
Sargon, cough.
Yeah, well, I would say that Sargon kind of has given it some lip service. I don't
know. Sargon is currently taking anyone such as Foster who comes to him with, hey, I have a problem that you probably are going to love to talk about because it's going to get lots of attention. It's a lovely drama. And he goes, yeah, you should bring up all the Pizzagators and get them involved.
Yeah,
and
I mean, you've got
when you call him, hang on, what do you mean we should get Pizzagators involved? That's literally a conspiracy theory. He's like, no, it's not. It's a legitimate thing.
Yeah, he has kind of talked about, I think he's sort of dog whistling a little bit. I don't think he actually believes that shit, but I think he kind of wants his fan base who believes that stuff to kind of like hear him kind of giving it some like level of credibility. That's my, maybe I'm totally wrong about that, but that's kind of how I've read
You're being awfully charitable.
No, that's fine. Would you agree to some extent that conspiracy theory, the word is partially defined by who's in power, or at least who's in charge of the discussion?
Are you saying that when you have like a certain political group in power, the opposite group will be the ones that are kind of chiefly propagating conspiracy theories? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the opposite group will. The definition will move to the opposite group. So the opposite group will be called conspiracy theories to some extent. Of course, not totally, but it's moving.
I mean, yeah, that's unavoidable because those in power, like, you know, have like the pulpit in which to kind of do that. But yeah, I think I don't know. It's interesting because I truly hate conspiracy theories. I'm fascinated by them, but I hate them. And like they aren't a uniquely right or left wing thing. I mean, there's more on the right, but I am kind of wondering if, like, after a few years of Trump, if we're going to start seeing a lot more bullshit conspiracy theories coming from the left, you know, kind of because I think sometimes these things get worse as social groups or political groups kind of get more, you know, just fed up with political climate. That's why, like, after a few years, there was like a resurgence of birtherism, and, you know, and stuff like that. And yeah.
So you do agree to some extent, at least.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I got to get going because I have a video that I'm working on with CC that is needs to be up for Easter. But I did kind of want to say, like, there was a very, well, what I thought was a funny story that related to kind of calling people by, you know, whatever name they ask you to. And this is kind of what I think of when I think of the whole, you know, kind of giving people like calling them by what they want. I remember when I was in high school, I went to this high school that had a lot of Asian students. And when I say Asian students, I mean like they were from like foreign countries and they didn't speak English all that well. And we had a student named Jin Ho. And one day in the middle of class, she raised her hand, and our teacher was like, "Oh, Jinho has something to say," and she got up and she said, "Please do not refer to me as Jinho anymore. From now on, refer to me as Shirley." And we all like kind of cracked up over that. But we were all like, "Yeah, okay, fine, Shirley, that's cool." So I kind of like, the way that I look at it is, if like I can remember whatever name people want me to call them, fuck it, I'll call them.
Yeah, good luck.
Or whatever.
I think a lot of the time it's like, if you've got to start worrying about everybody's gender as well, it can get somewhat confusing.
Can I get this right? CC decided that he wants to go to a wine tasting, and he left you at home to basically edit a video for him.
Yeah, but I kind of do all the grunt work.
He just sits there in front of the camera.
He just sits in front of the camera and kind of tells me what to do. I do the editing. I clean up the litter box, things of that sort. It's not very glamorous. But anyhow, thanks for having me, guys. I hopefully one of these days I can come and just like, every time that I've come to this, I've had to kind of like pop out kind of quickly. Saturdays are usually kind of busy for me.
Don't worry about it, mate. It's for everybody to come in and come out as they please.
Cool.
Everyone gives us loads of people just give us a bit of their time and go. It's all right.
Yeah, and feel free to say hi on Twitter or something, guys.
No worries, man.
Yeah, you could say hi to CC, or I'm also there. So anyhow, you guys have a good one. Laters.
Take it easy, bud.
Nice meeting you guys. Bye.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the second famous person we've had on tonight.
Oh.
Do we have fame?
We had Jeff in earlier.
And we had Jeff in
The open
earlier.
house is really exploding, apparently.
Sorry?
The open house is exploding, apparently. 62,000 subscribers.
What are you talking about?
Not the open house, but the creationist cat.
Yeah. But those people hate me.
No,
Everybody
everyone
hates
loves you.
me.
Everyone hates you, Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone loves you.
Half of the community hate me.
Only half?
Oh, thanks, yeah. Especially since you've shown your face. How can't you love that face?
Ouch.
Well, how could you love that face?
That's a bit harsh. Take that back.
Look, I've seen you in person, mate.
I'm tired. I'm old and tired and knackered.
Yes, that is an accurate description.
So what's the argument going on in the side chat here? Globalism is necessary in the modern world. What? Whoa!
Hang on. Globalism is not necessary in the modern world. Globalism has been a
I hate you too,
feature of the
Flan.
world for about
But you do have a cute
5,000
avatar.
years now.
What is globalism?
Global trade, basically, and global interaction of cultures.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's basically
Now,
been around
one
since we had a
world.
major trading route.
Yeah.
One world government
world,
would
one
be a good idea
nation
if
is
we can go, right, everyone has the same secondary currency that is accepted in their nation for the sake of convenience. Everyone is allowed to travel around the world within reason, and everyone has the same basic laws if you're not allowed to murder, rape, and kidnap people.
Except
Some
some
really
states.
basic stuff we can all agree with.
Yep. I'm a globalist. I like it. I'm pro. I think we should extend
However,
it.
I still like the whole different nations pride. For example, Denmark has a lot of things to be proud about, but if suddenly we do like one world thing, then kind of dilutes it a little.
Literally nothing I
That's
said
just my
about
opinion.
one world government stuff was anything to say, oh, we can't have Denmark and such being still Denmark.
Nationalism doesn't mean you can have the federal government. You can have state nationalism, for example, in the United States. Still exists.
Oh, sorry,
It's pretty strong.
This is why I like the EU, because or the United Nations. But because we've got general rules that everybody tends to follow. They break them sometimes, but we've still got our own identities.
Yeah, for example. So it works.
Because I don't like melting pots. Melting pots dilutes the flavor, and you just can't get a good dish that, like, it kind of like becomes just nutritional slop.
What are you talking about?
I'm confused by the analogy.
The greatest thing for society ever.
Sorry, I'm a cook. You have to have certain things have distinct flavors.
But this isn't soup.
I don't think that this is actually opposed to the idea of a melting pot. Melting pot doesn't mean that you end up with one, just ooze. You don't have with ooze. It means that you have.
It's what's happening with the US and Canada.
You have bloody lumps in it.
I don't think so. If you look at the last 20 years of the history of the United States, you'll find that it's drifting apart internally, socially, and politically, and racially, in quotation marks. So I don't think it's oozing together.
That's because the melting pot failed. Because if you force it on people, like in school for a PE, we were forced to do Bhangra dancing. And
sorry, what is
it's an Indian cultural dance. Bhangra.
Wait.
It's Indian cultural.
Is Cece
dance.
Still here?
We'll get there, Andre.
But yeah, we were forced to partake in these cultural things, not given a choice. If we were given a choice, I'd be all fine with it. But I was forced to do this, and it didn't help. Also, the fact that the people who kind of did that were not the nicest people outside of those things.
And you're from the Netherlands?
No.
You're from the United States?
Canada.
No, I'm Canadian.
Okay.
But the funny thing, I'm moving to Denmark.
What does this mean? Look, the EU Commission allowed Rupert Murdoch to buy Sky. You mean they didn't stop him?
Wait, did Cece leave?
Yeah, he went. Sorry, too late.
What?
You can still gush.
I came across the sword to Cece. Sorry. Emotional train wreck over.
So you're a Shodomite, are you?
I'm a Shodomite. I mean, I'm not one of his Patreons, but he doesn't donate to my PayPal either. So we're equal.
We get all the famous or infamous around here. Mainly infamous.
I miss Derek Smart.
And Derek Smart.
No!
No, Derek Smart is the most infamous person on Earth.
We've mentioned him enough. Wait for it.
Who is that person?
Derek Smart.
Oh,
I win.
That's not
well ahead of you.
I'm a sheltered individual who doesn't even know who.
Okay, so have you heard of the game Star Citizen?
What?
Yes.
Okay, well, Derek Smart is a man who looked at Star Citizen and went, "This is the greatest game ever, potentially," and banks it. And then, about a year later, give and take from when he first heard about it, he realised they don't have a fucking clue what they're doing. They're mismanaging everything. And Derek Smart decided to go on one hell of a tirade against them.
No, he didn't go on a hell of a tirade. He just basically thought that it wasn't going to pull through. And then
it was a horrible tirade. I'm reading this, of course, from the Star Citizen wiki, where he turned around and went, they haven't got any plans, they're setting preposterous goals, and they're swapping engine repeatedly. This seems like a bad way to make a game. And after such a horrific tirade against them, they've never been able to forgive him. He is a bad person for thought crimes and Star System community, and people are now beginning to think that maybe he was right after Star System continues to beg for such vast quantities of money and not have a clue what to do with it.
You'll probably have to invest 20-30 hours into the whole thing to sort of get an understanding of how it works, because it goes back to like the mid-90s, possibly more. It goes back to the mid-90s, to the Usenet times before the internet was officially born.
He was a firebrand.
Back
in a second, guys.
It's my favorite internet cruel or feud or how you call that. And you're transitioning from male to female, if I may ask. Can I ask?
Me?
Yeah.
Or Mel?
From female to male.
As in who is?
So I was asking Jessica.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, I am.
From
I'm 10 months on hormone replacement therapy.
From male to female.
For me, it's
only 10 months.
You're also transitioning.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys can just out of interest, because I don't know any trans people in real life except one person, and he's just a cross-dresser, so it probably doesn't count. Do you feel that right now in the Western society that there is much that is oppressing is the wrong word, that there's a lot of people who are within your vicinity, not just within your immediate vicinity, that are trying to put you down for that, or
well, considering I live in a rather rural town, yeah, I'll say that.
I would also say that, but only because I have had a gender non-conforming guy who claimed that they were the same as a trans woman, even though sort of like they identify as a guy. And they even threatened to come to my house, and I'm not saying this is the same of all cross-dressers or you know, the guys that just want to dress as female and stuff. This was just an isolated case, but I kind of feel like, or at least in my experience, that they can be quite dangerous because they're claiming that it's the same thing, and in the same way that I would say that, you know, stereotypes concerning orientation and orientation aren't the same thing. I would say that gender and gender identity aren't really the same thing.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you have any role models?
It's a bit difficult, but in terms of fictional role models, I kind of like Carmen from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, because you know, she just gets on with life.
Yeah,
and gets
I'll be honest. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
It's just there's a weird lag thing where I start talking when there's a gap of silence, and then suddenly someone starts talking.
We all
so
have
yeah, I guess
that's expected. Hello, Buck.
But yeah. I'll be honest. When Blair started out on YouTube, that was when I did look up to her. I'm like, whoa. She started a year later than I did, and she's just amazing looking and all that. It wasn't until, like, you know, recent that things started to get.
Blair does use a
but you would say in general, you could find role models without the transgenderism that.
Yeah, it was mostly just fictional characters because, like I said, I've been very sheltered throughout my life. And so I'd say it's hard to really pinpoint anyone that influenced me as much. Oh, that's who else. Right. I forgot completely. How did I forget? Oh my god.
Use your words.
Sorry, music-wise. Do you know who Kimberly Freeman is? Does anybody know who Kimberly Freeman is? One-Eyed Doll?
No, sorry.
No. Okay. Well, she's an artist in Austin, Texas, and throughout my entire high school years, her music was there to help me out and realize that I didn't have it as bad as, or
Actually, I can kind of relate, but with what's her name? Katie Tunstall. She made this song called "Suddenly I See." This is what I want to be. She makes me feel like I can
Fancy
be a strong
cat, wrong. I'm just saying to Fancy Cat, wrong.
Oh, right. I thought you meant to sort of my hero, and suddenly.
No, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I just need to address the side chat.
Who don't understand how conflict works.
Would you two say that you have it harder than gays or lesbians?
What's that?
Sorry, would you two say that you have it harder than gays or lesbians?
No. Maybe at the point, okay, basically what we are at this point in treatment towards us is the persecution of gay individuals. I see so many parallels that, like, it's not worse and it's not better. It's like just because
I will say that sort of like being, I don't know, being bi, and so, like personally I'm bi, but I don't know, lesbian accept the like aspect of that, so like has always been sort of difficult because
You're a double agent.
no, I mean on like, okay, so you know Ariel Sarkella, I think her name is. She's always agreed with me on this topic that it's not transphobic or homophobic for a lesbian to have preferences. So if a lesbian isn't a trans woman or isn't into trans women, that's none of your business, and that's their own orientation, you know? Either they are just into trans girls and cis girls, or they you know, they don't like the D and stuff, you know, and that's their own preference, and they should be entitled to that. And Ariel has kind of agreed with me on that. But I do get a lot of people sort of calling me homophobic for respecting that some lesbians will be into trans women. And I think, I don't know, it comes from the fact that I just think that homoromantic and homosexual sort of, you know, lesbians should be respected for who they are.
Just for the information for everybody, Nick Groff should turn up eventually. He's actually, I believe his car's battery's dead or something, so he's having to get that replaced.
Famous person.
Whoa,
if
you're
you
on a
don't
roll.
think famous he really should be.
My last stupid question, and I will shut up. Did you two ever consider to kill yourself?
Oh yeah, way in the past. This was when I was in a really bad state of denial. I had been bullied since my early years in school, and I was excluded, called a fag, called all sorts of awful things. All sorts of rumors came around. It was just stupid. But I wanted to not be bullied anymore, and so I'm just denied all of these feelings, thoughts, emotions, memories. They're coming back now, the memories, I mean. But I would just try and shut it down, and if I couldn't, I would hit myself in the head. Sometimes against a wall, sometimes that. There were times where I got so fucking depressed that I would take a steak knife to my wrist and almost go to it. But I've got a really strong survival instinct and self-preservation and all that. So it only ever came to the knife touching my wrist. But the fact that...
No, but thanks for answering.
Sorry, I don't...
Thanks for answering. Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
I just remembered the sensation. Don't cry.
No, thank you very much for answering. I didn't need to get into it too deep. I understand this is a pretty personal question, but Okay, I can. 1 second. Where I'm coming from is, I could imagine to be gay or lesbian or lots of stuff. But if I was, if I imagine I would be like 15, 16, and would realize that apparently I'm born as a man and I would like to be a woman. That I cannot possibly imagine how I could manage that, and especially in that age range, you're naturally insecure, and you don't know where you're going in life, and you have no idea how stuff works, and you're single sexuality and all that stuff. And if that is done on top of that, I really admire everyone who manages it to go through that time, and everyone who's transgender and to manage that through that time. That's why I'm asking, because I would have cracked. Thank you very much for your answer.
I reject the label.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, it's just there's too much connotation, and it doesn't accurately describe me. I put the full way.
Okay.
That's but I mean, for me personally, there was a time where I was suicidal, but I kind of feel like it was very much linked to my religion. I mean, I'm atheist now, but I don't know. This isn't really an exclusive thing to me. I've found, there's a quote in the Bible that sort of says, "Ask anything in the name of God, and it'll be delivered." And
yeah,
told me this. Yeah, you've been through that too. Apparently, a lot of gay and trans people take that to heart and will have a moment where they literally pray to not be trans, not be gay. And when
I prayed to have my body changed.
Yeah.
To not have to deal with the pain.
That's the same. And when that didn't happen, I remember kind of it's difficult. And also it didn't help that my school was fairly religious, and the way that they portrayed it was, homosexuality and transsexuality was akin to murder and rape and, well, all other sins, because sins are equal and all that jazz. And this isn't like bad-mouthing people who are religious, because I know a lot of religious people that don't sort of, take this to heart and stuff. Their religion just helps them in everyday day-to-day life. But I remember a time where I just wanted to end it all, because I don't know. Basically, it felt like my God had abandoned me.
Right. That was also another. Sorry.
No.
Right, some people are religious and actually care about that stuff.
If it matters to anyone, the statement thing wasn't the only thing. Now, I had to walk to school every morning when I was in school, and I walked over an overpass, a really busy overpass, one of the main highways in Canada, every day, and I often contemplated throwing myself over the edge. Just thought I'd get that off my chest.
Now you two guys are in a good space?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a thing as well. Sort of like people who sort of deny dysphoria even exists, or gender identity and stuff. I don't like. It's hard to describe. So like exactly what that experience feels like, and the kind of sort of. I don't know, so like place that you feel when you have transitioned and you finally sort of start feeling like you can be the person that you wanted to be, all along, and I don't know.
Thank you very much for answering my questions. Really,
No
thank you very much.
And hey, if you've got any more questions about, trans people, we're always happy to.
Thanks. Thank you. I don't want to ask stupid questions. I'm going to be silent. Or even more stupid questions. I'm going to be silent.
There are no stupid questions, only stupid answers.
There are stupid questions. Believe me.
Look, I've asked you questions from Flan. Surely they're the stupid questions. Flan, that wasn't an insult for you. You're adorable.
Naruto one, oh jeez.
Well, Dr. Bear, I think that we've reached the end of this Dr. Bear comments. What now?
Harmless, everyone is secretly a pedo.
Oh god.
Just now and again, I would just like to read out anything that just comes through.
Ian?
What does Hikari mean?
Pardon?
What does Hotaru no Hikari mean?
I have no idea.
Isn't that a Yuri anime?
I don't know.
You, what kind of fucking normie watches Yuri? Next thing you know, they'll be saying penis does not make it cuter.
But that is still the case, you know, with the whole or traps gay thing. Straight guys are more into puta and trans women than gay guys are. So I don't know. I think the evidence rests with you straight guys. You find it attractive for some reason. Therefore, traps are straight.
It's not even trans people they find attractive. They
I
find
thought the question was whether the trap herself is gay.
Do they identify as male?
Oh,
Isn't
right.
trap a highly derogative term?
I thought that was how it was. Am I getting that wrong, or?
What if they are not into
find traps attractive?
I think you were just advertising, to be honest with you, Melody.
Traps.
Sounds more like a sales pitch from you.
What? What? No.
This is not just any trap. This is the Melody trap.
To everybody interested, they can go and play with Mel's number one anytime they want.
I'm not number one. I'm not a narwhal. It's part of my anatomy resembles a narwhal.
It's okay. You've got cute anatomy. You need to show me more. Stop it. God. Sorry, I've got a big problem with flirting. I just...
outside of Discord.
Welcome to the
Ladies
open
and gentlemen,
house.
if you would like to awkwardly flirt with a trans person, please track down a random trans person and just awkwardly flirt at them. The more impromptu this is, the more awkward it will be.
Of course, I'm a fucking normie, Flan.
It's okay. Mel and I are friends. We're kind of close in a way.
By that, she means pushing each other's You know that time you were at high school and you were in the showers and you saw your mate's penis? Yeah, basically it's like that between them, except for it was entirely willing.
Wait, they've got schools where they've got open showers?
Yeah.
Yeah, my school was an open shower. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I got
That's weird.
and stuff at high school as well. It really is weird.
It is weird.
The shower room was
weird.
locked for us.
The fact that the staff member is there watching you, that is
extra weird.
You have staff members watching you? No. Our shower was just one big shower for everyone.
No, because the
went
staff
to-
members weren't there watching people, a fucking fight would start.
Why the fuck are the
Yay!
stuff
Why
You were
did
the
they
first
worship
one,
people?
Fancy Cat. Thanks for that.
This is why stall showers should be a thing.
No, it shouldn't.
Completely.
Right on time
At
as
least
well.
I don't care. I didn't mean. Yeah, I
I'll
didn't
stall
mind.
changing areas because I am not comfortable with seeing other people naked.
I'm not comfortable with a teacher seeing me naked. Full stop.
That too, like whenever I have no chance to go into a stall to change, well, in the past when I went to swimming pools, while I was still in denial, I would just wrap myself in a towel first.
You know, the public change room isn't that big of a deal. It's the fact that people fucking sexually assault you is the bigger deal.
In the
I
showers.
just don't like seeing anything. I don't
Yeah,
like
you
seeing
didn't
people
grow up
naked.
as a teenage boy in Britain that looked like a girl.
I did grow up as a teenage boy in Britain. I went to Gordonston.
So
you
did
look like
I.
a girl?
Yeah, I can post the pictures. You would probably say I look like a girl, but anyone else also does. In English schools, everyone looks like a girl. Story time.
No,
First,
I mean looking like a girl on English school standards.
I have very nice eyes.
no, I didn't. Still, story time. First, after I went there as an exchange student for 2 years because of state I liked it. First night or first morning, I went to school. I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning because I realized I cannot shower with other people. I went to the showers, and it's one large room, and I switched on the shower. It was ice cold, like freezing point cold, and I showered, and I thought, I cannot stand this ever. This is going to be the worst 3 months or 6 months of my life. Okay, showered, went out. I realized then that it's just the pipes have to run empty of the cold water, and I used up all the cold water. After that, it gets warm. But the first 2 minutes, if just one single person is showering, it is extremely cold. So the second day...
Did you have those push button showers where you have to push the button to keep the water going? And if you don't push the button, then the water doesn't keep on going. So you have to figure out something where you push your back into the button.
No, that's really luxurious. What you're talking about? What we had was just one single sort of lever that you pulled up, and then the water was coming, and you were hoping for warm water or cold water or anything that didn't either burn you or freeze you to death. And next day I realized this is so bad. I'm going to shower the other people, and then it went fine. And those guys are not terribly, skittish. They piss into the one, where the water goes down, and there was one bathing tube right in the middle of the showers, and there was someone in there, legs spread, arms spread. But I didn't mind it. After 1 week, I didn't mind it anymore. I didn't care anymore.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to join the open house and share stories of your time at a public Warskoy being sexually assaulted, we've already got 4 people doing that. You're more than welcome to join in.
By the way, I in the Hangout chat, I put a link there to a picture of me before my transition, just so you can see why I never experienced anything in the change rooms, but I was still uncomfortable.
Oh, well, you look quite masculine.
How old are you in that picture?
I was 17.
Me personally, I was a fat kid, so you probably couldn't tell what gender I was.
But yeah, I didn't work out, at all. That was just me. I was a Royal Canadian Air Cadet.
Ooh.
And I was in there for 6 years, since I was 12, 13, right around the September of that year. Maybe November. It was the best thing of my life, and it really helped me with depression and stuff, I'll be honest.
Seriously?
Because it gave me something to focus on, something to distract myself with, to just redirect my energy, I suppose.
I kind of get that.
Okay, I'm going to post one picture of me when I was 17, and you can decide if I was looking like a girl or not by yourself. Where's the chat? Here's it. Yep, come on. There you go. Oh, that was the wrong one. Sorry, this one.
I, of course, don't actually have any pictures of when I was 17.
That's probably not the best.
Did you go sailing often?
We had to go sailing. Constant is quite not a posh school, but it's you have to go sailing, you have to go mountain climbing, you have to go golfing, you have to do a lot of.
You had to go sailing and golfing, and it was not a posh school.
No, it was.
Pick one.
You know, Gordonston. You do understand that Prince Charles went there, and unfortunately, Prince Charles decided that thing is too hard for his sons, so he sent his sons to Eton, which is a gay school.
Prince Charles went to the school. That means it's not that posh.
Well, no. I was accommodated in barracks that were originally built for German prisoners of war.
Lordy.
I'd still say that's a fair trade for going golfing whenever you want, or like for like school.
Because those prisoners of war were put up in what the officers at the time decided was low-quality accommodations. Never mind the fact that half the troops came from houses that were worse than that.
Yeah, sure, but those were British troops. They wouldn't be expecting anything better, I'm assuming. I don't know. I don't want to make any judgments about British accommodations and troops and housing in general. I think
it's all pretty shit.
Is anyone watching in the chat?
Most expensive housing in the world. Let's start with the shit.
Is anyone watching in the chat here?
No.
Just somebody kind of goes, I'm serious, I am a pedo. It's like, and it was just this really long pause.
Well, if you're a pedo, please report yourself to the nearest random gang of thugs or doctor, and you will receive
your
help
choice,
one
buddy.
way or another. It's your choice. Do you want to receive help from never abusing a child by being made so you can never walk again or even have a functioning penis? Or do you want to receive help by a doctor going, here's some drugs, they're going to have some unfortunate side effects, but you will no longer feel sexual attraction? Your choice, darling.
So do you have any more questions for me and Jess? Or...
Yeah, let's have some questions from the panel, some serious questions. What have you got? Now's your chance, folks.
There are no questions.
It takes several seconds for them to actually listen to what's going on there.
I shouldn't voice them, but okay, I do have questions. How do you imagine your I don't know. I guess most people imagine that they will at one point in their life meet the love of their life, and then they will live in some castle or maybe some just basically basic housing in Britain together until they die, hopefully all within the same second. Yes, I think most people do. That's sort of the romantic notion of
Most
living
people
together.
think they can afford a house in some point in their life?
Oh, okay. So, maybe not, but at least live together in some capacity. And my question would be, with whom and how would you imagine? What's your concept of life and family and
the ultimate fantasy of romance. Jess, do you want to go first?
It's going to come out the secret. You have them love each other and they want to live together, and it'll be really romantic, and it'll be completely ruined by the rest of us here.
It will.
No, I'm sorry. You were asking for an honest question. This is one honest question because, well, I'm just curious. If I maybe can be.
Who's curious?
I am. Always.
Solve his curiosity.
But if you don't, of course, you don't have to answer. I understand those are really personal questions. And
if you don't answer him, he will probably cry, though.
And anything you don't say will be held and used against you.
Obviously,
anything you say, however, will be forgotten about almost immediately.
Or any of those three.
That's not true. It will go into the cultural fabric that makes our society, and it will improve the trans normal people relationship.
What kind of crazy fucking high standards do you have, mate?
Those are not high standards. Those are the minimum standards you should,
What, that we'll remember what they said?
Oh, okay. That's even lower. Still, same question.
Oh, jeez. All of these questions, like Flan, if you tie a bow on a penis, does it fit? That's not how it works. That's not how the Force works. No.
It's all true.
Well, then,
But it's actually more about skin clarity. I don't know, something about the shape that makes it not so masculine, like less veiny and less. There's ways that make it a little.
Okay, but if you tie the penis rather tightly, this will in fact result in the effect of a cock ring that will cause the penis to be harder and more veiny. So really, you have to tie the bow on either incredibly hard to stop it from getting erect in the first place, or you have to tie it on very loosely.
What are you guys talking about? Am I missing?
We're responding to chat.
Oh, sorry.
Did you want the live chat link? If you view, I'm sharing the screen, so you should actually be able to read the chat.
I can read the chat, the YouTube chat.
Yeah, if you, I'm sharing the actual the open house on my share screen right now.
If it doesn't look like a really muscle-bound steroid filled part of the anatomy, then
if you're at home or a trans person and looking at trans people in porn and rather upset that your penis is not that feminine, it would be best for you to remember that most trans people in porn do actually use lightening products on their penis and testicles to make them a lighter colour. So, unless you have skin bleach, your penis is not going to be that feminine.
What?
Responding to chat.
Because in order to get the things to work, and to, they generally have to take less estrogen, so they're a little bit more on that thing. It's unfortunate.
Or they have to have rather painful injections directly into their penis.
No.
Yeah, you see, it hurts whenever I
The blue guy is Chochmah.
Yes, me.
He can come in whenever he likes.
Thank you. Why do you tell me that?
Although he needs a fucking avatar.
You do need an avatar, Chochmah.
And
You really shouldn't come in dressed like
I am CRD or whatever it is. No.
Favorite type of music, anyone?
Metal. I was raised on Metallica.
Right on.
Jazz,
mid-career,
probably, plus a couple other things.
What was the Berkeley shit going on today, Kent? I don't know this one. I'll give you my first impression. What's the news? What is this Berkeley shit? Nick, how you doing, mate?
You doing better?
Mostly good day, I'd say.
You're a bit quiet.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you're a normal person volume for once.
Fix that, hold on. Oh, I see why, never mind. How's that?
That's a bit better, yeah.
There we go, yeah, my fucking mic stand's fucking up on me. Every machine is breaking today!
Have you considered that this is because you are in fact a wizard and technology does not work well around you?
Yeah, well, a fucking 80s motorcycle shouldn't be that fucking, disturbing to my mana. Nah, my battery died while I was out today. Good 4 hours in there.
Unlucky. So how you doing anyway? Had a good weekend?
Mm-hmm.
What have you been up to?
I picked up the little one yesterday, and then I had to drop her off at her grandmother's for Easter today. So when I got back, it was just time to ride the motorcycle.
I can put flames above your head.
And that happened.
One above his head.
Yeah, I'm gonna put some flames above your head.
Oh, okay, yeah, everybody loves them.
I'm doing it on the stream right now. Check it out.
I can see your screen. It's pretty good, and it's great too because this way Teal Deer can't come at me and saying I don't have real animation.
You know,
Shots
I have to
fired!
give Liz's
Pew, pew,
response to
pew.
TLDR's, oh, you don't have animation, where Liz was getting so upset about it, and I pointed out to Liz, you do actually have real animation.
Yeah.
Also, no, you should have started out by pointing out that it's fucking teal deer. Who gives a shit? Listen, if teal
Why
deer
would you get
isn't-
upset, Liz? Don't be daft.
Yeah, it's like it's if teal deer isn't criticizing something that remotely resembles you or someone you know, then he's clearly died and his YouTube channel has been hijacked.
Sit there and take it.
Take it like a fucking man. Although I now remember that we have two trans people. Oh, sorry, only one trans person here, and take it like a man's probably some kind of horrible thing to say.
There we go. There's your little flames there, Nick.
There we go. There we go. Now I feel like this is my channel.
Although, Nick, I do have to congratulate you on the wonderful animation you've got for that incredibly photorealistic looking guy in the videos.
Thank you.
It is animation, right?
Everybody gets the fireballs now, huh? Everybody on the street. Everybody gets fireballs. It's the nature of this.
Yeah, it's this horrible venereal disease that Rob was giving to us all.
No.
I think it's cute. Shut up.
Yes, it's cute and all, except for my scrotum burns like fuck now you turn my balls into fire.
It's above your head. What are your balls doing up there?
Because you grabbed them and stretched them there, and it's really painful. Please stop, Daddy.
You're weird.
So I'm guessing what the big hullabaloo of the stream has already happened today.
Most of it, yeah. I mean, my Twitter notifications are still boiling off. Really. Have you noticed this since they've done these changes? That you just get included in all kinds of conversations, and it just kind of
yeah. If
just
like,
skyrockets out of control.
Yeah, there's no untagging or anything like that.
Now the entire internet is harassing you.
You can untag people.
Oh my god, it's a devil guy. Sorry.
Oh god, Dusty.
I recognize the devil guy from YouTube videos. I forget his name.
This is Nick,
Hello.
Nick.
Wizard
Okay.
of Course.
If you say so.
Question.
Yeah, of course. Okay, my answer to what I find, as like fantasies, so like, partner and stuff like that, and what I see as fantasy life. And
the ethics of Kieran.
I'll quote Jessica Rabbit on this. I like a man who can make me laugh. And that doesn't just go for men. If there's a woman or a guy out there who can make me laugh, that's what I fantasize about. That's who I want to end up with. Someone who can just make me feel happy. And that's it.
So if you're that kind of a person,
if you can make this trans girl laugh, her Twitter is melody something at twitter.co.
knock yourselves out, kids.
Please knock yourself out. Remember, the more awkward the flirting, the better. If you are stammering for every word as you try and flirt with her, it will get her wetter than anything. It will be a biblical flood by her knees.
The funny thing is how accurate this is.
That's true. If you laugh, I'm attracted to you because I'm bi, and I don't know. I find comedy the most attractive aphrodisiac.
This is also for the sluts, it turns out.
No, just for me. I mean, damn it.
Yeah, I'm a comedy slut. Actually, yeah, I am. I don't care.
So once again.
Anyway, harmless critter.
Say again, Nick.
Sorry.
Oh, I just said after that I don't know, proclamation, whatever we call it. It's just proof that Amy Schumer is doomed to live a life alone.
What has she done now?
Well, she's just gonna fail to make these people laugh, so that's like 2 more people.
Yeah,
after
but
the-
Tina Fey's up there. I think Tina Fey.
She's funny because Tina Fey is funny.
I kind of wonder why Amy still tries.
Because it's either that or
Like, why does she try?
well, it's either that or just asking people if they'd like to supersize their value meal. That's
Why does any female comedian try anymore? We've had Sandy Toksvig. We've already got a winner.
Tina Fey is funny. Fuck you.
I can't say. I don't think I've ever seen Tina Fey's stand up. I don't know. I can't say if that's any good. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
She needs scripted comedy, but like I'm okay with that.
Now, I think the funniest female stand-up I can think of has got to be Maria Bamford. She always cracks me the fuck up. Oh, I added 15 people to the thing. With that.
Yay! Hello, 15 people. How you doing? Have you got any questions for our guests? I'm gonna have to get rid of the fire, otherwise I can't see.
Ask trans women whatever you want.
Nick, would you tap a tranny?
Right, tap a tranny?
Would you?
Probably not.
Right.
What about post-op?
Transphobic.
What about post-op?
Yeah, I mean, by well, I mean that's well. Then the question comes. It's that classic question: are traps gay? Because the whole point of a trap is you don't know.
No, we've already covered this. Straight.
No, I'm saying no.
Trans porn more than gay guys do. Therefore, traps are straight.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, honestly, I got to ask Lacey Green this question the other day, and she actually gave like a very expansive answer.
Oh God, do you have a link for it?
No. It was in an after chat. It was after Quiplash.
I don't know. I still think that you straight guys have to answer for yourselves. If you think that traps are gay, yet you are the largest demographic that search for us on porn searches.
Robin, Wiz, she's talking to you.
I think the trick to that is ultimately it's sort of our traps gay. It's like, well, I don't know. What do you think? Yeah. Okay.
What do straight guys search for us more than gay guys do? I'm just saying.
I'm pretty sure straight guys probably search for more of almost every kind of porn than
yeah.
Traps.
But there's a person in the chat. They're not. There's a person in the chat who has an interesting question. Harmless critter. Okay, how about this for a question? If it were possible to cure the dysphoria, would it be ethical? In a sense, you are changing someone's identity to treat an illness, as in with transitioning.
Wait, is this the same as what Kirsty posted the other day? Like, if you could take a pill to cure the trans, would you? Instead of curing?
Yes, it would be ethical. It would be an ethical option. Forcing it on someone would not be ethical.
Yeah, there was one of the first times I really the whole question of the thing struck me. I remember I was dating this girl back in 2010, and she had this very effeminate male friend. He was naturally gay as the day is long, and he was experiencing, I think it was headaches or something. It was some chronic headaches. And he went into the doctors and he got some blood work done, and they discovered that there was a hormonal imbalance effectively that was causing both the headaches. And they said that they're like, we also have some reason to believe this could have something to do with your more sort of effeminate nature. And they said the options were we can do hormone therapies, which would, correct the imbalance in this case, or you can, if you consider perhaps pursuing another course and maybe looking into transitioning. And when it was framed as this, he had 3 choices basically. It's either undo this part of what's come to define your personality, something you understand just to be the way you are. Undo that and go with what perhaps nature intended. Follow that course and see where it leads, or alternately just do nothing and we'll try and treat the headaches. And it's like, well, that's just thinking about the gravity of a choice like that when it's posed to somebody. It really strikes me as one of those insanely sort of heavy questions that the only person that can ever actually answer it correctly is the person undergoing it, and even then you can't even be sure they'll be certain.
Yeah, but at the same time, if they identify as a guy, there's no reason for them to transition.
Well, if they identified as a but if they identified as a man, I mean, like, I don't know.
They identify as a man, or did they just go, I have a penis, therefore I'm probably a man?
I think that was a bit more of it. It was an acceptance and understanding that they were male based on their physiology.
Hello, 404 Gaiman found.
Their physiology, they should have never been told that they should transition. I mean, I don't know. I'd say that's the defining factor. Is whether you want to function as a woman or a man is the defining factor of whether you're trans or not.
Well, then that opens the door, though. I'd say that opens the door then, though, to the debate or question between nature and choice. I mean, that seems to be a really common topic of debate.
Are gay traps straight?
Okay, trap straight.
The gay trap themselves probably is not straight in that situation. However, the straight guys that fall for them because they pass as female are straight. However, is the gay trap
Exist beyond that
taking
point.
hormones?
Schrodinger's trap.
Yeah, this is Schrodinger's trap.
Yeah, you don't know if it's gay until you fuck them.
Yeah. And of course, they snog you during it and say they're homo.
CRD MGTOW. Oh, that's that guy from
And of course, the most important question is, when
no,
you're fucking
we
a
don't.
trap and they give you a reach around, is that gay?
It's a safe space. Yeah.
Thanks for bringing your agenda, MGTOW.
Wait, you take them from behind and then you reach around and make it.
Feels like you're poking right through.
Yeah, I heard that joke once.
No, I said when the trap
I
gives you
saw
a
it on
reach
Blair
around.
White's panel. I was laughing for like an hour.
I think you've missed the joke. It's when the trap gives you a reach around.
I was like, when the dick went in my ass, I wasn't sure, but it wasn't until I felt those kind of gritty hands touch my penis. Wait a second. Like, well, what does the trap do for a living? It could be concrete, it works on a paving crew. Oh.
Rough for his pleasure.
Right.
Who is
now.
the open house?
No, I finished the alcohol, so this is the end of the
Hey, Rags is in the chat.
Rags? Who's Rags?
Rags is a PC gamer YouTuber. He's pretty intelligent.
Funny as fuck.
Well, of course they're a PC gamer. They make
I'll just believe you without any evidence. So.
PC Master Race. Yeah. Of course they're more intelligent.
Oh yeah, PCMR. So, what did I miss while I was asleep, people?
We were talking trans stuff.
Yeah.
Trans
we
stuff.
Hormone blockers. Then we went on to international food and how British food is just the best regardless. And we went back to hormone blockers and we came to the agreement that although there may be issues in terms of actually studying them and making sure that it's safe for people, that they shouldn't be outright blocked. Sorry, Blair White. And then we started talking about our traps gay, which they aren't because straight guys like them more than gay guys do, and that is just I don't know.
That's just a fact.
And also, imagine this: a trap who likes women.
I like women.
Dude, I can link you to several.
Several women?
Several women? There's women on the internet? You're lying.
No, I know several traps on the internet that like women.
Are you a trap?
Yeah, isn't Riley Dennis a trap?
Are you now, or have you ever been associated with any trap activity?
Trap finder general.
I am sorry, but I will plead the fifth on that, even though I'm not American.
This is the House Committee on Haram activities.
And haram activities are more fun.
Are traps haram?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Is it
traps haram? No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah, it would be non-halal activities.
Hello, doggy. Hello, Rags.
Harams of traps haram.
What's your Twitter feed there, mate? Stick it in the side thing for us.
Actually, no, Nick. If you had the choice, would you have a harem of traps?
You're just like that's not a, what you're saying. Like the choice is either have one or don't.
Yeah, I mean this is better than nothing.
You
I
want
guess
the
like
harem of traps, or do you not want the harem?
Well, no, change the channel.
Am I responsible for their like feeding and upkeep?
No, you have servants.
No, that's what the bottom bitch is for.
Okay, so it's just like it's just a whole big room full of nothing but traps. But I don't have to show anything.
The bed is made of traps. The carpet is traps. The chandelier is made of traps.
I don't have to do anything to keep them alive. Machines will feed them, and the lights will just stay on their own.
Machines are traps.
Haram of traps or not?
What do you like in your coffee? Traps.
Yeah, it's just like. Are these sugar-free traps?
Yeah, diet traps.
Like caffeine-free traps. I need to know these things.
Whoa! What kind of person has caffeine-free traps?
Faggots.
No.
I don't drink tea or coffee, so.
So we've just defined though what makes traps gay. If they're caffeine-free, if they're teetotalers and they're caffeine-free, they're gay as the day is long.
Is caffeine gay?
Caffeine is an essential supplement for human
Answer this question. Would you rather have a haram of traps or no haram?
A harem.
What's the market value of traps at the moment? And how many in a haram? And are they a package deal, or can I offer them to the market?
Oh, all right, hold it. When you guys say haram like that, I thought you mean like haram and then like halal haram.
No, harem.
Harem. Our harems haram.
We would totally do.
Our harems haram.
Our harems haram.
We would serve you as our patriarchal master.
Is Harambe haram?
See, I've had a small.
He is the most Harambe ever to be haram.
I would have had that foursome if it wasn't for that goddamn bitch.
Something about a foursome.
Did the bitch have a full skin?
I had a really good just like the beginning of 2017, let's just say it was really good for me. And I'm thinking like, well, I almost had my own harem, sort of. There's 5 of them, but
did she have a penis? Did she stick it in?
None of them were. Well, no, none of them were traps. I'm trying to think of like, well, like my kids.
Maybe they were just really good traps.
Were any of them post-op trans?
Yeah.
And did you check the genitals of each of them?
Oh, I'm very sure. Now I can't say. I know for a fact that one of them was actually an albino.
You don't look a gift trap in the pants.
In the crotch.
Well, if they're pro tuckers, you will never be able to tell.
Pro tuckers. Defending the rights of tuckers is not the same as being pro tucker. Okay.
Sure it is.
I'm just saying everyone has the right to tuck.
Yes, are you so good at
Everyone, even the traps we don't like.
And push your genitals inside out, because that's the level of pro tucking we're talking about at the tucking Olympics.
Well, I saw a woman so ugly
Yeah, that's
that happened
plus
to me
100
once.
tucking.
How to get it out with a plunger?
What you're saying is pictures of her can be used for tuckers as a way to try and make themselves better at tucking legally, and break the spirit of the tucking Olympics.
Well, you know, when you kind of
I
spread it
physically
out,
can't
Tucker
tuck.
Carlson becomes Tucker, the son of Carl. Carl's son is a Tucker.
Carlson the Tucker.
Anyway,
That's why he's got that look on his face all the time.
That look, he's just kind of looking at the camera, like, what is this person saying? White people what?
Huh?
You talk, so I don't have to. You do my job for me.
I can't. I physically cannot tuck. Just saying.
What do you mean? Like your legs are too big, or?
Yeah.
Not my legs.
Draw this one out, Rex. Draw it as fuck.
You are uncircumcised, and it's too slippery.
Does it have anything to do with a rash? Is what he's getting at.
No, I'm circumcised, but I've just got way too much material.
You need to have Velcro attached to your taint.
God.
Your question. Would you rather have a harem of traps that would, do your every bidding, or no harem?
Well, I would rather the former.
Thank you.
Oh, all right, here we go. Yeah.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. A harem of traps is better than no harm at all.
Oh my god.
I mean, especially.
And if you would like to apply to be one of Nick's harem of traps, get good scrub at cross-dressing.
And I need all of your shots and paperwork in order.
Then you got to be chipped.
You gotta be chipped. I'll go down to City Hall and get all the licenses together. Wait a second. Wait. I forgot. Are we talking about a harem or an animal rescue? I can't recall.
Well, what's the difference?
Different licenses. You guys don't know what you don't know bureaucurity until you try and open up.
Is there a bag limit on traps?
You're gay.
Well,
you're a straight guy who
already got 3 traps this season. I'm gonna call it in.
Listen, there are certain circumstances that need to be answered for first, because for one thing,
are these normal traps or are these furry traps? Because this is the difference.
Icon is a furry trap.
It's already been established that straight men apparently look up trap porn more than anybody else, right? So if you open up your harem, and instead of just being a private harem, let's call it like a social club that you own, and you just tell all of
so
your
it's like one of those Neko cafes in Japan.
Yeah, you tell those inside that you're a voyeur. You tell those who are trying to get in that there's a cover charge at the door, and then
I'll give them a cover charge.
And then you sell outrageously expensive coffee.
Exactly.
No, that's the thing. Then you have some traps doing bottle service, and then the rest are just there to.
They just lounge.
I know. I'm sorry. Are you saying
like it's a Caravaggio painting? They're just there.
Well, can you
unsupervised with a bottle?
What's the thing? I mean, you take the classic sort of like
You don't have to put your mouth on the lips of the bottle, okay?
They don't put their mouth on it.
No, you take.
You don't have to either.
Take the old school Spartan philosophy. They figured sex with a woman was only for procreation, otherwise it was lustful and wrong. But how much of a pimp do you have to be to have an entire whorehouse full of chicks with dicks?
It would be difficult because, I mean, there's so much less of them. So I imagine the market for attention is fierce.
Yeah, but if you could have one that was full of traps, then all of a sudden you've got it's gold mine. Right?
How many traps is too many traps?
When you can no longer move because the physical part of traps has become a black hole.
When you can make a YouTube video involved in this.
You cannot fulfill your bodily function. You have too many traps.
Yeah, it's like what nobody knows was this was actually the intent behind Robin's whole stream.
Yeah, he's trying to work out how to get a trap harem going.
He tried doing this on LinkedIn, but then he remembered that the only people he used LinkedIn employees, so he's trying it here now instead.
He's got his answers like 3 of you have to leave.
Welcome, everyone. Take a seat. Have a drink. This is a gentleman's club.
Touch any of that stuff because you don't know where it's been.
Are traps gentlemen? I mean, like, they really are gentlemen, aren't they?
Incredibly gentle.
They really are.
They're very gentle.
They're like the epitome of gentlemen.
Well, I mean, I'd call the club Buffalo Bills. There would be the I'd fuck me room in the back.
Please don't wear my skin.
Also known as the like, gentlemen, I'll have you know there's free popcorn, but every third bucket has no bottom, if you know what I'm saying.
Fluff.
We have to eat it forever.
Yes. Have some decorum and get a drink before you start wanking someone off.
Why does this one have so much butter?
I didn't put this much salt on anything.
I think I've tasted this before.
Why are all the popcorn stuck together?
Oh my God, is this Mountain Dew? No, that's semen. Oh, thank God. I thought that was...
I almost had Mountain Dew. Like, is this Sprite? No. Is this Sierra Mist? No. Is this Mist Twist? Yes, it's Mist Twist. The discount version of the discount version of Sprite. It's like Dr. Thunder, the Sun.
Thunder's the Sun. Thank you, Tim Heidecker.
It's like big cake.
Oh, if a trap gives you their passport, have they activated the trap card? That is, oh my gosh.
Hello, who trap bar?
Yes.
Oh God!
You gotta use that. You gotta use.
I take my hat off.
That needs to be used from now on. Like every time they get stopped by police and they're like license and reg, please. Trap card. What?
Trap card. It's like shit, he's a trap. We can't touch him. It's like 1/18th Cherokee. You can't touch me.
Yeah, it's just it turns out to be a normie cop. It's like what was that? Now,
Speaking of
what is a trap?
Better yet,
is there a bomb in the car?
Better yet, it's a geek cop and he busts out a Blue Eyes White Dragon. He's like, "Fuck your trap card."
I had to sacrifice 2 monsters because this is an 8-star.
I think a 2 months.
I know the rules. I grew up one time.
That would be 7 stars. We needed 2.
No, 7 and 8 is 2.
Exactly, I said 7.
Rules for radical grown-ups.
Blue Eyes is 8.
What?
Hang on, do I have a trap hole here? I'm checking. I've got dark hole. Poison mummy. Witch of the Black Forest.
Have a dark hole.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Compulsory evacuation device. That would be interesting whenever you come across a trap.
Is this some sort of like degenerate Yu-Gi-Oh we're talking here?
Well,
change of heart. Change of heart. I could change it over to my side.
Kind of.
Wait, there's a Yu-Gi-Oh that's not degenerate?
I've got
not.
It's time to...
Swords of Revealing Light. Oh my gosh, all of these. Oh God.
It's all about that Jinzo.
2-man cell battle.
I remember all. I still got all my cards back at my parents' house. I can see if they're worth anything.
I sold my original Blue Eyes White Dragon for quite a bit.
Well, the one I had came out of a starter deck, so it looked nifty, but it wasn't worth anything.
Yeah, I got one out of a booster pack.
I forgot. I've got a scrap iron scarecrow.
We're talking about Jace the Mighty Sculptor.
No, I mean I'm hearing you guys talk about this, and like I'm just all I can do is look at my original Salvador Dali etchings and be like, I should have traded this for playing.
I wish.
I've wasted my life.
If only I had a
Who the fuck cares about what the fuck is L seed anyway? Who gives a shit?
Wait, Lotus
Who
is
cares
aren't
about
black.
Why not when you can have magic cards?
Magic the Gathering.
I'm sorry. Why did you just say cocaine?
It's a trap card. I'm gonna shoot you with bullets. Trap card. I've got cocaine.
I'm still looking through my card collection. I've got like about 300 cards or so.
I actually rode by every.
So you're a casual. You're a filthy casual Yu-Gi-Oh card collector.
Darling, I have more than 300 cards in decks alone.
I have more than 300 water energies for Pokemon. Get on my level.
Only 300.
Yeah.
More than 300.
Like I said, sheltered. I didn't have much access to.
Are traps gay? No, but this conversation got gay pretty fucking quick.
Oh yeah, well my mystical space typhoon says otherwise.
What was it? I saw an image macro earlier. It said, "I still like playing Magic,
D-Fortune,
having out Yu-Gi-Oh things just to piss people off."
The thing is, I pretty much moved from Magic the Gathering straight into just totally video games, and I like to think I definitely moved up in the higher.
I had a similar thing because I moved straight from Magic the Gathering into like
drinking,
compulsively gambling.
Okay.
5-card hold'em.
Well, really, it's basically the same thing. One is just they're just different rules. It's really the same game. You're just gambling.
Rise of the Snake Deity.
Yeah. People betting like 16-year-olds betting their first cars on like a hand of Yoga. I don't know how much their cars were.
Well, my daddy got it for me. It must be like $75.
Well, to be fair, the car is cheaper than the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest,
I've got an Andrew Sphinx somewhere.
Yeah, you probably own these playing cards, which are worth more than my car. So,
guy, this is just my collection of basic lands.
Well,
fuck, nice, very nice.
I think
I used to collect land cards just because I like the pictures on them.
I just wanted to really, when I grew up, I wanted to be a real estate agent. So I did nothing but collect land cards in Magic the Gathering. All
Trap
at once.
stun.
Oh, did you get all the full art lands? Because
That
those
was
are actually
alright.
worth a lot of money. Actually, no, better than that.
E-Tribe.
What do you call it? The unlands.
I've got
those are actually worth a lot of money nowadays.
Yeah, they are. I've also got Black Ivy, which is one of the rarest cards in Magic the Gathering. I just don't know where it is, which is really concerning.
Well, I've got 3 Black Lotuses
But yeah.
somewhere lying around. I just can't really.
Black Lotus, that's it. Yeah.
They're somewhere. I just can't find them.
Ah, high fives. I know I've got it, but I've lost this card.
Okay, so what you're saying is somewhere you have a playing card from when I was about 1 year old that's worth about 20 grand.
Yeah, about that. It's there somewhere.
Lotus
It's a good
Elite is
tick. I know
still
it is
worth
because
more
I
than
had it
Black
hermetically sealed.
You know, I keep flashing back to the Rick and Morty episode where Jerry really wants to show off his R2-D2 silver dollars.
I put the perm and hermetically sealed.
Yeah.
Well, I just figured someone would appreciate them. Jerry,
You do a scary and good Cyril voice.
Oh, what?
Whatever his.
Oh, Jerry.
Cyril, the guy who does Jerry's voice.
Oh, yeah, the guy, from, he's also an Arthur.
Chris Parnell. Chris Parnell, that's yeah.
But I mean, Chris Parnell's more in like he's more in his delivery. He tries to sound confident, but then he fails.
Yeah. Yep.
At this rate,
everything.
No, at this rate, I'm gonna have all of those voices down. Apparently, I need to work on the Morty, but like the Rick, apparently is on fucking point.
Well, you're already halfway towards Rick. You're already a alcoholic that's going to kill yourself with erratic behavior. You just need to work on
Also, I built my own computer. It's pretty much a fucking scientist right now.
Yes, but you didn't build it from scratch.
A lot of people build computers, Rick. A lot of people build them. I don't know that qualifies you as a scientist.
Dude, you're getting there. That's fucking sick.
Oh no, yeah. Well, my problem is too. I'm like sober, and I had like an exhilarating day on the motorcycle, so I'm like still not really there.
Jeez, I've got a lot of hollow foil. Oh yeah, I've got a limited edition Dark Magician that is the black and white one, the drawn version.
Isn't every card limited edition really?
They kind of are, yeah.
There's
they
some
only go for a certain run.
Some are just more limited than others.
Welcome back.
I've got the one with Kai or Pegasus's version of Dark Magician, and then there's this one which is I don't know. It's just black and white hollow foil, and it's done by the creator of the card game.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Oh, wow! It's hollow foil.
That's real time rendered fire. That is.
So like, he's still having fun with your fire.
What I mean,
no one cares about your nerdy fire.
It's real time rendered, man. That's.
I do. I was curious how that was going on. I didn't realize you're actually rendering it.
Yeah, that's done in real time.
That fire made my
murder magic trap fire. It's not really fire.
I've even put in a mask on here, so it looks like it goes in behind your disc.
Yeah, I saw that. I've been watching you play around with it. That's fucking cool.
I just have to say it's crazy late for those people at the minute.
Is it?
Oh, it's only 20 past 10 here, a.m.
It's 5:19. Holy shit, we've been at it for.
I see how that works now.
Yeah, like over 4 hours.
So far.
I skipped breakfast for this, and I still haven't eaten, and it's almost dinner time.
Why don't you eat your dark magician card, since you like it so much?
Are you fucking kidding? That's worth more than a decent fucking meal.
It's not only just a Dark Magician limited edition. It's a rare type of that.
A rare type of edition.
See, it's a rare card with foil on it. It's not very prolific, but it's very valuable.
Yeah, it's weird. Like there's people who they'll pay millions of dollars for a tiny piece of Sugar Bites cereal that looks like E.T.
Oh my god.
$1 million.
Those are the weird ones.
Oh yeah.
Alright, this Berkeley shit is the most retarded shit.
Okay, what is it with this Berkeley shit? I don't know what. Yeah, let's go through this, please.
No, I just keep seeing these photos. I mean, so you've got, apparently there's another Antifa alt-right clash, but so Antifa shows up in their typical discount ninja costumes, but then the Trump supporters show up, and there's this dude here. He's got a fucking Spartan helmet on, no shirt. He's covered in what look like jailhouse tats, and he's wearing American flag pants with a goddamn eagle belt buckle.
Image, please.
Yeah, I got to see this.
Oh yeah, no, just honestly,
share it on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna share the tweet right now. But Shane Bauer, he's just been tweeting out like images and shit of this all day. I mean, I've been loving it. Just saying shit like, oh, no phalanx line, 0 unit cohesion, shit uniform, 0 out of 10. Would not.
No anal sex pictured below.
They're not even engaging in anal sex with their fellow troops. What kind of fucking phalanx is this?
Where the fuck?
Oh, Squadmate has a tight formation, if you know what I mean.
You really like to get in his flank?
Wait, was that the right one? Did I do the right one? No, that was the wrong one.
Divide those cheeks and conquer that ass.
There we go. Oh no, yeah, you got the right one.
Is Berkeley the trap of colleges?
It seems to be, except
no, it's between that and Mizzou, I think.
Well, actually, yeah, I mean, with Berkeley, there's no question if it's fucking gay or not. It's pretty fucking gay, I'd say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How gay is Berkeley today? Hosted by LeVar Burton.
Now the legit fireballs are in, it's just flaming cannonballs at the moment.
Wait, they have fucking wizards there?
No, it's just Robin's animation shit. Sorry, I'm
keeping everybody going with this.
I'm ADDing and
we got protests, we got fireballs, we got traps, we got magic cards.
There was a lovely amount of it was pretty magical watching what are effectively like new gen Tea Party types clashing against fashionable fucking modern day communists. It's lovely to see. I want to say, like, I really want them. And when I say things like, I'm waiting for the shooting to start, I'm not just being facetious. I'm genuinely waiting for the shooting to start. I want Darwin in action. I want them both. I want them killing each other and then becoming such a fucking problem that we got to dispatch the National Guard to just shoot the lot of them. It'd be great. And then they can have their
resolving problem.
Yeah, exactly. And then everyone can be like, I was at the protests at Berkeley, man. It's like, oh, just like
I know I missed a few.
Just like my granddad.
Yeah, and then they make commemorative shirts and shit.
Yeah, we were fighting for the exact same cause.
Yeah, it'll be like Kent State, except it won't be at Kent State this time.
I took a black and white photo with my fist in the air in 2017 and did it in black and white, so I'm totally like the suffragettes.
Oh my god, I tried to put a flower in the barrel of this riot cop's shotgun and he shot me in the fucking chest.
Wait. Which did you say suffragettes? Suffragettes or suffragists? What did you say? Do you know the difference?
Suffraginos.
I do.
Are suffragettes traps?
Suffragettes? Sorry, don't mind me. Suffragettes. I couldn't help it. I apologize. I'll self-flagellate now. But yes, I do very much know the difference.
Yeah, I hate it when
one
people
took
are like
100 years, the other bombed people.
Perps that I was arguing with, and they're in their bio, they've got like suffragettes for the win or something like that. It's like, yeah, you're the most peaceful person. I totally want to communicate with a person such as you. Yes.
Wait a second.
Totally.
I gotta ask to anybody who might remember the old Gamergate days: is Airport back now?
Airport?
Yeah, side chat. Lovely new tweet.
It seems like it. It
Yeah.
seems like it. It does.
Airport,
I've noticed
is
that
that
myself.
I just like I've never thought about that, but yeah, the Anarchist this tag is for eating the whole ass.
That's why it's bloody.
Nice.
Oh, fuck it. 24-hour banking gets my phone.
Bloody and pointed at the top.
Just like my penis.
Also,
yeah.
I can't spell past the A.
You have seen the tweet of just first person offering Antifa a Pepsi.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that was glorious.
All right, I'll like here. It's in the side chat now too. Boom.
Hell yeah!
I wonder, did they get punched? Because I bet, like, I would just love.
Oh my god!
For that person, just to show.
Oh, that is so good.
Dear, oh dear.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have images such as a person being punched after delivering Pepsi to Antifa protests, please share them with the entire world. We want to see this shit. It's fucking hilarious.
Please.
Share them with us in first person from your phone.
What? That's the thing. I think Pepsi was trying to upstage Coke with their whole share a Coke with blank.
Oh, what the fuck are you talking about? It's basically exactly the same adverts as from the fucking 90s Pepsis were doing.
Share a Coke with Antifa.
Share a Coke with your fascist. No, well, the whole thing was like,
share a Coke with your fascist friends.
Okay, yeah, no, it's like Kendall Jenner hands over a Pepsi to the most apparently like the most Rico Suave looking fake San Francisco cop out there, and all of a sudden it's like share a Pepsi with your fascist oppressor.
See, I feel
with
this
your trap
entire
cop
Pepsi.
friends.
I feel this entire Pepsi thing's covering the real issue. Why would you name your kid after a fucking digital ebook? Like, come on, people, jeez.
Because the
advertising has gone too far.
Harry isn't that bad.
The Kindle, the fucking Kindle Fire, the Kindle Jenner. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, I'm amazed they haven't tried to release like her own personalized version that's like pink and Gucci and shit.
Well, it's either you name him Kindle or you name him Nook.
It's the Kindle.
Nook.
You can read it in your kennel, and I don't know.
Kennel.
Thanks for trying, Nick.
And now we have Nick stating why he thinks traps belong in a fucking kennel because he's a degenerate into that kind of stuff.
On the right hand side. Sorry.
Oh my god, what the fuck's with those eyebrows?
Oh,
These
my God,
eyebrows?
it's fucking glorious.
It looks like they've just got a razor and then shaved down the middle of them, like an inverted mohawk for your eyebrows.
Yeah, it's a reverse mohawk.
Yeah, this is the eyebrows. It's fucking glorious and ridiculous.
Think of it as a landing strip for your dick.
Well, I mean, I usually think of tramp stamps as fucking landing zones for my paratroopers, so why not? Just turn the entire body into an analogy. The whole thing is fucking Vietnam.
My first tattoo is a set of handlebars.
Yeah, and once it starts itching and scratching, and then you know the Tet offensive has begun.
Ho Chi Minh.
Apparently there's like 2 people left on the internet who would get that joke.
I know about this offensive. I know about Dien Bien Phu.
Yeah, but do you know about that black VD boy?
Oh shit. I know about Purple Drank.
Not just no, actually.
God, I have to keep blocking bot accounts that keep posting that. Bugger off.
I'm gonna find some Islamist on Twitter.
Share it with the fucking audience.
I'm going to ask if Purple Drank is haram.
Oh my god. Kim Jong-un's really in
A
the
wise
money.
scholar of Islam. Please tell me I must know is Purple Drink haram?
You should do a poll.
I could probably get it to rhyme too, because you have Islam haram, so we can probably.
Just run it by Habib and then run it by Rami Ismail and then we're in the middle.
Habib, I need you to field some questions for me.
Yeah, what the fuck is Habib?
Before I take it to the big leagues.
Like, what the fuck, mate? You were in here for a few minutes, and then you just left us.
He's he's rushing back to Saudi real quick with an armed contingent of men to rescue Dina. He's like, I'm so sick of everyone bitching about this to me on Twitter, so I'm just gonna go do something about it. He's
gonna run in there to rescue Dina, but he won't give other people hands with visas. Fucking dick.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, you don't. Yeah,
He's busy.
Are you gonna try and tell Batman when to Batman? No.
When to bat?
I'm going to tell Batman to stop jumping into my fucking bedroom unless he's going to get in bed with me.
Yeah, that rude bastard.
Are you going to tell smashes in through the window, drags my boyfriend down to the room, and
all right.
I thought the worst thing the Batman did was like
calm it down.
spam a hangout with soundboards. Wow, he's really stepped up his game since 2 days ago.
Apparently because he's about to date the Joker.
I'm gonna say that. Oh my god.
So yeah, what do you think about puberty blockers, Nick?
Terrible fucking idea.
You think?
Can
you elaborate?
Puberty blockers.
Yeah.
That should be illegal, unless medically necessary.
Yeah, the whole, even at its very worst, the acceptance argument would come down to, I don't care what grown adults do with themselves or with other consenting adults. That's a reasonable position to take. But I do kind of default to, in many circumstances, I do default to that old joke of a transgender 5-year-old is like a vegan cat. You kind of know who's calling the shots in that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let a child, let an individual, let a human being get through puberty and reach sexual maturity and adulthood before they go making decisions like that.
And I think it was Jordan Peterson who was talking about how most of these young people who claim to be transgender, most of them turn out to either be gay or the ones who don't end up perverting. It's just a tiny segment.
All kinds of
Can I interject for a sec?
Argue time.
Approximately enter puberty at the age of 14 to 16. And although it's uncommon, it's not actually abnormal for a person to enter puberty fairly late on.
Yes.
No, it isn't.
So
just quickly
someone
though,
who is
like
possibly trans, puberty blockers for a year to 4 isn't actually that big of a deal, so long as you take them off them by the age of 16 to either carry on puberty normally or to be put on hormone replacement, because at that point it's about as late as you can push it for them to still have a normal puberty in line with people that are going to be at school with them.
But guys,
there are two minds of this. You're
really quiet, mate.
One, you've got gymnasts. One, you've got gymnasts. Basically, they don't go through puberty because of their training. They end up getting hit like a freaking freight train later in life when they stop doing gyms and stuff, like gymnast stuff. And then the other mind is, how can anyone expect somebody going through puberty being of the right mindset to be able to say, oh yeah, I really want to be this? Like, fucking hormones, they mess with your head, and puberty
we don't let
sucks.
you operate a motor vehicle.
Like,
we're not going to let you try and block your puberty to change your gender.
More than that, though, too. But I mean, I saw a really good quote though, in which find me somebody who's in the midst of puberty, right, or adolescence in general, who doesn't hate their bodies.
Yeah. Like, what is this? Why is there hair in my asshole, Todd?
At my son's school, like, there's all these trenders now because it is literally trendy. Like, I saw that whole thing pop up where like some experts said that it's trendy, but it was obvious that it was. And now it's kind of like he lost his friends at school because he doesn't identify as trans. I can't make this shit up. Like, he called me one day fucking bawling, and it was because he didn't want to identify as gay or trans. So now, because he's white, like, this shit has infected our fucking high schools. That's how bad it's gotten.
Yeah, when I was in school, that wasn't a thing. Hell, there were only like 2 gay guys in the school. So I'm pretty certain that it wasn't like due to trendiness or anything like that. It was.
No, that wasn't.
Oh, right, because it was actually a thing with me.
Well, I mean, there was when keep in mind, I'm 33, right? And
ladies and gentlemen, I actually have a comment from the audience. Apparently, hormone blockers are one of the best things going because they keep your very young boys looking as very young boys for up to 20 years longer.
That's true. That's true. I didn't think about it from that. Yeah.
This way, a person can be past the age of consent and still a very young boy in the eyes of Milo Yiannopoulos and beggar his belief.
Of course, trap trenders.
Robin, Robin, you're gonna have to rename this channel to The Very Young Stream.
You're gonna just rename this channel to Demonetized.
The Very Young Stream.
Yeah.
Very young.
I hope you didn't have any financial aspirations for this channel. Okay.
Anyway, but
there was. I mean,
I personally.
Well, I knew a trans, and then keep in mind, like I'm 33. I was class of. I was class of 2001. Well, it's supposed to be the long story. But I remember, and when I was going to high school, there was like 3, maybe 4 gay students that were out, and since then, plenty have come out since then. But there was one who was. You could tell just by not just mannerisms, but just by their but by Bruce's nature. And I say was because unfortunately, Bruce Sydney. Killed themselves, and
that sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that even like this happened after high school. And the funny thing too was, I mean, it was senior year, and his very strange, former biker's old lady mother, bought him fake tits for Christmas or something. And
nice. Fair enough.
Well, no, it was senior year. Bruce started going by Sydney, and apparently was talking about looking at transitioning and hormone replacement. And the funny, I mean, I loved. I don't give a fuck what the name was. I love Bruce to death. He was the funniest son of a bitch I'd ever met, or bitch of a bastard, whatever it might be. And but I mean, it was afterwards. It was during the personal struggles with coming to full grips with who Bruce Sydney was, that ultimately led to the rope. And and what infuriates me about the trans trend, which it is a trend.
Yeah, it is a trend. People need to recognize it for what it is.
Well, no, more than that. I mean, my position has always been that genuinely fucking undermines the struggle that people are going through. People who experience dysphoria, people who are struggling with who they are, they do deserve and require and need compassion. They need
not knowing who you are must be a terrible thing.
Yeah, but
it's fun.
But when all of
it's actually not about not knowing who you are. It's about being very, very acutely aware of your situation and being excessively uncomfortable with it to the point of depressive, suicidal tendencies.
And how is that conversation supposed to be broached when the narrative that's expunged in the name of not expunged that is expelled, given off, told, spoken in the name of expedited, yeah. What is when the narrative though that is given out in that way is about it? Just accept everything at face value in this sense. If somebody says that they're neither man nor woman and they're just gonna dress differently, do you suddenly rearrange everything? Meanwhile, you're supposed to give the same deference. You're supposed to give the same deference and compassion and respect and attention to that person as you are the person who is genuinely on the verge of going through outright hell if they're not going through it already, trying to really come to grips with everything about their own nature. No, I'm sorry. Those are not equivocal.
Yeah. One of my first clients when I was a social worker was a young Kiwi fella who was gender dysphoric and all that sort of stuff. I learned, from a third person perspective, quite a bit of their legitimate struggles. And the people I see that are following the actual trend, not literal trans, they seem to be more vocal. They seem to be the ones that are getting the attention, and literal trans people are falling by the fucking wayside. And this is what infuriates me the most about it. Because these people, they think, oh, because someone didn't use my fucking pronoun, the world has ended. Where you've got people literally transitioning.
Grok, mate, it's really easy to go out there and be vocal when you are not waking up every morning and vomiting because you are so stressed and just upset and horrible and appalled by yourself.
I have acid reflux issues.
Like, he got kicked out from his fucking family home because of this. He got kicked out of his family home because of this. I had him in my house. Like, fucking, you don't understand the paperwork that it fucking took, because holy shit. But, yeah, I ended up having him in my house because I was also living at a refuge myself. But, yeah, and that was just so I could keep a fucking eye on him, so he didn't end at the end of the fucking road. Like, yeah,
Funny
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I got kicked out of my own house, too. Not entirely for that thing, but my family is not fully supportive about any of it. Like, they will constantly use my old name, constantly refer to me by male pronouns. It's just like, I'm telling you to stop it every single time. You're like, chill out. When before, the reason why it got to this point was because I'm like, okay, I don't want to impose on them, so yeah, you don't have to worry about all this. But now it kind of shot me in the foot. But now I'm telling them, and they just get all offended, which is the whole reason why I didn't bother in the first place. And then there was my grandfather who almost killed me because of the whole thing.
Whoa.
Yeah, if you look at my avatar there, actually, a little scar there right below the tip of the mic.
Can't see nothing. Hang on.
Oh, there's a slight vertical line along my jaw there. Slightly darker patch of skin.
Yeah, in your picture. Yeah, I can see it just under your mic. Yeah.
Now you've looked.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give you a picture of me the day after that thing. Let me just.
For the viewers
just warning
at home
you.
who cannot see that picture, half her face is missing.
No. No.
Look, they can't see, so they're going to have to imagine anyway. So they may as well imagine something horrific.
On my Twitter.
There's a Terminator endoskeleton. What's your Twitter? You should post that in the side thingy for me, please.
Follow and then send you lewd things.
Mine. Okay, I was just. There's the picture, and then I am.
Holy shit! That's fucked.
Control C.
Was that just with hands?
No, that was a heavy mug.
Fuck.
Yeah, broke against my face. I wore glasses before that, and they went overboard with half of the mug shards after he hit me several times until it broke.
You just sue him or something? Call the police?
No, because my family, every single one of them is on his side, saying that I used my nails to just drag scars, hairline scars, things that are as thin as a paper cut.
You didn't try?
In my face. That's what they're saying. Like, there's one right under my eye that, like...
Yeah, they're not hairline scars. I'm amazed you didn't have to get fun.
I'm saying the smaller ones. Those ones are really, really thin. I had my face glued up there because I didn't. They didn't want to give me stitch marks. So there, I've got 2 bumps on the top of my head. I've got the split on the eyebrow there. A bunch of cuts there from the shards that hit. One along there, along my under my eye. That one was from the glasses being dragged into the skin and then off my face. Yeah. He was also still, after the cup broke, holding like the handle, which was still attached to the bottom, which formed a kind of blade, and he kept hitting me with that until that broke away, and then he continued with his fist.
Wow, what a scumbag! If you, I'm sorry, but yeah, fuck off. That's fucked.
Yeah.
That really is. Like, I've had gay mates. I know it's not exactly the same, but I've had gay mates that fucking dealt with the same shit. You know, like fucking that have a family member fucking floor them just because they came out.
Now, this was not in like initially for that, but the continued beatdown was because of what I represented. Because I am not straight, I am trans, and he couldn't handle that.
Well, you got to admit it is your fault for being trans. You did choose this at character creation screen.
See, the thing that
should have gone with a bread.
Like, just is quite obvious about why he did it was because immediately after he said, "Okay, you are getting off of those hormones right now. If I see them, I'm throwing them out." That's what he said. We were on a boat right outside Nanaimo on Vancouver Island in the harbor. So I couldn't get to the hospital right away. I had to wait overnight after they did some first aid.
You were trapped.
I bled out everywhere. I had a cut on the bottom of my foot that needed 7 stitches when I got to the hospital. It was just gushing because I stepped on one of the shards. That was the worst injury I'd ever received.
I'm sorry that happened to you. That's so fucked. Like, people try and say that shit doesn't happen anymore. It definitely does. It's obvious it does. Like, it still happens with fucking... It still happens with gay people. Fucking... people just...
So I think the thing is, like, most abuse, those who want to, like, champion it, saying it's like it's some stranger lurking around every corner that's just going to get everyone. They neglect the fact that the majority of this
family members
happen. Yeah, it's family members.
Yeah, family.
That's like sexual abuse and all that.
Like, do any of you know who Destiny Price is?
No. Can't speak for the rest of them.
But yeah, Destiny. Her friend brought home one of her other friends, as in her friend's friend, that Destiny didn't know. And that person went to Destiny's room and went to slit her throat. Slit her throat, slashed her arms, and tried to stab her several times. And Destiny managed to fight off the person, get away to a phone call, and that person, charges were laid against them, and they got 1 year for assault.
Yeah, that's not right. That's attempted fucking murder. What the hell?
Yeah, but the reasoning for this was because, you're one of those.
Yeah, see, it's the old guard still. Like, the old guard needs to fucking die out. I know it seems mean, they've done a lot for us, but they need to fucking die out. They really do. Well, not all of them, just the shit cunts.
Yeah, social progress has always been a one generation at a time thing. It comes in waves for a good reason.
It shouldn't be like that. I don't know, like, you get... This is my mate's grandfather. He was in Vietnam. One of the rest, man, he's ridiculous. He's awesome, don't get me wrong. Like, but yeah, I just never expected it. So yeah, the old guard is always the old guard.
You know, I've got more stories if you want to hear them.
I don't know. I think we've killed the other floor. They've been awfully silent.
I wish I didn't have all these stories.
I was smoking, but
neither.
I don't know.
I
like talking. I'll cry later, but it's.
Yeah, I think like the main issue, you know, we're always hearing about how society needs to do this and society needs to do that and change and stuff. Like, acceptance is slowly grinding forward, and that I mean that's clear and evident.
Definitely
and
is.
I think the problem is that the exuberance and the zeal with which campaigners and crusaders like to take an identity they can latch onto and say, I am going to be their champion if not one of them, because I can just identify. They have such good intentions, but they're so like spun
visceral
in their own head. They're so visceral and they're so spun out in their own heads that they genuinely do a disservice. Because I mean, if the issue of violence against gay and trans people is to be really taken up as an issue, you got to break it down, and when you do, you find most of it happens in the home. And it's just like talking about domestic violence. So, well, here's the thing, though. Just like with domestic violence, people want to talk about domestic violence, but they fail to recognize that women initiate nearly half as much non-reciprocal violence as men, and that most violence is reciprocal to begin with.
But it's okay when it happens to men. All right.
No, but
totally. My dad.
I'm literally somebody who got charged for defending himself against his missus. I lost everything.
Yeah,
because
my dad
I woke
lost,
up to her beating the shit out of me, and then I defended myself. I was holding my fucking son, and the cops and the courts still reamed me.
Yep.
Yeah, my dad lost custody of my little sister when she. In later years, this evidence was dismissed by the court, but he has on film her hitting him with a car seat. One of those big, compact, heavy ones, just hitting him in the back, right around the spine, center back part. And they dismissed this evidence. Constantly shouting at him, swearing at him, calling him a fag, and so on.
Just on something that I find amazing that feminists don't seem to think is a problem. If you get in somebody's face and you're like inches away and you are yelling at them, expect them to do.
The criminal justice court, that is nothing to do with domestic violence, classes such actions as purpose intimidation and a prelude to physical assault in the form of non-physical assault.
Yeah, but if ladies do it, they don't expect backlash. They don't expect to get pushed or any hands. And if you yell at them, then you're somehow the aggressor. Like, it's weird. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, the thing is that it's much like the modern. Well, it's much like the modern crusader, right? You take the modern identity crusader of any stripe. We're talking about trans identity issues here. Let's take those. When you give the campaigners power, when you give them the ear of power, you let them in on the passing of writing of legislation and so on. Whenever you give a crazy orthodox person that kind of power, this is what you end up with. You end up with things like in the U.S. we have the Violence Against Women's Act. From a political standpoint, and it's brilliantly marketed. Because I mean, if you named it anything other than that, if it was the Domestic Violence Act and somebody came up with
violence against men,
it sounds no, not even violence against men. Make it gender neutral. Make it as palatable as possible, right?
But don't you know gender neutral is sexist?
Yeah, but if we took that though, and somebody stepped up and said, I think there's problems with this piece of legislation, and it was called the Domestic Violence Act, well, you'd want to go into that to make sure you had it just right. But if you say anything about the Violence Against Women's Act, well, then that's what you get. Now,
who's going to vote against violence against women, right? Well, that's the thing. You don't want to be the
It's
modern.
the whole reason why BLM got their own name, and
exactly
you can't criticize them.
Oh yeah, well, the modern.
You don't want to be a racist.
Identity crusaders, they undo any actual progress that's done in terms of acceptance and cohabitation or community, because they want to secure the future for their people. They want to do their own 14 words, and they do that by getting into power, first painting in public the image of their victim of choice as somebody who is above reproach. You cannot. It's just like you'd never hit a woman, right? Well, same goes for every other new variety. And with that, once they can get legislation passed, they craft it in the same way that they sold their image. It's not the legislation that was
would never hit a woman. Hitting women is potentially rather fun.
You guys have never had the ads that we have, as far as I know, at least. I can't say that equivocally. That we've had here in Australia that have been running for damn near a decade now. Violence against women. Australia says no, and every single ad has been an argument or whatever, and it's always the dude in the wrong. And now it's gotten to the point where they're targeting young boys.
Yep. No, they've been up for a while. Yeah, that's how it works, and that's the thing, though, is that is the net.
It's deplorable as fuck.
Yeah, but that's the net result of identity campaigners being given actual power. There's no actual progress made. Nothing gets better. They
just make money.
Yeah, I mean, they say domestic violence rates have been on the decline, but they're still saying that there's record numbers of arrests. So it's either one or the other. And if it's actually going down, what are the real numbers? But it's like any
preemptive arrest.
It's like any.
That's preemptive arrest.
Yeah. So
sorry. Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be, honestly, that's the sad thing, is that's going to be the future of trans acceptance, because it's not really in the hands of people who are like, hey, we're just a small portion of the population going through some shit. We'd appreciate your understanding and your patience and maybe compassion. It's the
2 trans people I know fucking hate the trans rights movement because they were always treated as a lady and a dude, like their respective.
I always hear that people like Riley J. Dennis are so damaging to the movement.
Well, Riley is. They fucking hate Riley. I showed them, and holy shit, man, I wish I recorded the fucking rant and put it up because it was glorious.
I just call that Justin next scrotum Dennis.
Isn't someone that seems deeply confused about their own sexuality and then are just pushing it onto everyone else?
I think the
with that Adam's apple too, right?
No,
I'm not so sure they're. I'm not sure that they're all that confused. They clearly swallowed a scrotum.
Yeah.
You're saying it like you didn't swallow a scrotum.
I'm not into swallowing scrotum.
What is that?
No, the only time I ever sucked dick was when I was like 9 or 10.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a boat party when you were a very young boy.
Very young.
But I'm
is Milo showing up?
It turns out that pills are awfully expensive and that way.
Very young.
I can't even tell if it's actually Robin or somebody actually just has a soundboard now.
Very
Or
young.
Robin has a soundboard. He's like, no, I'm busy. I'm just gonna, here we go.
Boys.
He's just got a yak back. He's sitting there fucking playing through his like default responses.
I have made fire.
Wow, that's a really weird soundboard.
If you two would like to try and make fire,
young,
I recommend you do it in a bottle format and deliver it to somewhere in the north of London.
Boys.
You know, I'm really contemplating ordering Chinese, but actually, wait, no. Are there any pizza places around here?
Those are people, you asshole.
Deliver?
Ask. Need to be so rude.
Okay,
the
let's see.
fact you're calling
Pizza
them
Hut.
people is adorable, but it's not.
Strictly true.
Rags, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
You're gay, yeah?
I'm bisexual.
Or bisexual. Like, have you
I
seen
speak on
much
behalf
of
of all
the
gays.
SJW?
As a bisexual, do you think we need
yeah,
roads?
totally. That's exactly what I was asking. No, I was just wondering if you've seen much of the social justice shit in your circles.
I have. Yeah, I've seen I've seen a lot of it.
Social warriors.
I think people conflate communities with demographics a lot of the time as well.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. But exactly likely to if gay men by like absolute choice. Like I meet them, I hang out with them and stuff like that, but I don't go to gay bars. Things like that. Like
you fucking homophobe.
Just
yeah.
So hey,
maybe he's just alcohol phobe.
I used to go to gay club. I got kicked out because I looked too straight. I'm not even fucking kidding. I used to go there all the time.
Why?
And then
Well,
apparently
you
some
turned around to the
lesbians.
bouncer, grabbed hold of a random twinkler, and just fucked him in the arse in front.
I
of
know
the
the
bouncer.
owner.
Yeah, I'm that fucking gay.
I know the owner.
He knows the owner of that dick.
Yeah. No, I've been good friends with the owner of the main gay club in my town for a long time, and he was the one that told me that I was making lesbians uncomfortable. True story. My presence.
I wasn't going to
talking
say.
to the bar staff was making them uncomfortable. So I'm not allowed
Very
there anymore.
flamboyant gays are not attractive to me at all. They are very off-putting.
Faggots.
No, I can
wrong.
No, I can even go for some traps sometimes, depending. It's very individual by individual basis.
Personality.
But for the most part, the super flamboyant, airy voice, fabulous style of that very stereotypical yet does exist kind of gay. Really not into that at all.
So what you're
Not
saying
into it at all.
is if you're gonna fuck a dude, you want to fuck a dude.
Not necessarily, no. Not necessarily. I can get into.
That's what you
want a man. No,
What
well,
about a
yeah, no, that's
bear?
fair enough.
I just got an image from Super Troopers in my head when you said that, and I'm just seeing the police. Bear fucker, do you need assistance?
Oh God, you just reminded me of tiger fucker.
Well, a lot of it has to do with when you look at someone, you kind of formulate in your head sort of what their role might be, and you kind of play into that as well.
Okay,
so
yeah.
the idea of seeing like a smaller sort of feminine guy, you don't see that, or at least I don't see that as, someone who is on the top. So being in that situation, in that role with him wouldn't be something that, it does roll with me.
So what you're saying is you want a guy who can take you and top you?
Sometimes. But it depends on also, it does depend on how they look as well. Like how big they are, their whole body, how they act, because it's more than
They present themselves.
Is no one attracted to people who can cook good food anymore? Like it's
Apparently
like
not.
I'm something that no one likes.
It's not a
Jessica, I'm sorry,
not
but
gonna sell the whole
that's
package.
just not true.
I mean, I can
Chefs
cook
get
fairly well.
all the D.
The first
Chefs give all the D.
Jessica, the first bite is with the eye.
It's true.
Rags, darling, I've put a tweet on the side for you.
All right, let's check it out, Angel Drawers.
I love the hesitation there. That was glorious. All right, I'm prepared.
Here we go. Oh, it's on Twitter. It might actually be safe for work.
I think I've got a food porn
What's that?
thread on Twitter.
It's me.
Oh yeah, Jessica, can you post your Twitter in the side thing?
I'm not really attracted to that, to be honest.
I'll do that again, yeah.
Oh, some people are just objectively wrong.
And it's not just a cat shirt. What were you thinking?
Or which side thing are you talking about? Like the live chat or?
There's a cat shirt.
That's side chat and the.
The Google Hangouts chat.
Okay, that one. Okay. Put it in the live chat because I should have asked.
I don't know. I mean, I think, to be honest, I think it's mostly the hair and the black lipstick and the makeup. I'm not a fan of makeup. I don't like makeup.
I don't wear makeup.
Well, it's not my fault that you're wrong.
No?
Like, for example,
the eyes and the...
I don't wear makeup. I'm not wearing makeup. Oh, you can see my scar. Look at that. But yeah, I don't really need it.
And the...
My eyebrows could do a little work. Use a little work.
To be honest, the black lipstick really is, to me, pretty off-putting.
Who wears black lipstick?
Isn't that right there? Isn't that black lipstick?
Oh, yes.
Wait, who? Oh, okay, let me just...
Look inside chat.
Oh, right.
I'm not afraid to admit that I got for makeup.
Mouth piercings, also don't like those as well.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, +1 rags.
I'm not really a fan of piercings, period.
They're weird.
Off of, if it's not on the ear, already, I look at you as subhuman.
You are objectively.
I'm a fan of piercings. I just don't like lip piercings.
Especially on a point of the body where my mouth will have to be. Like, what's this? What's in the way?
Jeez.
See,
my
so
eyes.
This is the open house as set up by OkCupid, yes?
Something like that, yeah.
Local traps are ready and waiting for you in your area.
Jeff is gonna be
When's the goon video coming, Nick?
What's wrong with this? See?
The goon video?
The goon video. Yeah, Chateau de Cardboard.
Sorry, you'll have to remind me. My memory's not what it used to be.
I think I'm gonna go order pizza. Be right back.
You were suggesting that you can age cask wine, and I'm really curious how to do it.
Oh, I don't have a cask. No, I know it's been. I've seen it done. I don't have a cask myself.
All right.
No,
so
I've
everyone
tried.
who's watching, donate a cask to Wizard of Claus.
Oh yeah, no, fuck. If anybody wants to give me an oak cask, I'll take it.
Oak cask.
Not cheap. Oh, cask.
They're not expensive. It's just one of those things that I never got around to getting because there's other things I need to spend money on. But
yes.
I mean, fuck yeah, no, I definitely want one of those. I'd go out. I'd probably buy like 3 bottles of, I don't know, like Yellowfoot, like the big ones, just to make sure I filled the fucker up.
This is what I'm drinking. It's backwards, apparently. Stanley.
What is that?
It's local Australian cask wine. It's actually not bad. It's decent, got a decent body about it.
Space bagging, I see.
Oh yes. Yeah. See, I'm just a mere dish hog, so I'm stuck with cheap shit.
What the fuck is a dish hog? What are these words? You people are making things
Dish
up.
pig. He's talking about somebody who cleans dishes in the back of a
Dish
restaurant.
pig.
Robin's right.
I've
yes.
never heard.
You've never heard of the term dish pig?
Never, not once.
Really?
I really haven't. I've never have.
If you've ever worked in a restaurant,
Why are you Americans so sheltered?
they'd call it maybe the pot wash,
I've
whatever.
worked in restaurants. I've never heard that.
What the fuck? Hold on, Rags. Have you ever worked in a restaurant?
I have, absolutely, yes.
Have you been?
I've never heard.
Front or back of the house?
What kind of restaurant?
Front, of course. I mean, come
Okay,
on.
so that's why
Oh, listen to it.
Oh,
well, of course.
Where people still have self-respect. That's adorable.
You go to work.
No, we call them. We usually use the term dish dog over here.
Dish dog.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I call myself dish hog because pig just sounds feminine.
I mean, there are better. I mean, there's. I mean, that's not terrible. There are worse things. I mean, like if I went back to that restaurant and I said, you know, how many dish monkeys do you have in the back? It
No,
probably
that's a
wouldn't go
term
over
too.
very
Actually, no. We use dish monkey too.
Oh well, there you go.
Yeah, dish monkeys use
Depends on who we're talking to.
You would say dish monkey.
But here's the thing: the cooks. Here's the thing: cooks typically don't use those terms because the cooks know that if the pit is pissed, they'll just slow down production, and then they'll be like, "I need large ovals." To be like, "All right, about 2 minutes."
Yeah, it's like, all right, fuck you.
About 2 minutes. No, I knew that because I started in the dish pit, and then I moved up to the line, and then after that, it was like other real restaurants.
Well, I'm also a cook. I just prefer.
No, get out. No. My best advice is get out now. Get out now. I've had 2 jobs where like my title was chef, and no.
You had a degree.
No, I did.
Dude,
No.
my head chef.
Chefs do not have degrees. You will never find
No, they don't.
fucking top shelf executive kitchen chef who went to culinary school unless they did so later in life just out of pure interest. Like cooks,
they're usually a trial by fire.
Yeah, chefs are cooks, and they just come up, and then you last as long as your specials keep selling.
Well, the best example is my head chef is not a qualified chef, but that motherfucker can cook like rings around Gordon Ramsay.
A lot of people say making money is a qualification.
Yeah, no. Does he create his own dishes?
Yes, he does, and they're amazing.
Then he's a chef. End of
I
story.
can make
I'm
a
not a fan of
meatball
burgers,
cereal.
but these burgers are amazing.
Yeah,
Meatball cereal. That's
I'm sorry.
midnight
No,
food.
the difference between a cook and a chef is ultimately a cook can follow a recipe and make a wonderful dish. A chef can create a wonderful dish from pure imagination and ingredients.
That's loads of people.
Well, I actually had a special on Paddy steaks.
That's
I work
me with
at an Irish
beans.
pub. Like, you know, my name's Garrock Tempest, and I made a pie called
Chill.
Tempire's Fugit.
Tempire's Fugit?
Tempire's Fugit.
Would you like to sample
it
the
was actually-
Tempire's Fugit, sir?
It was the suggestion by my girlfriend, and it sold like hotcakes, like Tempire's Fugit. Like, it was insane. It was awesome.
What was
and apparently all the staff, the customers have been asking for it to come back. It's just I don't want to make it.
Yeah, last restaurant I worked at.
They don't like to be called Fugits.
Barley House in Concord, and this was the place which basically fed the state government. It was a nice 2-floor. It was weird. They were kind of going for like they had a nice menu, but they were trying to go for an upscale bar menu, basically.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, they pulled it off.
You know, some people like tapas, you know.
Yeah, it was pretty much. Yeah, it was like a sort of upper crust tap house. But the thing is, like, if you come in there and if you get a steak or you get a burger or whatever beef product you get, it was cut from the shoulder or from it was basically butchered that day in the basement Like our prep division had its own. It had a bigger kitchen than the production.
Glorious.
No, and then that was wonderful. I mean, like there's the thing called Burger Fest in Concord, New Hampshire, and it gets pretty heavy. I think it's right before Bike Week, and we cooked during that. And they set up 2 secondary grills, just actual grills outside in the back alleyway. That they just cook off of them. To keep up with production. But when I was there, it was like every day if you worked on the line, if you were a cook, you were a chef, and if you were a chef, you had to come up with your own special. And so I'd show up.
I have to do that.
Oh yeah, well I'd show up for lunch. One time I show up and I'm completely unprepared mentally. I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot about my special. What am I gonna do? Walk around. I walk through the walk-ins. I'm like, all right, I got mushroom caps, I got lobster meats. And I got
See,
remnants.
that's the best thing about this job. You've got everything at your fucking fingertips. You can create. It's amazing. I love it.
Mate, I made six to a plate. It was seafood stuffed mushroom caps with Parmesan and aioli, and then these were baked to the point where the Parmesan would, brown. Perfect.
Brown, yeah.
Seafood stuffed mushrooms. 6 to a plate. The owner, who is the restaurateur, he knows everything about the business. He starts freaking out about my special, saying, he's like, I'm going to need to charge $13 a plate. No one's going to buy these. And I'd already made an entire, a lunch and a half's worth of, I'd prepped them. And those fuckers sold out before lunch. And it's like, well, what do you do? What does it take to make great food? Do you like eating good food? Yeah. Learn to make that.
Learn to make good food and present it properly. It's not fucking rocket science, people. God damn it.
Yeah.
Like as a kitchen hand / cook, I also have to do like salad plates and shit like that. Every now and then, I put a little smiley face with the salad, and the amount of people who end up sticking their head in the kitchen and going, "That was awesome," is ridiculous.
It's a fucking salad.
Just something that small made their day. But it made their day.
My last salad was
it's a happy salad.
Lives where you are, they're kind of sad. So sometimes people find a smiley face.
You can taste the difference between a happy salad and a sad
maybe they find a thumbs up in their sandwich, and they just feel
like, oh god, thumbs in my sandwich.
No, I live in like the public service capital, and those poor fuckers are stuck in cubicles. So we sell a lot of shit to them, and as way I see it is, any effort I can take that will stop them fucking ending at the end of a rope, is good, because then they can do my taxes.
You should take in those little tiny hotel bottles, the little nips of vodka. Bring a bunch of those in, and then when you're doing salad, it's like every third salad, just put that at the bottom of the plate and then cover it with lettuce.
Oh my god, that would be awesome. We'd get return customers up the wazoo.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Well, isn't that kind of
excuse me.
Business, my bad.
For a 13-year-old. Well,
Nick, you're in charge.
To have a hell of a day.
I'm going to go and smoke this.
That 13-year-old is going to bug their parents forever until they can come back.
Look, that 13-year-old is going to go and drink alcohol anyway. You're just saving them a bit of time.
Interesting thing about young age, well, I almost said degeneracy just to be funny, but young age, all this alternative culture. I lost my virginity at 14, and that's pretty normal around here.
Oh, well,
that's
good
kind
for
of conservative.
you.
But apparently I freak people out when I say that.
Wait, the conservative age of 14 to lose your virginity is something that freaks people out. Just how sheltered are these people? Did they not meet anyone of the opposite sex until they were 20?
Nobody. Nobody bats an eye when I tell them I was 19 and it was with a prostitute in Georgia. So everyone's like, "Oh, that sounds completely normal." It's otherwise, I lost it at 14 when I started getting curious. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You freak! How dare you do things naturally?
I also started drinking too, so.
Yeah, I started drinking at 13.
I also started smoking at 9, and then I stopped.
My parents, I was raised in a very conservative Christian household, Oh.
By the way, in the side chat, I put the link to my food porn thread.
No.
Food that I've made myself.
No.
No?
No, I'm saying for myself. I'm well into the 200-pound range now, and I'm trying to bring it back to what it
What's
used
that?
to be.
What's that in real measurements?
26 or so.
Yeah, I do.
How much is that? And in real measurements, like stone. And how tall are you roughly?
I don't know what the fuck stone is.
Like, why do you measure rock? You use rocks to measure weight. What if the rocks are different weights? I don't understand.
Exactly. There are a lot.
Rags. We all know
I know all about
not different weight.
So yeah,
standardized
126 pounds.
Stone.
And
Well, who gets the stone? Do you like pass it around?
The king
I used-
decided which stone.
I used to be 190 pounds.
You didn't vote on a stone.
Well,
of course we didn't bloody
at
vote
my
on it. The king
peak,
declared it.
Shit.
In real world,
You don't even
in
get to
real
choose
world
your own
weight,
stone.
at my peak was 150 kilos, and I'm now 90. But I'm 6'3", so that's actually normal.
What
Nick,
does that
how much do you
mean?
weigh?
Who are
How
these
tall are you?
people?
Huh?
Yeah, damn real
How much
measurements.
do you weigh? How tall are you?
Get good, Rags.
Oh, I'm 5'11".
You're 5'11".
Wait, someone asking how old? What?
Nick,
You're
how much do you
5'11",
weigh?
Nick.
Oh no! I'm not saying I'm like armored skeptic fat. I'm saying like,
As a skeptic, I can only endorse
You're
these
going to
Cinnabons.
absolutely hate this, Nick, but the easiest way to lose weight will be to cut back on some of your fucking high-calorie beer.
oh yeah, I know that.
Well, I'm
That's why
drinking
I find a
wine.
way
Work out
around
a
that
lot.
by actually establishing a more aggressive workout and diet regimen.
Like going running daily for a mile or two, at the very least.
Who the
Yeah,
fuck runs?
that's gonna start.
Running should be
I
done
want
for
to drink
survival
12 packs of
purposes
beer
only.
every day.
Thank
If
you,
drink
Rags.
12 packs of
Thank
beer,
you.
you have
It's
to
like
go
swimming.
on a 20-mile run.
Swimming.
It
The
is.
purpose of
Oh
swimming is to avoid
Listen,
drowning.
in about like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so, I'm actually gonna bail from this stream because I gotta chat with my friend. And she's actually a marathon runner. She's run she's run half marathons, and she actually for my birthday she sent me a bunch of she sent me like running shoes and like shorts and gym clothes, and she's like, hey, look, now you have no excuse. And I'm like, I'm still poor.
Run your sadness away.
I'll never run out of
What the
excuses.
Ethiopians do.
But no, I mean, running is. Well, I mean, for fuck's sake, I was in the army. I know how to run. I mean, and
I
running
was in
is
the army
like.
too, and I think running is AIDS.
I wasn't kidding.
Watch somebody run
At the time, I could run fast. I just could not run long distances. Like I could do a.
Oh no! Wait! Like when you get thrown into a situation,
6 second 100-meter dash.
Sticking for no stamina.
You're a sprinter. No. When you sign up and like you suddenly like, hey, oh my god, like I can kill myself. But I can run an 18.5-minute mile. And then they're like, okay, you are now going to learn to run 2 miles in 16 minutes. Am I?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, you will, and you will like it.
I hike though. I do a lot of that. I don't run.
Yeah, but no, I mean, my thing,
Not
I mean, like,
Rags.
hiking, walking, whatever. I'm getting a membership to Y so I can go, so I can start swimming soon. Because this beer, it's free beer and it's good. And how can, I mean, what the fuck kind of man would I be if I turned this down?
You will turn into armored skeptic.
No, I will never turn into armored skeptic because, for one thing, I'm not having sex with June. And for another thing, there is more to my life than the fact that,
she annoys me.
not having sex. Huh? No, I'm just saying, like, there's more to me than
Rags.
than being Shu's boyfriend. So I'll never turn into him. I've made a career of alcoholism, god damn it, and I will not have you besmirching its good name to me here.
And I will besmirch its good name if you end up with his body shape and decide to put on a fucking waistcoat that is straining so much on the buttons they look like they're about to actually explode.
No, my waistcoats and my seat coats are how I measure when my stomach is getting to be a true problem.
I am amazed that Skeptic hasn't killed
you
anyone.
hear the fabric begin to rip whenever you breathe in.
I'm not hearing that quite yet.
There's certain
So-
style of dress that actually looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, see, when I can no
that's
longer
good.
fit into that dress, Then.
Well, this is actually a blouse on top of a dress. It's crushed velvet. Like if you're looking.
Well, ladies and
We can't
gentlemen,
make
Nick just
anything out.
confirmed when he can no longer pass for a drag queen, he will stop drinking.
Oh, no. I've seen some pretty dumpy fucking drag queens. You've never been to man.
Are drag queens gay?
Some of them are.
Unequivocally, yes.
Sounds very. This is like very.
Yeah,
funny, but
yeah, they are. Half and half.
They
I
are-
know straight drag
No,
queen.
we
I
just
do it
need an
for as well.
updated Rick and Morty thing where somehow the word drag comes up in a technical sense, and like I don't think you can use that term anymore.
what's your opinion of my hips?
I don't know. Take off your pants.
Like, it's actually hard to get a good.
That I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
It's like, well, time to go.
Gee, thanks. Thanks.
No, you're judged.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You won't
I
have as
don't.
blurry
I
as
dislike.
fuck.
Yeah, that too. But I dislike judging people's bodies. I just, quite frankly.
Oh, I fucking love it. I do it all day. I do it all day. Everyone I see, I rate them. Everyone I see, I assign a number. It's like, excuse
can
me,
and
you
will be
direct me
judged.
to the nearest restroom? Sorry, I don't talk to twos.
What are you talking about, Rags? You're on the same stream as me. I'm definitely a 2. Come on, jeez.
You know, Raceback going, right, today's a lovely day, and he walks past and there's another going, help me, my baby's choking. Rag runs over and goes, I'll help save your baby. Oh, it's ugly.
Well, no, you're a 3.5, but the baby's probably about a 6.5. So that boosts you above my threshold. So you're good. Look, if you were drowning by yourself, you'd be screwed. But your baby saved you. I hope you remember that later.
You better love that kid.
So
the attractiveness of your baby.
The only reason you're alive.
It's only because your baby is beautiful.
I'm just saying.
So
You're alive because
this
you have
one
a hot
baby was
baby.
getting attacked by a dog, and the guy rescuing it just threw the baby out the window. Sheesh! You must have confused which one was which.
The dog can't attack the baby. The baby's flying out the window. Unless it's a
Sure
very
it can if it's
determined
a
dog.
flying dog.
That's true.
The baby bit back.
What up, Fox?
Hello.
Fox of the West. THAC. Round of
Still not
applause.
I've still not got my new mic. That'll be coming in a couple days.
So you're just gonna continue to sound like you have a cold.
Oh, wait,
No, I don't have a cold. I'm just stressed.
No, it just sounds like you do.
I didn't realise having a good mic was a prerequisite.
You sound like you have a cold as well.
No.
You sound like you've got one of those microphones that you tuck in under your nose.
Yeah, well, I've definitely got a tucking microphone. Plus 100 tuck.
Oh, that sounds like an interesting story about someone shoving something up their butt.
AJ caught AJ like so. Well, actually, Rags, you've been there. And you know how Jeff loves streaming. You fucked up.
Wait, Ben, where? The links that are Jeff Holiday's rabbits.
Yeah. Oh no,
you've
you've never
seen some
been
things.
there. No.
I've been there.
It's like,
I've seen
guys,
you fucked.
shut up.
I've seen
It's like
It's like, let me show you ironically how fucked up this is, guys. I totally don't have this on speed dial.
No, yeah, I know he's got a fucking listing of it. No, AJ found he fucked when we were watching it the other day, and now it's just like horror videos on her laptop screen constantly.
Did she trust Psych Jeff linked? She trusted
It
Jeff.
looks like you're leaving Discord. You sure you want to go here? No, not really. No,
Not
I'm thankful
particularly,
for the
no.
warning.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Are you really sure you want to go to Jeff's rabbit?
Are you sure? Well, what is sure even in this age? No, no.
Like, what is the legal definition of shall exactly? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be legally obligated to look at this kind of shit one day anyway. So let's just get it out of the way.
But it's better I see it now instead of being
rip the
exposed to it in
Band-Aid
real
off.
life.
Yeah, just rip the band-aid off. That's the only way to do it.
Just force it. It'll be fine. You only bleed a bit at first.
I've seen a bit of bleeding happens, I guess, as I've. I'd say some of it is so bad. I mean, granted, I enjoy myself every time I go there, but what does that say about me when I, introspect? Look into who I am. Look at my character. It's like,
No. You gotta take it on the lifestyle side of things. You gotta realize it's like dumb. It's like stupid o'clock in the morning. In my case, I'm like, well, it's stupid fucking 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm fucking hammered and probably pretty stoned. All right? One more of these fucked up videos. Wow, I'm laughing at this. Wow. Well, I mean, it is. Do I find it funny? Okay. No, wait. I got to look at my circumstances again.
I'm
all
a
right, it all makes sense now.
Fucked community.
Fucking
Standing around.
Community.
Fucked community. I've been hearing a lot about the e-fucked community.
That's what I did. I used.
Community.
Darling, we accept you into our community any day.
I'm going to commune.
I just
all over
imagine
you.
Jeff Holiday watching this stream, just fucking sitting in his room going, "Ree!"
I mean, well, here's my take on it. Basically, if you take Snuff X, but you take out like the actual like death, and then you combine that with World Star Hip Hop, and then combine those two with Pornhub, that's basically what you've got.
Community.
So basically, it's
little
World Star
diabetes.
Hip Hop Pornhub. Because
Yeah,
today's
it's
snuff
like-
if
it's
there's
like
no
you-
death.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
Sorry, dude, but
No, that's fine. No,
kind of a defining fact.
let's get rid of as many middlemen as we can here, and then we'll throw them all back in for a video. It's like what?
Yeah.
Like here's 15 minutes of surprise anal, and it's actually funny. It's like watching porn bloopers. It's
See, porn bloopers are the best, but I call surprise anal change lanes without signaling.
Surprise anal.
Well,
Really?
yeah, it's that situation when you take a trap home and you see them in some really cute panties and they're bent over and you go, oh, that's fucking awesome. Go to the fridge to grab a beard and suddenly they're behind you.
That's lovely.
I like when it comes to the trap. I like when it comes to the trap question. I like Andy Worski's answer. Like, so if I went home with this girl, really hot girl, oh, so hot. He says if she dropped her pants and she had a dick, he'd just applaud first. Right, let's do this.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
When you're sleeping with a trap, it is in fact gay. When they give you a reach around, pull you back by your hair and spit in your mouth.
It's okay, I don't have hair. It's deciding to kill itself, so I'm good.
Much like Robin's channel.
He's not got a very hairy channel, does he? Very smooth.
Freshly shaved.
Nothing like a freshly shaved channel.
Manscaped.
This channel is Manscaped. Welcome to
Don't call it
only
Manscaped
channel
all you want.
dedicated to nothing but manscaping.
Darling, you can call it Manscaped all you want, but we know you're just putting some wax strips on your balls.
Wait, like just like. Okay, imagine if somebody who didn't know how waxing worked and just like melted it or whatever and put it on and just left it.
Yeah, what kind of idiot would do that, really? I mean,
Yeah. Who doesn't just have casual, complete knowledge of how
You have?
waxing functions?
Huh? No. But the timing
Have you?
was perfect. Like, no, the timing
That was good timing.
perfect.
We're just saying imagine.
Just imagine.
Do we have to? Is this the prerequisite?
No,
for being
close
on-
your eyes.
I don't want
I'm just saying, like, there's some really big idiots out there. Like, there's just some people who just don't know.
No, I want to go. I want to go.
Yeah, I
I
think-
want to go. You know, this is the thing. Is like this is why like you need to troll people. You need to go and find like the beauty tips and fashion forums and talk about how you just put a whole bunch of Gorilla Glue over your bush, and it all came out in one fell swoop, and it was as soon as you could grab it. And yeah, just see where that goes.
Wait, as soon as I grabbed it, it all came out.
If you
What?
grab it,
What are you talking about?
As soon as you can grab the Gorilla Glue that you spread upon your skin, as soon as it's really fully hardened and you can kind of really get a grip on it, all the hair came out flawlessly. Just spread that around. and help
Preserved
the beauty
for eternity. I can always come back and get it if I want. Future
And the
generations.
best part is the skin was never hairy again.
Exactly. See.
So it's Gorilla Glue.
Yeah, this is the important. This is why.
This is why you're here.
I'm saying this on Robin's channel and not my own. Because people on my channel take what
I'm
I
the
say
one who takes the rap, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Oh, I see.
Well, yeah.
I got it.
Just imagine all of these teenage boys who like are getting, or like they're
Very
just
young.
getting the hair there, and
Very,
they're like, "I want to get rid of this. This is weird. This is weird. I think it's weird."
Very young.
Well, no, the thing is,
And then they just go and take a handful of them.
Very.
Is that what's going on here?
Think about the help we're giving to all these very young boys.
Very
we give
young
youth advice, we talk about transgender people and the mechanics transitioning, and we bring up Milo Yiannopoulos all the time.
Very.
I know. Yeah. Very young boys. Them. Before long, it's gonna get around that. Like emptying a whole tube of Gorilla Glue in your palm, and grabbing your dick, waiting 45 seconds, and then saluting with the same hand is a great way to really jump into your transition.
Boys.
Wait,
It's like an actual gorilla ripping out the hairs one by one.
That's nature doing its own.
I've got a
Imagine if that's
question
how-
to ask all of you, actually.
Oh no.
Go on,
And
Danny.
it's a little off topic.
God
It's a
help
little
us
off
all.
topic, but here we go. There is a local bar that is closing down after 60 years of service. The gig promoter, basically, he tried to set up the best gig possible to give it a good send-off. He looked for lady bands and all that sort of shit. Anyway, not that he advertised that, because why the fuck should you?
I'm just amazed a miracle I couldn't
He's
get
now
onto
getting
this.
the ANU students, the Australian National University students, the no doubt gender studies fucking sect, saying that he never even tried to get ladies on the bill. And Regurgitator, which is a rather large alternative Australian band, have pulled out because of non-diversity. Never mind that the lead singer's like black and shit, but hey.
Guys, I found a picture of Fox in the real world.
Oh, whoa! Actually, no. It's funny because this photo
Sorry about Dr. Mate.
shows the ANU bar. Yeah.
ANU bar, yep.
ANU bar. Yeah. If you look at that photo and you look at the tables, you can see all of the people who give a fuck.
Yeah.
Look at them all.
Look, no, well, I'm planning on going down to this because I'm expecting a protest, and I'm going to be bringing my camera. And needless to say, I'm a bit of a mouthy cunt if you guys haven't guessed already, and it should be interesting. No,
This is shocking.
yeah, I know, right? I totally outed myself.
Today I came out online as a big mouth.
Turns out you're a cross-dresser or something.
Yeah, but that's not coming out. That's just normal, right?
Well, considering the communities you hang out in, then yes, it is.
Touche. But yeah, no, I was just curious as to what people thought, because the ANU has slowly been SJWized. I do say slowly, surprisingly, given its institutional status. But it's come out in a big way with this. And like the dude who organized it had no idea what the fuck non-binary means. He asked the question, and all he got from SJWs was
autistic screeching
accusations that he's a bigot. Yeah, it was. It just completely attacking him, like, you don't know what non-binary is. It's 2017, but none of them would explain it. Not one.
Educate yourself, shit lord.
Exactly. That's
why
actually,
debate
that
when
was
I
one
can
of the posts.
tell you to educate yourself.
You know, it's the most glorious thing ever.
No, but the most glorious thing ever.
No.
The most glorious thing ever is someone explain non-binary.
Dude, a bunch of people who run around and go, so we're going to be activists and change the world and spread knowledge by making sure everyone educates themselves.
Yeah, it's not our place, even though we're advocating. Like, it's ridiculous.
They're going, I know I'm an activist who's telling everyone what to do and what to know, but it's not my job to actually give you this information. I'm just here to tell you what you need to know, and that's your job.
Yeah, because we're all going to
How are you supposed to know what I want if you don't find out for yourself?
Yeah. No, it's that classic. Well, what's wrong with you? Oh, well, if you don't know, I'm not going to tell you. Like, God damn it, stop it. But this is the picture of somebody explaining non-binary in binary. Like, I have to admit, it's glorious.
Bye.
Take it easy, mate.
Later.
Catch a wizard. But yeah, I just felt that this was the most glorious thing out of all of it, because the only person that would explain it did it in binary.
That's funny.
The irony.
It's not ironic, is it?
You're either a 1 or a 0.
But I'm going to explain in ones or zeros how non-binary exists. Come on, as if that's not fucking irony.
Yeah, at best it's a kind of situational irony.
True.
But then again, what can I expect from an American?
Binary.
Yeah, you sat there, Rags, going, oh, well, it's definitely binary.
You know, the biggest insult regarding these non-binary individuals towards someone fluid movement.
What?
Yeah, but isn't that just another way of saying moist?
Except
sorry,
they just
but
like
I don't think you understand it. I have, what was it? Fluid mechanic gender. And you have to respect something that we can't actually define, as we haven't been able to solve this problem.
Well, why should we define it? I mean, you should just know. You should know.
No, I do know instinctively, and we can observe the behaviors, but we can't predict or understand it. This is the problem with fluid dynamic gender, and you should have some respect for me because I don't even understand my own gender. No one does.
You could never know, and I could never know even more.
Yeah, you see, I'm just deluded. I don't know. I don't understand my own gender. Like, you know, is the reason why I'm a degenerate tranny. Because, well, like, I'm an autogenophile and all that, you know? Like, it's just a big pervert or something.
Well, let's be fun.
Well, you and I should get along
well there, but it wasn't working.
Let's all be honest here. Being a complete and utter degenerate is a lot of fun.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
He's picky.
Oh, you poor baby.
I've lived all my life on hedonism, and I would never change it.
Why isn't it called shedonism?
Oh, is it? Okay. My internet's just all weird. Like, it's already kind of not the best, but I am on the 3rd floor, and the router's in the basement, so. Or 3rd floor, 2nd floor, technically.
Do you people, you know, broadcast dynamics? You got an entire floor blocking your Wi-Fi signal. That's brutal.
House dynamics are a social construct. Tell me I'm wrong. Do it.
But yeah, you know, I got my chromosome test results. Random. It's because I'm live chat right now. I still don't know whether I've got XY, but I've got suspicions.
It's like, boys, there's a traitor in our midst.
There's a turncoat.
What makes 0 sense?
Life, the universe, everything, and the number of digits pi has afterwards. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? How can it have so many decimal places? This is completely irrational.
It's odd.
It has an omni-state.
Why couldn't God be like, you know what? Pi is 3. That's 3.
Just three.
Doesn't the Bible
Just
say it's
three.
free?
That's it.
You know, it probably does.
Intersex is more like a amalgam
shrouded
between
in
the two
mystery
sexes. It's
and
when
it's alliteration and a metaphor. Like the metaphorical concept of pi and 3 being whatnot, therefore as is, say no more, means that technically the divine number is pi, which is 8, which is a holy number.
I'm on a laptop, so I was down on the first floor at the beginning of this, and then I brought it upstairs so that we don't have the autistic screaming in the background. Like I'm living with my friend, and his brother is a non-functioning autistic individual, and I didn't want to bother you guys with them.
His autistic screeching.
But yes, quite literally.
There's a lot more to it than that. He reads out loud, he thinks out loud, and he does certain sounds. I have no idea how to
women who do
describe
the
them.
exact same thing.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Say community to him. Yeah.
Look me in the eye and say community.
He's also got a speech impediment, so you can't understand what he's saying most of the time.
Oh.
He's not a bad kid, he's just hard to live around. Especially with the, 12 meals a day.
12 meals?
I wouldn't be giving him 12 meals a day. That sounds very unhealthy.
I know, it is very unhealthy. He shakes the floor when he walks.
Yeah, then I wouldn't give him 12 meals a day.
Yeah, well, the problem is he's a very, he's got some severe violent anger. And every time they try to give him an ultimatum regarding the food,
they back down like
so they can't afford this, they have. But no, he gets violent and has come to blows with his father and brother. So
it's quite simple. Just feed him less, and this way he'll be
behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be one thing. But problem is that if you say no, I got so scared when I started cooking food, and I just felt so guilty with the way he was looking. But now, he is banned from eating food that I cook. It is wasted on him. All the food he eats is wasted on him. Some of the food, of course, you'll need, but I eat maybe 1 to 2 meals a day, if I remember. Meanwhile, his dad and him, they just go a little bit.
There.
And no, Sita, your sex is tattooed to the cell. And not everybody has uniform sex chromosomes throughout all their body cells.
Yes, it's chimerism, I believe. Go research that stuff. It's actually fascinating. It turns out that the majority of people will have some chimera cells in their body. There are 2 types of people that you can confirm this is not the case. People that are twins and people that had a twin in utero that was later died and miscarried.
Okay.
So yeah, if you're not a twin, you've probably got some chimera cells in you.
Interesting. Fun fact, but you know the whole finger length thing? It's generally a hint towards ring finger is the same length as your index finger.
Which one is?
If your ring finger is the same length as your index finger, it's a sign that you have either homosexual tendencies or are just it's due to being feminized in the womb, estrogen fluctuation or something during the point where your finger is.
It was chemtrails,
But
right?
It was gay frogs in the water.
Yeah.
But no, it's something that I noticed, and I only found out like, I found out. I'm like, I looked at my fingers, and I'm like, they're the exact same fucking length. And then my friend was like, you don't need to take it literally. Meanwhile, I'm like,
oh, how
with all this denial and worrying about all this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but
So
that's not
it was pretty much
all that true. It just has
is there a
correlation.
biological basis for being a trap?
No, it's just one indicator, potential indicator, being gay or
That
feminine.
just sounds like one of those old things where they were like, women have smaller brains than men. That's why they can't run corporations. Like, it doesn't. It just doesn't
It's
seem
just one of
like...
those.
Well, I can
It doesn't
confirm
seem
quite
real.
easily that women can, in fact, not run corporations. But then again, no individual person can run corporations because it turns out corporations are fucking complex and require a fuck ton of people.
Yeah, and then that reminds me of the people who think that. That reminds me that there are people who believe that. Okay, brain, work, please. Oh, that the president has absolute power over any lawmaking thing. That they have absolute power, that they themselves is enough.
If he had absolute power, then he would be the king.
Yes, it'd be a monarchy. Or, yeah.
Hang on, Jack.
Oh, someone activated their trap card.
You've activated my trap card. Untucks furiously. Let me unfurl my massive concealed schlong.
Let me
Now it
unfurl
tastes
my
like my
proboscis.
taint. Suck it.
Darling, if you're going to be trappy, you have to be cute as well while doing it.
Remember, all I have to go by is what's above your shoulders before I get you home, so you gotta have something to get me started.
A ripcord?
Do it. Let's do the ripcord. What?
That's
Here,
what I
put this
call furiously pulling anal beads out.
You certainly can't get
It's some fucked up sexual SCP. You just say you keep pulling and pulling. It never ends. I am.
Rank, you just don't get it. Before you go on a date, every trap slowly starts eating some anal beads. They tend to go for 20 foot of them. You just swallow one every couple of minutes.
How's that? See what I'm doing?
Oh, you're asking about the fire. It's still a tad green.
Did you create that yourself?
Yeah.
Or did you get
Well,
the,
it's physics.
assets from Wizard?
It's physics, but yeah.
Actually, I should go get it.
Yeah, nice.
But, you know Wizard of Chord's old animation? Do you want to know who made it?
I'm guessing you by the looks of this.
Yep, it was Robin.
Another flame's going through the text. It's all in real time. I'm quite.
It'd be funny if you did all that work and you misspelled it.
Oh, I had a friend who got a tattoo the other day and they actually got it misspelled. It was fucking glorious. I pointed it out. Fuck, he was pissed off.
See, you just shouldn't have told him.
Yeah. What do you think?
I had to.
No, you didn't have to. You just had to play along with it like everyone else was going to. You were the only person there who was like, hey, see this tattoo he's got? Yeah, I'm going to ruin it for him. You're a bad friend.
Apparently I must be. Now he's literally booked like a tattoo removal thing to get it fixed.
You.
The man standing there with a saw. He's like, I'll take your tattoos off.
Just remove it at the shoulder.
Okay, now I'm back.
Like that. Yeah.
Do you have enough pizza for the rest of the stream?
Technically, yes, but technically, no.
Well, then it's not bloody technical, is it?
You know those
Yeah,
panorama
exactly. It's just fucking
pizzas?
pizza.
Does pineapple belong on the top of pizza?
Yes.
Very soon you should be burnt at the stake for such a
If
thing.
it's with ham.
I still think this
It's fine
entire
for
pizza
kids.
debate.
It's fine for kids who
I
can't
maintain.
But the children should be beat with a length of leather until they learn better.
No thicker than your thumb, right?
No thicker than your bicep.
No thicker than your dick. Is this
I'm sorry,
legal?
right? It's not going to be able to beat anyone with something very big then.
I'll beat off
I was
anyone's
about
big ass dick.
I was about to say lucky for those kids because I've only got a noodle.
Slap them with it.
It's like a whip.
At school.
Tattoo robust feminist argument on the side of it.
The kids go to school and then there's some pasty white kid that's rags. They're going, I don't see what the problem is, everyone.
Kid
He just
rags.
He just beats. Our parents just beat us with stuff no thicker than my dick. And the black kid's there going, yeah, I fucking know. It's why I'm missing my arm.
It's like, my mom's got a big ass dick.
Hey, you guys count yourself lucky. I've got two dads.
I got two daddies.
They strap them to either side.
Just strap their cocks together and they play jump rope.
He's standing there between the pair of them and looking up and they go, Daddy. And they go, shh, it's okay. Before gagging him.
You can play double dutch.
Something maybe like that.
Is the Death Star trench run and subsequent destruction a metaphor for getting women pregnant doesn't end well? Because she
That's
ends
an
up
important
invading your
question.
echo base. We're gonna have to consult Lucas on that.
We all know women wear cardboard-covered fucking panties too.
Women are made from sand.
They travel in single file to hide their.
Yeah, that kind of works. Actually, let's just double check.
I'm also looking now. Why is it one of these?
Is it cucking if you watch a trap fuck your
resent.
wife?
Why is that?
Only if you then do not fuck the trap.
Yep.
So by fucking the trap, you can reassert your dominance.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we're all.
Not
Does
just your
everyone
wife, but
agreeing
someone
with that?
that
Okay.
dominates your wife from seconds beforehand, unless of course your wife pegs the trap.
If you what if your wife pegs the trap?
In which case you then have to fuck both of them.
What if she pegs you too? What if she pegs both of you?
Well, then she's the dominant one.
At the same time.
What's the problem?
It was bound to happen anyway.
What if the
Seems
trap?
like
Well-
my own experience.
What if the trap fucks you and you fuck him and your wife fucks you, and then you watch the wife fuck him and you fuck him?
Then everyone's quite confused by the end of the night.
Then there's bodily fluids everywhere, and you decide to have another go at it to find out who's dominant later on.
What if she doesn't think traps are gay?
Well, why would she?
I don't know. You ask her. Ask this hypothetical woman I've invented in my head.
Of course, the worst situation is the trap is fucking you, gives you a reach round while your wife is pegging the trap.
What if you and your wife just make a trap sandwich?
Yes, but your wife's the top in the whole deal.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it could be a very
We don't know this.
mutual sort of spit roast going on. Would it matter? Would it matter depending on who gets what end?
Well, here's the question: is your wife or the trap fucking you in the face?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Consult your lawyer.
Consult your lawyer. Call J.G. Wentworth. Thank you for calling the law offices of Reinhold, Water, and Sexton. What is the nature of your legal inquiry?
Help, I'm being fucked by my wife in a trap and I don't know if it makes me gay or not.
Well, let me consult subsection 6 of Article 8, paragraph 4, line 7.
The scariest thing is it seems to be going towards exactly just that.
Subsection 6B stipulates that in the event of trap-related shenanigans involving strap-ons, if all parties are presumed either bisexual or straight, something, you're a faggot.
It was funny. Me and my sous chef got called a faggot the other night, and I just turned around to the other bloke, and I'm just like, "You're just annoyed that you're not a part of our bundle." And holy shit, you should have seen his face. He didn't expect the fucking response. It was so good.
Okay, how's that?
People that call you faggots tend to get really upset when they scream faggots at you and you respond with, "And sex is way better than what you're getting."
A ring and like 20 years of resentment. Isn't that it?
Rags just gave a reference only Yanks will get, which is strange because I didn't mean to. It's also strange because I am no Yank. I live in the South.
You know, it took me a long time to realize that calling Americans generally as Yank actually might offend somebody.
Well, it doesn't offend. It's just like I'm just not a Yank. I'm in the South. That's not me.
Well, I had a seppo here in Australia turn around and go the fuck off at me when I referred to him as a Yank. And I mean, in the middle of a bar, autistic screeching levels of fucking re. I was just like, okay. Yeah, I didn't really think of it like that.
If Jabba the Hutt is female, does that make Leia a trap?
Pretty much, Robin. That was the main reaction.
Huh. You know, I bet
Yank, you're a Seppo, it's all good.
Garrick, I bet every other American was there going, "What the fuck is that Yank's problem?" Just a hot room.
Yeah, no, he was a part of a backpacker group, and there was a bloke behind him that was literally sitting there going, "Huh? What the fuck is he on about? We don't give a shit." But yeah, no, he ended up getting teased by the greater group of the bar.
The greater group.
The greater group.
Greater group, one
the
of us.
Very young boys.
No.
Very young.
You know, there's nothing wrong with a very young boy expressing their sexuality.
Oh, Milo was going on about how he was 17 and his partner was 27.
No, not 17, 14.
He was speaking
15, wasn't it?
Well, 14 in metric is 17.
Although that's just hearsay, so.
Metric.
Said he was 17. Because
he's pushed the stories of him losing his virginity at 14 to a priest.
Well, I need to head out. I want to get some stuff done. It's almost 9 o'clock. I need to get some food in my mouth.
So basically, we brought up kitty fiddling, and you've decided, oh shit, I best go to my local
Now's your time
It's
to
weird
run.
that I would draw the line here. I mean, you would think that based on the previous, however.
We're not saying you
long
need to
I've
draw
been
the line. We're saying that you've decided, actually, that's something I could go for myself, and you're now running off to.
And now he's off to like
Wow.
go jump in his grape fan and fucking give kids lollies. No.
Yeah, he's running off to the choir hall as we speak.
I enjoy making children happy through the use of sugary, delightful treats. Also, my penis.
So that explains why you put maple syrup in the penis.
You know how difficult it is to put your cock inside of a lollipop, mold it, and then keep it a secret until they get to it. You understand how difficult that is? It doesn't help that it's transparent.
And then you put it into the candy?
And of course, you put it in the kid's mouth, and the first thing they do with a lollipop is bite it.
Well, I mean, it's easy. I mean, it's
Look, it's not my fault you have a badly thought out plan, end up with burns on your penis from molten sugar, and have a kid bite your penis
Oh
off.
no, that my penis is exceptionally resilient, especially to temperature and pressure.
It's obsidian. Obsidian penis.
So what you're saying is you've done this so often that you no longer feel anything.
I just did it once.
Vulnerable to that charm.
I have become candy.
Yeah,
You want
advice-
you like a lollipop.
yeah. Advice for people at home: don't stick candy or sweets inside yourself.
Or yourself inside sweets or candy.
Both are a bad idea, and it turns out sugar's not that good in there.
Yeah. I got toffee in my dick hole. Ah!
What?
You just arrived at A&E and they go, so what's the nature of your emergency? But I was trying to seduce this kid, and I thought if I put toffee on there, it'd be a good idea. And third-degree burns of the penis. Of course, it depends to where you go to the doctor about this, because if you were to do this in a standard doctor's, it would end up with them going, we have a solution, just take this cyanide capsule twice daily.
Yeah.
Of course, if you go to a rather upper-class hospital, they'll go, oh, yeah, we'll fix you in a jiffy. And we can tell you a couple of kids that will be interested.
Oh. And if you go to the parish hospital, the kids are already there.
Actually, they have a couple of very young boys in nurse outfits.
Oh, candy striper kids. No.
But darling, you're just jealous that you didn't text you one of those kids.
It's true. It's so true. I've been left with a big hole and void in my life.
Yep. You were there at the Catholic schoolboy camp in the woods,
Is it
and the
vagina?
priest snuck away with all the other boys but you and bugged them all, and you were left there unmolested.
It's worse than being
priest
picked last in
didn't love
basketball.
I mean, the priest fucked everyone there, including the fat kid, but not you.
It's because I'm a redhead, isn't it?
That tiny little bit of ginger pube was enough to stand the priest off forever.
Yeah.
They just saw you naked and they're like, nope, turns herself into the police.
If you vote for Le Pen, is she a trap?
I've got.
That's an important question.
You got what?
If you vote for Le Pen, is she a trap?
I heard that Lauren Southern identified for male for a bit.
Back in a second, guys.
I think Lauren also legally got her sex changed.
She did, yes.
No.
She technically, apparently, is a dude. You're roboting hard.
Can you wear 5, please?
No, Jessica. No. Bad Skynet.
So can you please restart the tab quickly? Just press F5. Oh, just me and you now, Gorok. Most important question: if trap's a trap, is it gay?
If what?
Trap's a trap. Is it gay?
No. But it does start a black hole. That's how black holes are created. I'm pretty sure of this.
You are aware that black hole is slang for gaping arse, right?
I did not. Wow. All right then.
That would in fact create a black hole in that sense.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Where did the other two go?
Rob went to get a drink and Jessica's internet.
I'm here. I'm just chewing on a pear.
And apparently we still have 25 viewers.
Hello, 24 viewers. Have you got a question?
Hello, peoples.
They're too busy talking about traps.
But this is what happens if you bring up trans people in today's society. Because of Japan, everyone assumes, oh, trans people, you need traps. They don't realise that there's a difference between gender dysphoria and people that are just adorable.
And there goes our last trap.
Oh!
Hello, Drew Taylor. Do you like my spinning sort of like fiery the open house thing now? I kind of like that.
I've been working on it all night. If you insult it, it will in fact crush his ego. I recommend you do.
Kind of comes through alright on a green screen. Not bad.
I still think Nick should like have that animation for when he's doing live stuff and sitting above his head.
Okay, now it's back.
It's not impossible to do.
Hey, welcome back, Jess. No, it isn't. Like, he just needs a green screen, doesn't he?
I
Yeah.
don't know what's going on downstairs, but yeah.
That will be a struggle.
We got downstairs and then it turned static.
I could have it, yeah, I could have it so it sits there statically, but not like tracking him. I could do it afterwards.
Yeah, post-processing. Yeah, that's
That's
what
not
I was
right.
thinking. I don't think he...
I mean, there's a way, but you just need to script something in Python.
Like, it's a laptop.
Sorry, Jess.
There's no ports.
Okay, what you need to do is throw away the laptop and get an actual computer.
No.
Yeah, no, you need to buy a real PC. Laptops are not real PCs.
Excuse me.
And of course, when
Laptops are like glorified mobile phones.
No, potato!
Portability. I don't have the luxury stuff. So.
Well, see, if you had it, you would have the space. That's how it works.
Robin,
Yes?
could you quickly give us a synopsis of Top Hat and Champagne's opinion of laptops?
They're a waste of time.
Hey, he's my good friend.
Garrick, if possible,
Falco's a
could you,
good
give us,
friend of mine.
could you get Falco for us to explain
Of course, Australia.
why no one should ever use a laptop ever?
You know what? I will give him a call now. I'm just going to mute myself and I'll see if he'll jump on. Give me a minute.
A star-studded evening. Well, we say nothing of importance or
I'm
worth.
not really Jay's recent line of Star Wars movies.
The last one was alright.
Like Kylo is a whiny bitch.
Hey, what's wrong with Darth Emo?
There's no comparison to Anakin.
Darth Emo.
Anakin He was haunted by dreams
Back in a sec.
of fucking arm, and he was
Anakin was a
generally in a
whiny
war.
boy who was there going, I hate sand.
Oh yeah. So a slave
In any
for
other
9 of his
movie,
years.
you could get the I hate sand line to work, but in the Star Wars prequels, nope. They turned what should have been a dramatic
have you seen the
moment into a
Anakin?
bleak
Oh my
comic.
Oh my gosh! Am I going to put it in a side chat? Link to a video. Find funny. No, not that.
Is it Star Wars pickup lines used in the real world?
No. It's what if Anakin liked sand? It's an April 1st video. Guess how it'll be. Really messing with my accent here. God damn it.
I'm going to assume that it's completely in serious conversation the entire time because there's a bunch of people talking about Star Wars, the most serious of all subjects you can possibly talk about. And to any viewer at home who's wondering about my sudden love of Star Wars and how serious I'm treating it, yes, Star Wars is that serious a business. I'm in no way being facetious.
I gotta love how that's confusing. God, stop it with the accent. Okay, let's try. And again, I know it. I feel it in my bone. Whenever I'm talking with a bunch of people who it slips in. Like for acting class years ago. God damn it.
Right, if you start to talk like a British person, it's wouldn't class here.
I can't help it. It's right now. It's like it just slips back in from my drama days.
Jessica, did you not know that in Britain and the whole of the former British Empire, if you speak with received pronunciation, you are actually paid $2.5 grand bonus. Accents.
I'll believe that just as fast as I'll believe in drop bears.
Garrick, as an Australian, would you like to explain the dangers of drop bears?
I've got a lot of Aussie friends. It doesn't.
Then you understand how dangerous drop bears are.
All right, so he's not answering his phone, which is not too surprising given that him and his wife are currently house hunting down in Melbourne because they're allowed to stay here. So I'd a guess that's what they're doing.
Okay, so he's not planning on leaving anymore.
No, he's not. No, he was never planning on leaving. He wanted to stay. And because of Lady Top Hat's nuclear physicist qualifications, they're allowed to stay now, which is awesome. So
that's awesome. She does YouTube videos on dating sims and other stuff that she finds interesting, and is a nuclear physicist.
Yeah, like she's fucking legit. She's the first ever woman that trained astronauts as well. Like, Lady Top Hats is one of my fucking heroes, to be honest. She's fucking amazing. And a beautiful person too. Just like Falco, just like Top Hats.
And somehow
beautiful
Falco managed to land and educate his charming missus.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Well, he himself, from what I've learned, he himself, had his own chops within his industry and then decided to do YouTubing. But what I might do, Robin, I'll see if I can line him up for the next open house if you want, because they're just in the process of moving. They'll be moving over the next 2 weeks. So in 3 weeks' time, I could probably get him on. Maybe even sooner.
He's in the guest list. It's up to him if he wants to come on, mate.
Yeah. No, I'll let it
know. Noisy. Links do tend to disappear when the drops in there.
No, I'm pretty sure that Falco will jump on. He likes just random shit talking like this, so, more than certain he'll jump on. It's just that he's otherwise preoccupied at the moment, which is fair enough.
That's completely understandable.
I'm just really happy that they're able to stay here. Because he is truly a good friend. Like, I've met up with him a few times. And, yeah, he's a good drinking buddy. He's a good chatting friend.
Where they're moving to, or at least planning to move to, is it going to be easier to move, to meet them or not?
No. They live in Sydney currently, which is about a 3 hours drive away from where I live. Melbourne is about 6 to 8 hours, depending if you follow the speed limit. But yeah.
Oh god, that's horrific.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal, but, ultimately, I'm just happy that he's able to stay here because he likes his country and contributed probably more than I have in his short time here. So, and I've lived here my entire life. So, yeah, no, I'm just happy that he's able to stay, and especially Gail as well, because it's just positive.
Well,
it's
I
a
would like
good
to point
contribution.
out that people that come to our nations have no right to be here, no matter how much they contribute, compared to some twat who was born here, lives in dire poverty, will round job benefits their entire life, and die in poverty, costs them the state a fuck ton of money, and gets in prison a few times. That guy has way more right to be here than any foreigner.
So I spent a damn near decade couch surfing and homeless, so I very much understand where you're coming from, but when it comes to people like them,
I was taking the piss.
That actually have... Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then.
That was an entirely fictitious argument. I genuinely think that the notion that, hey, we should keep everyone who was born here as a citizen of our nation and tell everyone that's not born here to fuck off is ridiculous.
It is. It's fucking dumb. Like, especially how a lot of immigrants, they contribute far more to our economy than half the fucking dead shits that are born here.
Statistically, an immigrant is better for your country than a native person.
Yeah.
And this is better in every respect. The amount that they use the health service, the amount of money that they will put into the system of taxes, the amount of time they will spend in and out of work, the amount they will spend in pursuing education of their effort.
My country, Australia, would be nothing without the people who moved here and contributed to our culture. We have dim sims.
You mean the people who were relocated?
We have
there?
dim sims. Yeah, but we have dim sims, right? Dim sims are basically a bigger version of Chinese dumplings. And the bloke who created them was a Chinese immigrant, created one of the most top shelf fucking Chinese restaurants in Melbourne, and then created the dim sim specifically because he realized that the Australian public like meat. We fucking love our meat. So he made a bigger one with more meat, and it is now technically an Australian dish. That to me is fucking Australian as shit. Someone came here, contributed, and made something better. That is what we're about.
Curries on Earth are British.
They are, yeah. They are.
Most Indian curries are
I
British.
learned that Vindaloo is not actually fucking Indian. It's British. And that's one of my favorite fucking curries of all time.
It's what happens when you have mixing cultures.
I love it. I love this mesh of shit, we create something new. It's amazing. As well as you can keep your own fucking culture, it's easy to circulate with your own shit, but you can still benefit from other people who come here and give them benefits too. It's a back and forth, a two-way street that fucking people forget about all too quick. And it just, but yeah. I'd say it grinds my gears, but I'm not fat enough to beat Peter Griffin. And that was actually one of my biggest arguments. I was in Melbourne, the feminist fucking capital of Australia. They're even changing fucking. It is.
No, it's an Australian city. They're all bloody port cities.
No, we're not. Canberra isn't.
The problem
Our port
with feminism
is 3 hours
today is
away.
that it's been hijacked by the upper middle
Psychos.
to high class people.
Well, it's not just that. Like, I get where you're coming from, but corporations always go for the mainstay of activism because ultimately the activist structure is a corporate structure. I learned this from working with the YWCA. They have no qualms in saying that their CEO gets paid $130,000 a year, while grassroots cunts like me get paid fucking pittance compared to them. And we're the ones doing the fucking real work. We're the ones keeping the business going. We're the ones fucking keeping the image. You know, and it actually kills me now. The YWCA has a fucking corporate headquarters on the main street in Canberra, where the YMCA, who as a default helps both sexes, is still shafted. It's not right, because YWCA, they mainly help women, and men are a side effect.
In Britain, we had this wonderful bit of legislation passed through of, if you are going to receive government funding for a domestic violence shelter, you need to be willing to accept as many men as you accept women, or as many women as you accept men, unless you are a private-run domestic violence place. And as the majority of them received public funding, almost turned around and went, we're just going to take the funding hit, and lost 80% of their funding so they didn't have to help men. They were willing to give up public funding so they don't have to help men. That's kind of crazy.
Well, they do. They do. I actually worked with Erin Pizzi and this lady from WA who is very, male rights oriented. And like me, she started in feminism and then saw the whole. And I tried to get funding for just a man shed. Just a simple fucking man shed. Because in my town, all the man sheds have a backlog of people who want to join. And, you can only fit so many cunts in a fucking shed. And I got railroaded by the ANU, by feminists from the ANU. You're going to fund him. Why don't you fund our shit? And because their shit is more popular, they got funded and I got fucking railroaded. And I was doing it because I see blokes that just fucking need someone to hang out with. They spend most of their time alone. They're afraid. And they just want people to fucking hang out with and shit. And apparently that's evil. It's fucked. It's so fucked. And especially because... Sorry?
You are aware that the most evil thing on earth is male courtship, aren't you, and male companionship? Such a thing of men getting together?
Well, it's why gentlemen's clubs were the main target of suffragettes. Fucking they don't want dudes talking amongst each other, apparently, because whatever fucking psychotic fucking neurotic reason they have.
You think it's suffragettes? No, it's not for that. Look at the letter to the king of trying to ban coffee houses as a very famous example.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. I do remember that. Yep. And it spins me out, though, because you turn around, look, even when I was working for the YWCA, I asked them about the white feather or grandstanding, where they would walk up to men that didn't want to go to war and give them a white feather and publicly humiliate them into doing so.
My great uncle got treated like that. Do you know what his story in the war was? Went to the war, he got horrifically injured, came back, and was forced to rely on a cane for the rest of his life.
Yeah, see, that's fucked. He would have been more productive. Yeah, he would have been more productive as a fully abled person who didn't fucking go to war.
Apparently, pointed out the cane.
Nice. One of my uncles, he was in Long Ten, and he mainly went because of a modern incarnation of the white feather. Basically, he got publicly humiliated into going. And Longtan was a fucking hectic battle. That was fuck all men against a fuckload of assailants. They won, but they lost a lot of people too. He lost friends, you know, like, and he's never been the same since. Well, from what I've heard, because I wasn't old enough. But yeah, it kills me, like, that he was forced. He was socially pressured into doing such by people that aren't expected to do the same. That's the crux of the issue for me. If you're going to shame somebody into doing something, you also should be in the position to have to do the same thing. Yeah, because you can't. Like, outside of that, you should go fist yourself. It's fucked.
Fun advice aside, women are never going to go to war en masse.
As they're made from sand.
Not to.
Oh, ladies go to war. They have
if they're given a choice.
Well, yeah, you see, if you just
Until we have a major
send
change in our
all of
culture,
your
women are not going to go to war.
Because it's a poor decision.
Of course it's a poor decision. No one should be going to war. But the point is, our culture, currently, as Western cultures, perpetuates that, yes, men should go to war. It is something that is expected of the population, and it's a good thing for us to do. And the women should not go to war if it's bad and dangerous. And until we start telling women on us as a culture to go to war, or stop telling men to, we're not going to have any equity there.
I don't like countries that have compulsory military service.
I do, in a way, because it
Only if
teaches,
it's
at least dudes, at least with dudes, it teaches them something that a lot of dudes do seem to lack, which is regiment. You know, like, I do agree with it for that aspect alone. But to be expected to fight, no. If you don't want to fight, you shouldn't fucking have to.
Wait, they're putting a suffragette statue in the UK Parliament? What?
Yeah.
Oh
no,
my fucking god.
Suffragist. Put suffragist in.
Yeah, well, suffragees fucking, you know, only fought for way longer and did it far more passively. But hey, let's just go with the fucking terrorists.
Yeah, let's go with the people that tried to bomb parliaments repeatedly.
Yeah. Fuck the suffragettes. I'm sorry to anyone that's listening, but fuck the
later on
suffragettes.
be erected a statue of, what's his name? What's it? Something Cromwell. But then we'll have one of the crazy, whatchamacallit, the Guy Fawkes guy, and then we'll have one of the IRA head statues put in as well.
Might as well in for a penny, eh?
Or we may as well
Let's
go the whole way.
just glorify fucking terrorists. That's
And
awesome.
then, of course,
Let's do it.
because we've put this list of terrorists in that have tried to blow up Parliament at some point, we're then going to have to put in a statue of the guy from last month that tried to attack Parliament.
Wait, what?
And then because we're going after people that just cause social outrage as well, we may as well put in everyone that basically upsets Parliament as well at this point.
Yeah, but remember, all of these statues have to be non-binary and gender fucking neutral and all this shit, because otherwise...
So even if it's of a specific person?
Yes, this is why we're going to be getting interpreters art of the person that does not betray gender, nationality, or race, merely the ideals of the person.
So it's going to be like a tambourine. Or actually ukulele.
Or it's going to be a lump of 20 pounds of C4 just to put there. Like, well, it's the best way to describe the members of the
Wait,
IRA.
are you just gonna do a whole Guy Fawkes thing?
You know, the reason Guy Fawkes is hated is not because he tried to blow up Parliament. He's quite popular because of that. The thing is, he's Irish. Sorry, Catholic.
That's important.
Anyone blow up
I'd love to
Parliament,
hear most of the conversation in the past.
or an Anglican. Fucking Catholic, do it.
So we burn an effigy just to say, fuck off Catholics. We'll do the killing round here, thanks. They love it.
Why don't we do that with Oliver Cromwell? because that bastard.
We spent 300 years of juggling his head around the place. We didn't need to burn effigies to him. We had his head that we put on. We dug him up and executed him after he died. That's unrelated cause. Then we put his head publicly on the old Parliament building. Then, of course, when the old Parliament building was destroyed, we took his head down when it came from a storm, and we basically played football with it for 100 years of it being passed around in collectors. Before finally, I think in 2008, it was actually buried under a church somewhere in England, I believe. But yeah, the twat spent a couple of 100 years of having his head thrown around the place.
Okay, I still want some effigies burned.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm sure that can be arranged
Also,
for.
I understand that it's a bit too late to free Northern Ireland from whatever happened. But I still...
Please watch your words, because you're going to very dodgy grounds when you say free Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I'm just going to say most of my genetics is Irish. I'll just say that.
And you understand that the Irish are not people, don't you?
Are you saying I'm mostly not a person?
Yes.
I'm also 1/8 native.
And also a group of people that are not people, because there's no such thing as natives. They are just merely British...
Aboriginal.
Or not.
I mean,
but yes,
Aboriginal, that works.
You're not really a person.
Meaning of Canada.
Is it Canada like French anyway? Like, you guys are already covered yourself in white, so you might as well just put it on your flag.
No. Fuck the Frenchies. I don't care if he's saying that. He's hearing that. But, seriously?
You know,
a Quebecois who wasn't full of themselves or a complete asshat.
You know, the continent of North America is fucking horrific, because we have Mexico that can't even speak Spanish and piss off the Spanish constantly. We have Quebec that can't even speak French and piss off the French constantly. We have Canada and the United States of America that can't even speak English and piss off the British constantly, and the whole of the rest of the Commonwealth of British-speaking nations. And yeah, kind of messy. And then we have South America that are busy doing their own thing and building their own cultures and nations. And Portugal sat there going, oh, look, you know you guys that have your former nations and how they've stuck as cohesive blobs that piss you off? Yeah, look at ours. They've turned into their own countries. And that is why war-torn nations in the South American continent are way better than America.
Well, you look at South America though. There was a news outlet that did a full expose, quote unquote, on this new alcohol that kids were getting into called grog, and they literally listed off the ingredients from Monkey Island. Like I don't know what the fuck's going on in South America, but they need to step up a little bit. Like they want to be, propelled into the first world, but they fuck up in ways like this. It's like, seriously, guys, research. We want you here, but just come on, seriously.
No, we may want them, but do they want to be with us?
Well, they do. A lot of South Americans I speak to are tired of their seemingly democratic governments that are totalitarian and fucked in the head, and we never hear about it. Like, the only reason I even hear about it is because I've friended them on fucking Twitter. You know, like, that's not good. Like, they sit there and bitch, piss and moan about fucking random fucking oppressive regimes in the Middle East, but they never talk about south of the border from fucking the US and Mexico. It's kind of a double standard, I feel. Because they're like, hey, they're practically white, let's just leave them do what they do. And no, they're not white. It is not. I fucking hate when people think Spaniards and South Americans and all them are white. It's fucking retarded.
The Spanish old ones.
Like, no, they're not. They are olive.
What the hell? What does that matter? I don't understand. What's the issue there?
My issue is that they lot them in with white people specifically because they did colonization as well, because it's convenient.
No, they're lumped
And they're
in
not
because
white.
they're Europeans.
I still don't even consider Spaniards European. I consider them Mediterranean.
Mediterranean is part of Europe.
Oh yeah, I know, but I consider it a separate sect of which, like, to me, and I know it's ignorant, I know it's dumb.
Well then,
but
why
to me,
why would you
like the likes of
why would you defer to
like
your own
Britain,
ignorance?
because I'm aware.
All
I'm
right.
woke, yo. No,
Oh shit, he said a meme.
I consider Europe.
The dude's
No,
woke.
I just don't think it's productive to lump everyone into one group. And doing so has enabled those progressive racist fuckwits to just completely discredit. And I'm tired of it. I'm just tired of it. Yeah.
What they're doing
I'm
is
just
not
personally
discrediting
tired
you,
of it.
it's just parading their own ignorance around.
But the worst thing is,
arguments.
It seems like that to us because we know better, but to those idiots, it's not the case.
We'll just inform
That's
them
the
they're
only
wrong.
reason I have a problem with. I'm going with the lowest common denominator. I'm not going with the people who actually understand otherwise. I'm going with people who are idiots that then go on to champion shit they're not even a part of, to look good. I guess. Yeah. I know it's dumb. But it just annoys me. Like, one of my best friends when I was growing up was Chilean. And I learned very quickly that Spanish culture, like Chilean culture and all that, is so different. They might be Christian based, but they are so different.
Okay,
and to lump everyone into the same
there
group
is
retarded.
no homogenous European culture. Every nation in Europe has its own cultures and its own subsects of culture. Europe is in no way homogenous. The only people that think this are people that have never been to Europe.
Well, I've been to Heathrow and been to the UK, but yeah, no, I've really not been around there. So yeah, I get it.
But yeah, I'm not being angry at you, I'm being angry at Americans now, because holy shit, the fucking American idiots that run around and say, oh, our European heritage. I'm sorry, which part of Europe, which heritage in Europe? Because Europe actually is a really big place that has a very, very diverse population.
Well, it was like that tweet like last year that was like this Asian girl. She was like, "Oh, I fucking hate when white people fucking just consider us all Chinese." And somebody replied, "Oh, so what white? Slavic, Germanic, fucking," and went through this big list, and there was no response. Like, I went and looked up that tweet later, and apparently that person just blocked him. The amount of different culture, yeah, it's huge.
No, I do absolutely fucking love people right on this one because they are so pig ignorant. They're saying how Mexicans are not white people, and the Mexicans are fucking descendants from the Spanish and Portuguese. How much more white do you get than European? And you're there saying how all Europeans are white, including the Slavic people, that up until incredibly recently, every kind of white nationalist and white identitarian was going,
Don't
no.
Slavs are white. Sorry, I had to bust that out.
I know, but it's fucking glorious. It's basically, we spent how many years saying the Slavs aren't even human, and now you're turning around and saying they're white?
Yeah. Oh, it's the same here. Like we had Black Lives Matter here, and one of my good Avo buddies, he turned around and he's like, "Isn't it funny that all of Black Lives Matter are run by African Americans, And even when they came here, when they came to Britain, it was them running it, and they had to run it. They actually actively silenced here in Australia Aboriginal voices that detracted them, and literally said internal whiteness as the reason. Internal whiteness. Like, it's glorious.
Yeah, it's what happens when you have a fucking identity group that is from America. They're like, yeah, so we're going to base this entirely upon our point of view from our suburb in America and declare that's the truth for the entire world.
They do. They literally did that. And you try and tell anyone, though, and they're just like, nah, you're racist.
Well, you know...
I've got more black friends than I do white friends. I literally do, like, just because I get along with them, you know, like they're good peeps. Not because of their fucking skin colour, just because they're good peeps. They're still racist.
You stop fetishizing black people.
Seems
that's the only reason why.
No, I want them to tie me up. Wait, what?
Well, at least you're being honest with us. And if you, our viewers at home, are a random black person living in Australia that would like to tie up Garrick, please contact him at Masochistic Aussie Nigger Lover 1. I honestly don't know why he's chosen Nigger Lover as his YouTube handle and email address, because firstly, he's attracted to Aborigines, and secondly, it's fucking stupid considering he's from a British part of the world and not an American part of the world, where we never had that kind of mass basic slavery of the whole of people from Africa to the same extent. So we don't really have that history of the word nigger, but hey, he's appraising American culture as well.
Oh, fuck. I'm crying, you cunt.
I know the truth hurts. It's okay. We, white begrudgingly and against our entire better judgment collectively, accept you anyway.
What did I miss?
Garrick.
I missed about like the last 10 minutes because I was moving from upstairs to downstairs.
We were discussing Garrick's sexuality.
Oh fuck! I need more wine. That is the funniest thing, though. Like, they didn't last very long in Australia because the Aboriginal elders basically turned around to them and went, "Get fucked." Like, it was rather glorious, actually.
What's this oppression you're talking about? Oh, your great-grandparents were slaves? Yet my children were abducted and forced to live in the correctional facilities.
Dude,
having anything to do with my culture.
Literally, the only reason I even have Aboriginal in my bloodline is because of the fucking stolen generation. Literally. Like I think it's great-grandmother, she's Aboriginal.
I didn't realise stealing people's children and eating them affected your genetics.
We didn't eat them, you know, like, too tough. But yeah,
so like, they're worse quality than Irish babies.
Sorry, what?
What you're saying is Aboriginals are worse than even the Irish. You can't even eat them.
Well, clearly, because I'm technically, 40% Aboriginal and second generation Irish and German. So, apparently so.
You don't hate me, do you? So?
Why would we hate you?
Hates everyone that has any Irish blood in them. And I think anyone that is even remotely Celtic should be burnt at the stake and then have the children sold off to the highest bidder as food for livestock.
He only hates the sin, not the sinner.
Robert, are you really... Are you King James reincarnate?
My hair color.
Breed out the gingers? Oh, look at me. You guys can see me. I've had my camera on the entire time. I'm a fucking ginger. I'm proud of it. I collect souls. I don't need one. I've got many.
Yes, I was very politely not referring to the face that you're a ginger abomination and deserve to be killed.
Meanwhile, I'm an Auburn.
He means that in a nice way.
Well, I'm Auburn on top of my head, but I'm losing my hair, so, you know, it's pretty much going to come down to my beard now.
Auburn.
Auburn is Daywalker redhead. I don't care what anyone says. You're a Daywalker.
Well, considering that, let me see if I can pinpoint one of those copper hairs. Right here?
Look at this! Look at this!
There's one.
It's repulsive. For the chat at home, Grok is showing off his ginger pubes.
It's Garrock. Pain in the ass to pronounce, I know.
Sorry,
I should
Garrock
totally
is showing
need...
off his ginger pubes. I honestly don't know why he's showing off the pubes around his anus, but that's his choice. It would be more impressive ginger if he had actually washed his hair this month.
Yeah, they're a bit brown. Around my ass, I'm actually a brunette.
Yeah, because you don't wipe.
Who needs wiping? That's just part of big toilet corporations. That's right, big toilet. There's a new conspiracy for y'all. What are you drinking, Jessica?
But yeah, you can see with my skin tone. Jesus Christ, I'm milky.
Yeah, I'm a moth attractor as well. Like, if I'm sitting there at night with my mobile phone, I kid you not, moths, like, attack my chest because it reflects so much light.
For the viewers at home that can't see our cameras, would you quickly look at the YouTube chat box and the colour around the text you're typing? 3 out of the 4 people in this hangout are that colour.
Wait, did you... what?
He's saying we're white. Super white.
Well, yeah,
I'm
like,
saying
look
that
at me.
everyone here but Robin is white. Actually white.
God damn it, Robin, get on our level.
Yeah, stop going in the fucking sun, Robin.
Pardon me, I went outdoors,
Robin,
fuck's
how
sake.
dare you go outside, you cunt.
I had to see what the fuss was all about.
No, it's not worth it. I can see, like,
You only
shit
need-
out my window and it's
It's not like
no.
you need vitamin D, right? Vitamin D, you can get them in supplements. I take them myself.
Vitamin, not vitamin.
Oh my god, vitamin. No, vitamin. Fuck you.
You'll literally kill yourself.
Do you say medicine?
The word is vitamin. The kingdom
Yeah,
dictates
but do
it
you
so.
say medicine? Do you say medicine?
I'm sorry, does the Queen say medicine?
I don't give a shit what the Queen says. I'm an aspiring fucking Republican.
You're wrong to be a Republican.
Why is he wrong to be
It
Republican?
just annoyed me that the Queen got so shitty that she kept getting a double chin on our 20-cent pieces as the years went on, that she decided that she wanted an old picture done. It's like, come on, bitch, just be who you are. It was fucking tough as nails, and then that happened, and I just lost all respect for her.
Are you saying that a 90-year-old woman should be forced to look at a picture of her when she wasn't beautiful in her 20s and she can't just go, fuck you, I'm the Queen, I'm very old, I'm basically retired, and I want to look at pretty pictures of me in my 20s when I go shopping?
Yes. And I also think you Brits have it wrong. You need to fucking kick out the other fuckwit and get Harry in. King Harry!
We're basically spending all of the medical research in the world to keep the Queen alive until Charles dies.
Oh, that's good, because goddamn, no one wants Charles as Queen. Queen. Yeah, no, I'm keeping that statement. I'm keeping that statement.
Trap Queen.
Trap Queen. No, Charles, his ears are way too big. He could never pass as a trap, which is obviously an internal struggle he has to deal with.
Of course, Grok is speaking from personal experience with his massive luggers.
Hey, I thought I hid them quite well behind my headphones.
Yes, it's quite impressive how you managed to fold them up and hide them in the headphones.
Well, you do. You have to fold them, because otherwise they don't fit. Duh. Jeez. Excuse me for a second.
He had to go and cry.
Oh dear. That doesn't work.
Oh dear.
I did a bad thing.
Wait, was this random text orbiting me?
Just making an experiment.
I don't suppose you'd get it to detect whenever a new person's speaking a swap text, could you?
Sorry?
Could you get it to swap text when new people are speaking?
Swap text when new people are speaking?
When you have someone else speaking, could you get it to swap text so it says the open house view and then it says the name of a random person when they're speaking?
Perhaps. Perhaps.
That would be interesting.
Maybe.
Perhaps, maybe, okay. Are you just going to spend all night playing with your graphics design stuff?
Yeah. That's my plan.
Well, it's quite entertaining.
You need to keep the open house running so you don't have to.
Sorry?
You've basically delegated the open house to the rest of us, and you just sat there in the background playing some graphics.
It's not about me, it's about you.
I know, everything is about me.
I must say, you're pretty good at directing things, though.
I just let it be.
Why not?
That's how it works for me. Just trying to get all these little effects right. So I could have them set up in a little corner.
Ooh, fancy.
Come on, that's quite cool. Real effects with shadow. And a little bit of focal length on there as well. Look like shit, but... see if I can do anything for the font.
I recommend Comic Sans.
Fuck off.
Just to piss off every graphics designer ever.
Wait, what? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a little bit triggered by that. Though that said, my handwriting is apparently Comic Sans to a lot of people, so I can't talk.
Exactly, then you can understand why you should use Comic Sans. Just to piss people off, just embrace it and just live off their tears of anger.
Yeah, all the salt.
Exactly. Although maybe a bad person to go for life advice.
I don't know, man. Like, it's funny actually. I found you, Mr. Robin.
Hello.
Probably about a year after Gamergate. I also was very much in the thick of that. And you were like one of the mainstays. I just didn't realise you were still going.
Welcome back, sunshine.
A lot of people seem to shut... Well, a lot of people seem to shut down their shit after that, or change monikers, or, you know, like, but I've always kept Garrock, I've always kept 404. But I've never copped it. You know what I mean? Like, I've never dealt with the backlash some people did, and I was pretty in the thick of it. It's just good. It makes me happy. I actually got into an argument with a woman on a train last month because I was talking about the death threats I got during Gamergate, being a Gamergator, and she was like, "Oh, fucking, you never copped him. You're just saying that." It's like, go fist yourself, you fucking piece of shit. Like, the shit went back and forward. It's just one side got pointed out and the other got discredited.
I just put in the side chat pictures of my writing back when I was 15. I didn't have good writing. I must say though that my S's are the same.
I don't know if you'd be interested, Jess, but we'll share this with you, all of you. That be my DeviantArt, and then I've got like old writings also when I was like a 16-year-old angsty cunt.
Oh yes, oh god.
For everyone,
gotta share it. You know, you did yours.
A DeviantArt of just nothing but pictures of Sonic the Hedgehog characters eating each other and then shitting them out. It's basically that.
It's true. It is. That's all I care about. You know, Knuckles doing interesting things with his knuckles.
It's why I keep from bringing up fisting.
It is. You know, well, Knuckles is an echidna and I am Australian, so coincidence?
My god, this is one of the greatest furry conspiracies we've unraveled ever. Other than that time when Miles as a cosplayer of Miles Power continuously, and in fact identifies sexually as Miles Power.
Wait, you don't identify as Miles Power?
No, I don't. However, Miles Power does identify as the Sonic the Hedgehog character Miles Power, also known as Tails.
So I think this is pretty cool. Dun, 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 dun. Any new games coming up?
None that I'm excited about.
I don't know, man. I'm saving up for the Nintendo Switch, which I know is like a slight discredit of my PC Mar badge, but I like Zelda. This is good games.
It does look fun. I can't wait for the PC port or emulation.
Oh, there has to be. There's got to be a fucking Switch emulation at some point, given how underpowered it is. It's got the first gen fucking Tegra chip in it, completely modified. So your Shield still trumps it.
Wait, it has a first gen Tegra.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
It's nothing.
I have an ePad sat on my desk that barely runs half the Tegra games because it's that early, and it has a first gen Tegra 2 chip in it. What the fuck?
Yeah, well they modified the rest of the system. They modified the rest of the system for battery saving more than anything. To handle with it, they should have used the new gen, but they chose not to. I'm guessing because they obviously, like most companies, started their production 6 months plus ago. But that said, that's no excuse. They could have. They easily could have beaten the PS4 and fucking Xbox One. They easily could have. But they would have had to have charged more, and they were going for cost effectiveness as well as battery power. So, yeah. I don't know. I honestly think Nintendo shit the bed, personally. But they could always open up now that apparently half-gen systems exist, like the PS Pro and shit, and the Scorpio. They could release a premium version, I suppose, now. And I wouldn't even be against it. I don't like the Scorpio, I don't like the PS4 Pro, but I would be down for a more powerful Nintendo system. But I'm a bit biased. I do like Nintendo. They make detailed games. And that for me is what it boils down to too. Like, if you're gonna make a fucking open world game, you want it to be as intricate as the platform allows. And it's why I've always been a PC gamer. You look at RimWorld, that game is just fucking layers upon layers.
Glorious.
Like, I've been playing for 28 hours, and I'm still learning shit. You know, it is fucking glorious in the truest sense of the word.
Oh, what you need to do is get some of the mods that allow you to be extra sadistic, like the organ harvesting mod.
I've got it. I got that last night. It is fucking amazing.
No, because one of the best parts is you can just capture someone,
harvest their heart.
Harvest their heart, and then of course, if they die on the operating table, you can just cut them up and turn them into food.
Yep. Yeah, no, I literally last night started a colony that is cannibalist colony.
You know, then of course people get upset if you feed them people, so what you do is after you've butchered the person, you turn them into kibble, and then people can't tell the difference.
Ooh, I never thought of that. That's really good. That's fucking brilliant. Because, like, up until now, I've pretty much relied on hunting, because growing, it takes too long for an initial colony. And I've been playing on the, just recently, I've been playing on the entrepreneur one, the one that starts off with turrets. And you've only got one person. So setting up a base is really hard. And I've got, have you ever used the what's it called? Lush mod, I think it's called. Where it makes like the world more diverse when it comes to trees and all that sort of stuff, but also chunks it out really hard. Have you tried that yet?
No, I haven't.
It adds a huge amount of difficulty because you have to clear the plants to build your buildings.
We have to.
So, yeah, but they're I don't know, more thick. The vegetation is far more. Hang on, I'm just trying to find the name of this actual mod. And originally I was regretting adding it. But I've realised the level of difficulty it's added, especially like when you attack boomalopes.
I have to say the worst thing that's happened to me recently in the game is I was attacked. You know, you get the Manhunter packs. I had a Manhunter pack of guess what animal?
Please, not boomalopes.
No,
they're the worst.
Boomalopes are easy. Mega sloths.
Oh shit!
They're not.
The worst I've had is elephants.
Dangerous. No, mega sloths are worse than elephants in this because a mega sloth doesn't actually do that much damage. However, they have about 5 times the health of an elephant. They will take bullets for literally days to kill.
Yeah, fuck. I've thankfully not had to deal with that.
When you hit by that, basically, you have to hide indoors the entire time and hope they don't try to break in.
See, I had one go, like, ape shit at me because I tried to tame it because I figured a mega sloth would be a good pet. And it did. It fucked up my entire colony. I had to start again because I only ever play on hardcore because I just don't see the point otherwise. And yeah, like, mega sloths, they fuck shit up.
Oh, of course. You can tame
so
them.
yeah, I can't imagine a Manhunter pack off them.
Yeah,
man,
but the joy
Steam's walking out of me so hard.
Tame one of them, it's so fucking nice because they're the ultimate pack animal. They can carry more than anything else.
Yeah, that's why I trained them. I figured that they might be able to haul shit because they're so big. I usually train grizzlies. I usually train grizzlies and wild boars and wogs, provided it's successful, of course. but because they're such good haulers. And then I have my pig farm because they sell. But holy shit, like, I'm running a 32-bit system at the moment because I've decided to give my my good system a drink, and apparently it didn't like it. But I bought RimWorld while I had this 32-bit system, not thinking I could play it, and I can. And it's amazing. Like I said, 28 hours, and that's in the last week since I bought it. Incredible game. It's like Prison Simulator, Prison Architect, but post-apocalyptic and ridiculous. Oh, Robin, have you ever played Prison Architect?
No.
Dude, great sim. So hard because you've got like gang dynamics and the personalities of each individual person. It's hectic.
Is this starting to look mental or what?
Pardon?
Can you see the thing on the open house thing? I'm just using this text at the moment, but I'm just thinking of. See, it leaves a shadow.
Weird.
Yeah, it leaves a shadow. I'm still trying to get the masking just right.
What program are you using, man?
Blender.
Ah, good old Blender. Holy shit, that program's worth like ducats.
Yeah, it's worth more than
just before I gave my computer a drink, I was learning how to do 2D animation with Blender. Like, it's amazing. That program is the best ever. I don't give a shit what people say. It is so good. Oh, here we go. So apparently one of my maps I do have Mega Sloth tamed. Fertile Planet. That's the name of the mod. I do not recommend it unless you want your start game to take longer. And the same with the mod More Bedcloth, because basic beds then require you to have cloth to build, even if it's just the normal bed. So you have to have sleeping spots until your cotton crop grows. So it adds a level of difficulty. So unless you want that, I don't recommend getting it.
Have you tried the hygiene mod?
Oh no, I saw that. What does that do?
Add showers and bathrooms into the games.
That's the one with the toilets and stuff, yeah.
And it adds the bladder tank to the game, and it basically goes from every level of the tech where you're digging a hole in the ground, shitting in it, and then burning excrement or using it as fertilizer, all the way up to high-end where you've got functioning water systems, you're cleansing the water or dumping it in an ocean, and it gives you bedpans as well and everything for injured people. It's quite nice.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, as hard as RimWorld is, I kind of want them also to have thirst requirements. You know, because ultimately it is a survival game.
Good survival
and
game.
It's exceptional. Like,
and if you want to do shit like, hey, so we're going to oh, I know, make people craft an axe, you actually have to download a mod to craft axes. Axes are not in the base game. It's a crafting survival game with base building elements that has no fucking axe crafting. It is glorious.
Yeah, that's a bit fucked. I didn't even notice, to be honest. But in its defense, it is still in early access, and the level of detail that is already in it, I will complain about particular lack of detail or depth with particular elements, but they've been fixed with mods. So, you know, like prosthetics. I like that this one of the mods I grabbed was a prosthetics mod where you've got, like, you know, like the size of your research table, you've got a prosthetics table, and that's where you make your peg legs and all that sort of shit. And I think that should have been in the main game, but still early access, so I hold high hopes. And given the game is playable now, I don't even care if they don't do it. Because a lot of early access games just suck.
Hello? Oh, sorry.
Hello.
How are you doing, baby?
Hey, mate.
I guess I missed all. I guess I kind of like log up right when all the trap talk is over.
You can still carry on with the trap talk. If you want to expand our brains on traps, that's up to you. I'll call it the open house trap talk.
I don't know. Have anyone ever seen the movie The Crying Game?
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the original trap.
Am I missing something?
Oh, to be fair, you know, like back in the 80s, considered traps were mods. And you can back me up on this, Robin. You know, like the lady looking sort of dudes that weren't gay, they just wanted to be effeminate. You know, Bowie! Goddamn Bowie!
Androgynous, you're talking about.
Standards would be a trap.
You're talking about androgynous, really. But I don't think that's quite the same thing.
Yes and no, but you got effeminate mods. You know, like this.
Can you do me a favour and post this in the chat properly?
Post what in the chat properly?
I just put a link inside.
And what?
A picture of David Bowie in his prime.
Was David Bowie ever in his prime?
No. Yes, it was sometime between about 10 to shortly before he died.
Yeah, I was about to say there was no prime for Bowie. It was just Bowie. He redefined the in your time shit because all of the time that Bowie was alive while he was creating was his time. That fucker, like, holy shit, I respect him so much.
Of course, I actually have a picture of the ultimate trap in the world. Robin, I'd like you to post.
See, I'm kind of glad that I base my opinion of potential sexual partners more off their personality and their view. Oh wait, is that Bates Motel?
It's the ultimate trap.
That's the ultimate trap.
Look, everyone fall for that trap and no one will regret it.
It's a trap! It's a trap! Hey, the question is, do traps put down traps? Are there rogue traps?
What, you mean a trout trapping a trap?
Yeah, well, you know, rogues. Rogues generally put down traps. Is there a trap rogue trap?
Probably.
And furthermore, Can other rogues detect a trap? Sorry, don't mind me, I'm just going geek.
It's a rogue and elf. Like, I'm thinking most fantasy games, male elves do look a bit effeminate.
All elves look effeminate. Like, the ladies look like super effeminate, and then the dudes just, they look like ladies too. To some
Though in
extent.
Elder Scrolls lore, though in Elder Scrolls lore, orcs are technically a type of elf, so there's some exceptions.
Yes. But rings, so are orcs in that. They are defective orcs, like orcs with elves with Down syndrome. In almost all lore, orcs are defective elves.
Except for Elder Scrolls lore, when they're just a different type of elf, and the defective elves would be the the snow elves these days.
You better not say Dunmer. I'm going to punch you in the throat.
No,
Dunmer for life.
The fucking snow elves, the fucking twats that went, hey, we're going to trust the dwarves and go and live underground and have our eyes gouged out.
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. They were fucked. They were turncoats.
And they did
you know,
it
like
to
you look
themselves.
between Altmer and Dunmer, and it's nothing compared to the dispute that should happen between Altmer and Dunmer and the stupid ass snow elves. Bastards. They ruined everything. They're the reason for Draugrs.
Yeah.
Draugrs are fucked.
Nice.
I really wish my girlfriend would want to jump into this, but she's super shy. And she's like Miss Elder Scrolls lore queen.
Yeah, I've been like playing some Skyrim myself, like doing it heavy modded, like.
I disliked Skyrim. It was so stripped. Like, they stripped Oblivion, and then they stripped it further for Skyrim.
That's nothing.
Kind of kills me.
Fallout 4.
Don't get me started on this.
They basically took every RPG mechanic, removed
It's
it,
The Sims.
and replaced it with a button to go, Sean!
Dude, Fallout 4 is an open world Sims game.
Okay, I will
But
now
it is.
explain some of the dialogue in Fallout 4. You walk up to an old lady, you have a conversation. You just rescued her. The first thing she says is, "You're here to rescue your son." You now have a response to sarcastically say, of course I've been running around screaming Sean the whole time, to say, "Help me find my baby Sean," to say, "I'm going to find my baby Sean," and to say, "You will not stop me from finding my baby Sean."
You know,
but that's not.
You know, my biggest.
If you go down the right route in the conversation, you will get to a point where every single choice is you just saying Sean. There is legitimately a time where all the voice options are the same. That's why they give you a one-word description.
Yeah, of course it is. Like, not only did they completely strip the entire charm of what Fallout was, which, for the record, started out as fucking pen and paper game.
Fallout
It was
not.
never a fucking video game first.
I'm sorry, but I'm going
It was a pen and paper game. Dude, I played Fallout P&P 3 years before the very first game was released in primary school. I've been a geek forever. But yeah, no kidding, man. Look it up. Like, actually, fuck it. You know what? I'm not going to get you to educate yourself. I'll educate you. The basic premise of the Fallout universe was an alternative that was American-based to shit like D&D and Mad Max. Because, you know, Mad Max is Aussie. Apparently, because all the Australian flags that were totally flying through it. But yeah, that was their premise. And I'm just trying to find the article. But yeah, like when I found out about the very first Fallout game when I was a kid, that's what got me into PC gaming properly, because I had to own it. I had to, because I had already had thousands of hours in the P&P game. Fuck's sake. Give a wiki. It more or less died when Interplay lost their rights. Because the people of Interplay based it off the actual P&P. That's why it was so in-depth and convoluted and all that sort of shit. And then Bethesda got their hands on it and just streamlined the shit out of it, and in my opinion, slightly ruined it. That said, they added shit like the mini nuke, which, the mini nuke's badass, and I've got one sitting right to the left of me right now. If you guys look at your camera, it's right there.
Well, your video feed, I guess the people in the chat can't see it, but your video feed is kind of a little blurry.
Yeah, my camera's shit. I'm borrowing it off your house, mate. I need to buy a good one.
Well, I guess some people who go into these things purposely make their camera, make them blurry just to keep some sense of anonymity.
No, I don't do that. I don't give a shit.
Wait, people
quite frankly,
while displaying themselves on camera. Oh wait, no, yeah, that's a crowd thing.
Yeah, of course I feel actually Trout's look that means who Kraut is, and his name has been out there for a while now, so there's really not much point of him trying to hide anymore, unless he's going to make a completely new account and pretend that it's not him.
I've had chats with Kraut where he's had his camera up. I have, but that's also because I'm not one of those people that's going to sit there and fucking screen cap it and go for a fucking, oh, look, I've got the scoop. I don't give a fuck. I know many YouTubers' places of work, where they live, all that sort of shit. It doesn't bother me. No. Even if I hated them. If I knew, for instance, where Steve Shives lived, I still wouldn't dox him. He's a piece of shit, but I would never do it. Because that is... No. Just no.
Yeah, of course, assuming that is his real name, that's his name, and also shows his face, so it's kind of easy for anyone else to find out where he lives on their own, without any help.
Yeah. It is, but what is productive? Where is the productiveness in that? What's the goal of shutting down people? I don't think it's a good thing. I want idiots to talk. I'm an idiot. I'd like to talk. So,
yeah, I agree. Actually, I'm just talking about how I'm just thinking about the whole thing about doxing and the argument saying that names really don't matter that much. Of course, with names, with all the whole AI things. Yeah, names if you just got a name, especially if your name kind of unique, say if it's Dean Newquest, then it's pretty easy for someone to figure out.
Dude, I call myself Garrock, alright? I've called myself Garrock for the last 15 years now that I think about it. I use that as a name on YouTube. I use 404 because that's more of a brand than a name on Twitter. But ultimately, I don't care if I'm found, because quite frankly, if someone's going to come and find me, they've still battle to fucking deal with me. You know, like, I'm not a passive person by any means. If they want to come and chat to me about stuff, go for it. I am well down for it. I would love to hear their opinions. However, if they think that I'm an easy target, they're going to lose hard. They're going to lose very fucking hard, and they're going to be humiliated. It's just the case. Like, it's just what it is. Why other people avoid their real shit, where they live, all that sort of stuff. I understand, because stuff we often talk about can make you a social pariah. But for me, I've been a social pariah for a good, mainly as long as I was homeless, because I stopped giving a fuck. And now that I am not homeless, I still don't give a fuck. Because quite frankly, I don't give a shit about your feels if you're going to fucking push shit that is abusive and fucking hurtful to other people while ignoring their fucking feelings, while expecting them to recognize yours. No, I won't let that happen. It's just not me. It's never been me, and I will fucking destroy you. Like, it is just that. You know, like, hell, we're on an open podcast right now, and I'll tell anyone that's listening right now, I live in fucking Canberra.
Come at me, bro.
The capital. Come at me. Yeah, fucking oath. I will be at the ANU bar where the SJWs have fucking protested because there was all male bands. I will be there that night because I respect that fucking place, and I do not respect them. I will film them. I will mock them because they're pieces of shit. They didn't ask questions before they accused people of shit. You know, like, I don't care. I just don't. I've given up on caring. Because people are going to accuse you otherwise, whether you do shit or otherwise. Or not. So, why not just let loose and do what you are? Be who you are.
Oh my god, guys. People have taken the scene from the movie Aeroplane when they're shaking the woman and one of those people starts flapping her, and they've dubbed it over with the subtitle of "Thank you for flying with United Airlines."
Poor guys.
Hey, Robin, have you seen those videos like from old Kung Flu flicks? Where they're like exploding people's heads and they're like, oh, looks like United had an overbooking again. So good.
Yeah, like some of the classic movies are just so ridiculous it's good. Like, I don't know what happened to those kind of movies. Like,
they got replaced by shit like Scary Movie.
Yep. Sadly to say, but yep.
Yeah. Just, you know, Aeroplane was the Scary Movie of its day. It was going for the same kind of audience. The hey, we're taking the whole piss out of the genre. The same with the Police Academy movies.
I love Police Academy.
Of course, the thing is, you didn't have to have watched any one particular movie to get the jokes. The point is, they are funny jokes independently on their own, and to top it off, they riff off of the fucking genre of movie. But of course, people decided, yeah, that's not what we want.
Who's got stuff in the background?
Oh, I think it must be me. Like, I got the TV on. And maybe I'll just turn down the volume then. Like,
That's probably best, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, like, I'm still new to this Hangout thing. So, how do you like? Wait. I think I figured out how to mute my mic. Let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, I figured out how to mute my mic. If it's getting annoying, I can just do it like, and only talk when I want to bring up something. So. Actually, I gotta tell you something interesting. Like, despite like what so many people say, about Ghostbusters, the new one I personally found funny. Like, way more like a better comedy than say the current scary movies.
Yeah, but that is not exactly a high bar to hold anything against.
Yeah, like
sorry, bro.
Personally, I know, like personally, like but as I said, like I genuinely thought, like despite like all the things I hear about, I genuinely thought that the recent Ghost Rider movie was actually quite hilarious. By no means ever will even come close to the original Ghostbusters, but
it was funny in its own right.
Yeah, it's still pretty good.
No, I get ya.
Yeah,
I plan on watching it myself for the same reasons.
Yeah, like, which I'm thinking if it is like social justice propaganda, then maybe we should actually remove all those social justice people from our college campuses and have them employed in Hollywood, because at least they make entertaining movies. But
I just think they make entertaining blog posts that are fun to mock.
Yeah.
My angle.
Yeah, I'm thinking like and also I'm thinking like when I watched it, there wasn't anything that's super apparent that's social justice, except for maybe one reference at the beginning about enslaving an elephant, and if anything, that was kind of mocking like the idea of social justice. Like there's nothing super apparent.
You'll see. A lot of my favorite movies have a lady main person. You know, fucking Aliens.
Yeah.
You know, Ripley is the fucking / queen, whatever the fuck, of fucking action flicks, in my opinion. Sigourney Weaver, she is fucking amazing. You know, like, no matter what she's in, she always nails it. I haven't seen something that she's shit in. I really haven't. And maybe if people have a suggestion of what she's been in that's shit, I would like to hear it, but I haven't seen her in anything where she has been terrible at all, ever. You know, like, and to me, she's still the standard of action hero. You know, I grew up in the fucking time of fucking, like, God damn it, what's that Bruce Willis shit?
Die Hard?
Die Hard, thank you. I grew up in that. I never liked that, but I fucking really loved Alien. And it wasn't because Sigourney Weaver, or because Lady, it was because of Sigourney Weaver. You know, she is a fucking incredible actor. She is. She's amazing. And she made that movie to me, as well as the production methods, you know, which, you know, locking people in a big ass soundstage and freaking them out is good effort.
You heard about that story about like the chest bursting scene where
the chest burster.
See, they only give like a vague description saying the creature appears in the script.
Yeah.
And of course, then when it actually did happen, like they weren't expecting that. Like basically, those screams that Charlie heard were completely real.
But real, like
that is never gonna happen with CGI.
I want them. Apparently, District 10, the follow-up to District 9, is coming out soon. I only hope, because District 9 is a fucking amazing movie. I only hope that they've employed similar tactics, because theoretically they should be stuck on that spaceship. So, yeah, like, I love that idea of fucking with the actors. You know, but Sigourney, she fucking nailed it. She was amazing. And everyone else lost their shit. Like, ignore that. Like,
you know what? Like, I'm not so big into the Alien movies, but actually, like, when I heard that story about the chest burster, it actually made it way more interesting. Like,
I'm a huge Geiger fan. So I love the level of detail and intricacy that he put into his work to do the same thing and suck at it, for the record. But put into a franchise the way it was, and then having people like her of her caliber just own beast is amazing. You know, like it. She's fucking glorious. I love Sigourney. I'd love to cuddle her.
Yeah. But Sigourney Weaver, like, she was in the original Ghostbusters, as well made a brief cameo in the recent one.
Yep. Yes, she was. Oh wait, she was the new one.
Oh, actually, what?
As what?
Most of the surviving actors from the original Ghostbusters made cameos in the recent one, just as sort of like a nod to. Just as a nod to the fans, like sort of like fan service, like they
Like,
didn't
sorry.
really revise. It didn't revise their own characters, but they
Yeah, I
just
did
sort of,
hear
like, make
the old
cameos. As,
guard were a part of it.
yeah, like all the most of the main surviving cast of the original Ghostbusters were in it. Like,
Well, the only one that didn't was Egon, which sucks because he was my favorite character. God damn it.
Harold Ramis.
But it is good to hear. Like, apparently Bill Murray jumped straight onto it.
You know what would be
like
the best
with
way
Lady
to do in this
Ghostbusters.
You know what would be the best way to do this Lady Ghostbusters movie? Accept the previous Ghostbusters
Have a
movie
pass
happened in
off.
the universe, and then, no, even better than a passed off, have the black guy from the original movie, the only non-scientist, he has to be the main character from the
He
old
was
one.
awesome!
And he has to treat the entire thing when spiritual bullshit is happening that freaks them out, and he has to go for just an extermination job. It's no different than getting out cockroaches. And
At the very least, it would have stopped Leslie Jones.
Take this.
It would have. Sorry.
While they were doing all the scientific research, because yes, you should have the characters doing research, and then they should reference the old characters, the scientists, when they're talking about the research. And then you go back to Sean Murray going, no, just take this. It's basically a giant brush for getting the bugs out.
Yeah. See, and even having him would have stopped the relegation of Leslie Jones's character to the typical urban whatever the fuck, like
stereotype.
Oh, that was just
yeah,
atrocious.
like, and he was very much a stereotype, but he was also the positive stereotype too, where he was like a self-assured bloke that, you know, urban, yes, but that motherfucker knew shit down. He knew what was going on. He fucking kept it fucking in perspective, you know, like Leslie Jones's character, from what I've heard, was just outright black stereotype. Come on, Pete. Like, stereotypes do change. Like, yeah.
Like, Leslie Jones, she played the same archetype as in, like, the average person, like, not the super scientist, like, the one person in the group who isn't a super scientist. But she kind of, like, did overdo it with these black stereotype. I agree with that. Like,
which is a shame. Like, ultimately, yeah, sure, if the role calls for it, go for it. But I don't think. I think she could have easily followed the line that oh shit, what's his name?
Hey, Boom.
I think it sounds so fucked for not saying his name.
From what I heard in
The original
interviews with
Black
the cast, a lot of people did actually have fun working on that new Ghostbusters movie.
Of course I did. Production like that, man. It's, you know, like fucking not Harry Potter, fucking Peter Pan on stage. You're always going to have fun. It is what it is. Sorry, I'm a bit of a stage actor, but yeah, like, that is what it is. Like, certain productions are going to be fun.
Hello. Hello.
Jessica, are you back? Oh wait, no, new persons.
I am the person. I am the one.
Hello, hand person.
Hello.
You've got a very echoey voice right now, yeah.
Wait, do I? Am I echoing?
Hugely and really distorted.
Hey, Robert,
Why?
do you mind if my friend jumps on?
Sure.
I don't know how I'm echoing.
Link in the side chat,
You're
please.
really distorted, mainly.
You
Hold on, I'll jump
a
back.
link to the Hangout, the one that works on the top bar, posted in the side chat so you can get into it while you're in the Hangout.
Not for me, bud. It's my girlfriend.
You can just copy it from the fucking URL bar.
I can. It does work. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Technical Difficulties podcast. We now discuss how to
Is this any better?
Yeah.
That's better.
Oh, my mom just handed me my dinner, so I'll.
Okay.
Wait, your mum makes you dinner? Holy shit.
Yeah, like. Yeah, I'm like 32 and still with my mom. Like, yeah, throw the jokes at me. Like.
Prepare the 30s jokes.
32. Though, like, recently I found out, like, Roosh V still lives with home with his mother, and of course, I'm just going to tell you, like,
Of course Roosh V lives with his fucking mother. That dude has no idea how women work. He's a fucking idiot.
I'm just saying, like, see, like, if people are starting to compare me to Roosh V, then, look, he doesn't represent me. Like, men who still live with their mothers, enough shit already, so, yeah, like, we don't want to be associated with Roosh V, like.
Well, to be fair, I live with my mom and dad. I live with my mom and dad in an RV for quite a while, and now I live with my brother. So
it makes me giggle. Yeah. Like, no offense to anyone that does still live with their parents for necessity's sake, but I've lived alone since I was 16. My mother decided it was pertinent to move to an entire different state and leave me behind. So I've learned not to live in my mother's basement. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, even.
Plus, we don't have basements in Australia.
Really, like, seriously, there's no one actually built any house with basements in there, like.
I don't remember.
No, man, unless you are like super rich, you don't have a basement here. That is a sign of privilege. Like, literally, I'm not even saying that ironically.
I mean, I do actually live in the basement. Actually, the last place I was at was in the basement too. But that's because the landlords lived above. So
Oh, to be honest, like, despite what I said, if I had my choice, I'd live in a fucking basement, because at least it would be regular temperatures, so my computer wouldn't fuck out, because I'm that much of a PC geek. And yeah,
no, why in Australia do you not build houses mostly underground?
We should. Don't get me started on this fucking argument, man. Holy shit. We should. If we're that hot, we have perfectly controlled that exist in Northern Territory that don't require a ridiculous amount of heating or cooling. As far as I'm concerned, we should be living subterraneanly.
Oh, God,
we should be the lizard people. We should. Except in Canberra, where I live, where it's just...
One of those perks is being able to run the entire world.
Well, you know, Aussies tentatively run the entire world. Like, I don't know if you've heard that conspiracy yet, but it's fucking glorious.
It sounds almost as bad as the Irish conspiracy.
Yeah, Irish conspiracy. Oh, got it.
Have enough of themselves going, hey, so we're gonna be obsessed and have narcissism. Sorry, not narcissism. Fuck. What should we call it? Tendencies in the group where we promote our own guys over everyone else. It's definitely the Irish.
Or what about the Scotsman conspiracy?
That's equally bad.
I'm just saying, like...
Wait, what's that?
It's exactly the same conspiracy where a bunch of people take pictures of a load of famous people in America and American politicians and say, this person has X, Y, or Z blood in them. Well, of fucking course they do. They're American. They're a fucking mongrel of the whole of Europe.
Well, the irony of that is America has let... I'm sorry, dude, to cut you off, but America has let 4 families run their shit for the last however fucking long many decades? Guys think you're a fucking republic? Really? You guys are like an interchangeable monarchy. You're like the slut that shows up at the orgy that just gets passed along. You know, like, you guys need to wake up a little bit. Like, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, actually, the Scotsman conspiracy is actually a conspiracy I made up as a joke on my own, like just now. Like the Scotsman conspiracy is that there is no true Scotsman. They're all a myth, like the Loch Ness Monster.
The Loch Ness Monster is not a myth. How dare you?
Hey.
It's just like a joke. Like some people like to probably no true Scotsman fallacy, so I just like to turn it into a joke, like saying that there literally are no true Scotsmen. Like, so
I'm actually Scots-Irish, actually.
Oh.
Well, then you half don't exist and half aren't human.
Well, we were actually running away from the English because you guys suck.
You know what?
We were running away from the English because you guys were. It was during the time when you guys were chasing down a lot of Scottish people because you suck.
Leave us out of this.
There's nothing wrong with chasing them down if we
nothing.
don't acknowledge the fact they're people. And we don't acknowledge the fact they're people because they're not.
Robin, like you kind of have like. Sorry, go ahead. Robin, you kind of have like a deep voice. I kind of guess there might be some Scottish in your ancestry.
They're not the only people with deep voices.
That's true, yeah.
That's a very racist thing to say.
Yeah,
You
look
should be ashamed of yourself.
Sorry about that. Like. Even more racist than saying that there's no Scotsmen around, like.
That's right. There's no such
because
thing.
That's just being hopeful.
That would mean that they were men.
If you're saying that hope is racist, then there's something wrong with you.
So how you doing anyway? What you been up to?
Who, me?
Yes, you, man.
Oh, okay. Well, today I was down at the THAC Trump march. I actually posted some pictures trying to get Trump to post his taxes. I made the argument that he should post them because if he's getting foreign money, he's violating the nobilities clause, which is you're not supposed to get foreign money if you're the president or in Congress. Because it can kind of cloud your thinking. And the other argument I made was if Trump is actually getting foreign money and he's making decisions based on this, that's tantamount to treason because he's betraying the interests of America for foreign interests.
Yeah, but you're just a Ramona. Project Fear.
I'm a fearful person.
I just have to say, I heard the greatest argument ever the other day where people were saying that Ramon was all fear-mongering. So when you can't state that there does not appear to be a plan for how we're going to leave the European Union, we're voting on a blank check, and if we leave the European Union, we are likely to have a deal worse than what we currently do and lose all these privileges, or maintain all these privileges and not be able to vote on them anymore. That's fear-mongering. When other people are shouting, fucking Turkey's gonna get into the EU and it's gonna be terrible. Yes, that is official Leave Party propaganda that Turkey was joining the EU and that they were going to have an army and situate up to 500,000 troops in Britain. That official party line for the Leave campaign was not fear-mongering.
You know, stating facts or economic conditions, that's not fear-mongering. That's just facts.
I'm gonna be leaving now.
Run while you still can.
Cyril knows why.
Thanks for coming by.
It was nice having you.
Thanks for
Okay.
having me.
If you need to chat later, then I'll be available.
Thank you, and sorry.
Nice to meet you too.
No worries, mate. Take it easy.
With demons and a special police unit.
Special police unit.
Yeah, actually, that my mom
Gotta
is
be
just
careful
watching,
of them.
My mom is just watching some TV over. You must have heard that, like.
Oh, okay. I'll go upstairs.
A little bit.
I got to
like,
meet.
Go upstairs.
Sorry.
Shit's going down.
Oh.
I got to meet all the people who were running for my district's, well, my state's Congress today.
Did you get to meet Brianna Wu?
No, she's not. I'm not in her state. She's in
What state is she in?
Maine, I think. No, Massachusetts.
Oh, like every American I've ever spoken to thinks Massachusetts is like scum.
Yeah, Massachusetts is where Elizabeth Warren actually comes from, so it's all right.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. One of the what I found, Blaze, or what was it? Blaze and the starts with a D, but not the Drudge. Something equal to the Blaze. Anyways, a reporter came down from the Blaze and started asking questions, but framed it in really shitty ways. Like, what would you rather have? Taxes or jobs, or more jobs? And she started to do the whole statement of job creators and stuff like that. Trump is a job creator and stuff like that.
Oh
So
no,
my-
that argument does not work. It's if you force people to reinvest in their business by having a tax for taking money out of business, you actually create more jobs. So you get taxes and jobs, but hey, let's ignore that.
Yeah. Well, my turn to her, I turn to her and say, that's a false dichotomy. Because I'm a government employee.
Oh yeah, Garrick, you probably didn't get my point, but if you create a situation where if someone wants to take money out of their business, they have to pay a large amount of tax. However, if they invest their money into their business, then and take a smaller amount out, you give them a tax cut. That actually creates more jobs.
Well,
Because it forces
that's
people to
why we
invest
had
their money.
90%. That's Keynesian economics.
It actually does work. That actually does
Yeah,
work.
it does work. It works because they either get the choice of giving the money to the government or giving the money to themselves,
To
which is
people.
business.
Yeah. And especially, like, I don't know about, like, the rest of the world, but in my town, statistically, people spend a lot of money in the places they work because they expect discounts and various different things. They kind of put money straight back into the business.
Yeah.
You get 100% at the lower, what was it? At the lower 50% of the country, you get 100% velocity of money.
Yeah,
Which means-
Robin. A chat, bro. No, it's all good. Keep going.
Yeah. So what that means is literally any money you give to lower 50%, you get it right back. It's just like laundering the money.
Well, okay, for instance, with me, I was homeless for quite a long time, and I've since gotten my shit together.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on government benefits for probably about 5 years. Way longer than I ever wanted to be. But through that self-same system, any employer that hires me and keeps me on at a predetermined amount, like, you know, like full-time, casual, whatever, but a set amount of hours, get 10 grand for employing me.
Yeah. That's a good program.
Like, it has actually worked quite well. However, then you get business owners that don't like it because then you get dead shits from benefits that actually don't want to work. You know, me personally, I do. You know, I like working. I hate not working. But you'll get people that think that they should just be given all the things and be able to stay home and play games.
Why not?
That mentality, which is good.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, ideally it sounds good, but yeah, I think that like a lot of people do full-time YouTube because they pretty much just want to get paid to playing the games and all. But unfortunately, there's the whole demonetization issue, which kind of say that maybe it's a good idea to get a day job.
Well, I put this out there in the chat a while back, but I still promote this idea of you should, if you believe that YouTube should be a successful platform, regardless of whether or not ads are available, then you should tell everybody in your audience to get YouTube Red. Because with the ad apocalypse and all that stuff
Ad
going down,
apocalypse, I
never
believe
knew
it's
it
going
was
with.
happening. I was already on YouTube Red, so I never realized ads were being pulled.
See, I'm a filthy PC person, so I've just got ad block. So it's never affected me. I only disable it for content creators I like.
But this is the thing I was going to make a video about. Is I was going to say, for all these, what was it? What's the M word? It means it means the best wins. What is that? What is it? It's a system. It's a system where the best ideas win. It starts with an M.
Meritocracy.
Meritocracy. That's it. So for all these people who are meritocracy people, including Sargon and all that kind of stuff, they really.
That's me.
Yeah, they really switch very, very quickly from meritocracy and capitalistic people to a communistic people very, very quickly. It suddenly became very communistic on YouTube. And what I mean is they wanted to make it so that the advertisers can neither choose where their funding goes, nor everybody, nor it being a meritocracy on getting ads based on whether or not your content fit with what the actual people wanted. But they wanted a guaranteed income. and they wanted to force advertisers to pay for it. And now they're telling their audience, I want to force you to pay for me, otherwise I'm out of here. I was like, that became really, that became really communistic really quickly.
Yeah.
Really? Is it really communistic when people go into their own enterprise and expect or hope to be paid for their individual work? Well, if it was communistic, then everyone would get paid the same irrespective of their videos. Unless they're like, in which case they get paid more. But yeah, ultimately it is still meritocracy. It is a case of if their content is good enough and their fans legitimately enjoy it enough, they will be willing to jump platforms and jump over to Patreon and go, here's $1, here's $10, here's $50. You can't tell me that's communist. It fucking isn't. It is fucking capitalism at its purest.
Yeah.
People are paying for what they want. It's not capital. It's not communism at all. It just isn't.
It's not capitalism either, though.
Yeah, it's not.
What is it then? Do we have a label for this?
Socialism.
Yep, actually, that fits quite well.
Yeah, people are socializing.
That fits quite well, yeah.
Yeah, socialism. Like the major triggering word on the internet right now.
Yeah.
See,
Actually, wasn't Sargon ranting about? Wasn't Sargon ranting against socialism like a couple videos ago?
No,
Who was
watch like every 2 or 3 videos that he uploads.
Yeah. He was what was he? He was ranting about socialism, the fact that Corbyn and other socialists were on the rise in his country. It was in his video where he says, "This is why I don't mock the left, the right. Why don't?"
I never watched that. Yeah.
Well, I personally think that to remain intellectually honest, you should actually criticize any bad idea when it comes up, like regardless where the source is from. Like.
Yeah, and I get the premise of I want to fix the left. You can do that. There's nothing that precludes you from fixing the left while also making fun of the right. It's called being objective.
Yeah. And of course, when you think about it, like, I'm going to trigger a lot of people by saying this, but Sargon supported Trump. But when you think about it, Trump is actually the biggest social justice warrior out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, see,
I
like
agree to that.
Yeah, he sues people over jokes. Like, really, like, and of course he did a few tweets saying that, the theater should be a safe space in response to what the people at Hamilton said addressed Mike Pence. And of course, Mike Pence himself didn't like react too badly to it, but it was actually Trump who went all trigger mad. Like,
yeah.
With Sargon and Trump, he doesn't like anything he does. Which is weird. But he likes that he's taking on the media.
Yeah.
I can't blame him for that because fuck the mainstream media. They have been going on for too long with too little.
Well,
and now they feel that they can be the reins. That's a joke.
Well, no. Here's the thing. There are positive ways in which to take on the media. There are good ways to do it.
Really?
What Trump does is not good. Isolating No. What he's doing with the media is actually creating a propagandized network.
It is. He's encouraging them to continue it. Yeah.
Yeah, like fighting.
Encouraging them to suck his cock.
Yeah. No, he's encouraging the adversarialism.
Yeah. And like, for instance, if he wanted to instill and do an executive order to enforce a fair doctrine, the fairness doctrine, or to enforce equal time doctrine, which is about the fairness doctrine means you have to be fair when you cover news. You have to do basically news organizations, in order to stay news organizations, have to show and prove they're being of public good. That's how they kept their license to broadcast. They have to be a public service. The equal time doctrine means you give equal time to politicians, especially ones that are running. So basically, what happened in the primaries with Bernie Sanders and Trump, under the equal time doctrine, all of them should have gotten equal time relative. Instead of it massively going one direction, which was towards Trump.
Yeah, like, pretty much like, it's really hard to look away from a train wreck, basically. Like, yeah.
Oh, you can. Well, no, the thing is, what the media did in my country, they just showed his speeches unedited, uncommentated on. No commentary on what it meant, no commentary on what he was saying and why it was good or bad or what it meant for people. They showed empty podiums versus showing Bernie Sanders' rally or any of the other politicians that were gaining steam.
Sucks how Bernie was railroaded as hard as he was.
Yeah.
I do think the Democrats would have won with the whole alt-right shit. Like, the alt-right did support fucking Bernie. If the DNC hadn't have been like, yeah, we'll just put a female delegate up and that'll be a fucking, swish.
That's veggie.
That's what they thought. It's very clear what they thought. They just forgot that Hillary is a fucking scumbag. And that people have known that she's a scumbag forever.
No, it wasn't the fact that she was a female. It's why they put it forward. They put it forward because every single politician that backed her, those politicians that people talked about, which was like 90% of the Congress, the Democratic Congress, all of them owed her favors.
That's not a surprise.
She was calling literally all her favors in. That's why you have what's his face, the black congressman. What the hell?
I have no idea.
Hold on. Anyways, you had this guy who was from civil rights, who was with Martin Luther King Jr. He lied about what Bernie Sanders was doing to disparage Bernie Sanders, and that was a favor, quote unquote, that he owed Hillary Clinton because he supported Barack Obama last time.
That's so fucked.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
so fucked.
Like we really hate Trump a lot, but I'm actually wondering, like, would Hillary Clinton be any better? Like,
She
well, I guess,
would have set the
well, I guess-
Reich's ways sooner.
I guess
She
like
would-
maybe she's better in the devil you know sort of way, but yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I talked a lot.
Sorry, like I'm just saying, like I think that she's the lesser evil because she's basically the devil you know.
Not anymore.
Oh, hi.
Here's what Hillary Clinton would have done. She made it clear. She would have been a person who was in bed with Wall Street, just like Obama. She was someone who would have not undone his executive orders because she wanted to keep his themes going. But she would have essentially done nothing, politically speaking, because the Congress would have just switched more Republican. They would have been under the same orders and edict to not do what she wants. But the only difference is that Hillary Clinton, the difference between Obama and Hillary Clinton is she knows how to play politics. She knows how to, in terms of playing politics, I mean, like,
politician. I will never deny that.
yeah, she knows how
Professional
to
when it comes to politics.
drill someone else with a fork while shaking her hand.
Yep.
She's bad at politicking when it comes to running as a candidate and that kind of stuff, but she knows how to go after someone if she wants something.
But she wouldn't have had the same support within the population, I guess.
Yeah,
The same support in the population. What do you mean?
Obama was really popular candidate.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, she was like really close in popularity next to Trump. Like,
Yeah. That's sort of
yeah,
my
but
point.
when it crossed over, that's the fun.
And that means something, especially when it goes to the midterms.
I noticed too, like, people compared the Trump inauguration to Barack's. The one thing they all ignored is that he was the first black president, much less the first second-term black president. So, of course, people were going to show up to that.
I would
Well, he was also extraordinarily popular. The thing people don't get is, like, he had the majority of the country's support.
Clinton and Bush were more popular than Trump in the inaugurations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bush.
Trump.
And the reason nobody loved Trump is because Trump had the lowest popularity numbers at the time he was inaugurated.
Well, I never thought to compare him to Bush's turnout. I just seen all the stuff on Twitter between him and Barack, and it was like, well, you've got a historically changing versus a dickhead with fucking fake wig.
Your webcam has a really medieval resolution, just saying. Anyway, I can see where it comes from, but still, I would argue that the difference between Trump and his predecessors is that there was still some sizable part of the opposition that could agree with, okay, this is now my president. With Trump, it's like 1% maximum.
Yeah, that's pretty hectic.
No, but it's a guess. I'm not from the United States. I'm just guessing because if I'm looking back, I don't know. First president I remember is probably which is Clinton, old Clinton, and I think yes, I didn't vote for him, but still, he might be a good president. He looks nice. He's presidential. Okay, fine. Let's go. Then Bush, yeah, he might not be the smartest guy or the sharpest knife in the drawer. And yeah, he looks nice and he's apparently quite trying to do the job. Okay. And then was Obama, yes, okay, I don't agree with all what he says, so still, yeah, sort of kind of right. But Trump?
But with the Bushes, like, well, if I was a part of that family, I would have never, ever, ever chosen fucking George. Yeah. Whatever his fucking name is.
Yeah.
George Bush.
Yeah, the guy who... Do you mean the guy who's running in the primary this time around?
Like his brother.
That's Jeb,
like,
not George.
Yeah,
George,
that's Jeb.
George
Oh, Jeb.
is an idiot. But he actually
George isn't.
have a...
Are you talking about Jeb or George?
Yeah, fucking oath
He's talking about the Bushes.
Yes, which one?
I'm talking about
There are lots
George.
of them.
His brother seemed far more competent, yet somehow he was never in the radar. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Jeb Bush does seem politically more competent. However, at the same time, he's nowhere near as assertive.
Jeb Bush is
People do
not.
not choose politicians based on, does this person sound like they know what they're talking about? No, they choose politicians based on, does this person seem like they know what they're talking about?
They want uncompromising.
And
They want someone that will rigidly stand there with their beliefs and be a strong man to lead them, and it doesn't matter how stupid the beliefs are. And thanks to the recent election, we've proven that no matter how stupid your beliefs are, how truly disconnected from reality you are, you can still be elected to be the president of the United States of America.
Yeah, but what you especially
No
referring
matter
to is
how many learning disabilities you have.
the
I don't
guy,
think that's
To be fair,
guy you can drink a beer with, and that's
Yeah,
George and not Jeb.
yeah, to be
No, I
fair,
don't agree with
Hillary
that.
Clinton's beliefs were as detached from reality as George Bush's. So, politically speaking, she was very close to George Bush on the political spectrum.
Yes, but both of them are compared to Trump.
That's my point. You would want to drink a beer with George Bush, not with Jeb Bush, not with Hillary Clinton. You want George Bush.
And definitely not with
I'd
Trump.
smoke a bong with fucking Georgie.
Yeah, definitely
But
not
I
with Trump.
probably wouldn't drink.
You want to shoot Trump.
Yeah.
In that.
You know, if I ever met Trump, there's a good chance I'd kick him in the shins with a steel cap boot.
Yes, but if you met George Bush, he would be an amazingly nice guy, and he would be really funny, and he would invite you to take a beer, and you'd just look at the guy and you think, oh, Jesus Christ, and I would make some self-depreciating joke, and then you think, oh, this is a really nice guy.
essentially what you're saying is that Bushy Boy is more of a people's people.
I'm saying George Bush is
more
a really
approachable, more.
Yes, that's why he became president.
He has better charisma. That's what he's saying, like charisma.
Yes, because there are lots of American voters are really, really fucking stupid. I'm sorry, America. You vote for people based on how much you like them, not how good they are as a politician. And admittedly, you are just admitting your system is flawed, so it's as good reason as any to vote for someone when you admit your system's flawed and your vote doesn't matter, but it's a bit hopeless.
It's an interesting thing here in Australia, since...
about our entire political history. As we've never really had a choice.
Even here in Australia, like, you get a lot of people thinking that they're voting for the Prime Minister, the head of whatever party they're supporting, when in reality, it's the party that chooses the head that you would go on to vote for. It's amazing how many people don't realize that. They think that they're voting for a particular person, but they're not. They're voting for a party, but they vote in such a manner that they're like, yeah, this person's awesome, and it's like, okay, what about the rest of the party? And they're like, I don't know.
I recently had a election sprung on me fairly by surprise because we're doing a load of elections for the councils in Bristol at the moment, and my local election for the council, I received information about this a day before the election. So I stayed up all night doing the sensible thing, desperately attempting to figure out what the fuck is going on and all the information. And do you know what? Turns out 6 hours of research isn't enough, so I decided not to vote. Whereas most people are going to turn up and vote and not have a clue who they're voting for anyway.
Well, most people don't vote, you know. So
most people don't know who they're voting for anyway.
Yeah, I agree. Which is an argument against democracy, or at least the kind of democracy we have.
Okay, we have a parliamentary system here. We have a parliamentary system in Australia. People turn up at the poll and vote for Theresa May, and you're sat there going, "What the fuck?"
In Australia?
No, in Britain we'll have people turn up.
Okay.
And say.
Yeah, you just said in Australia that and you can vote for Theresa May in Australia.
Well, you basically get people that stupid that they try and vote for Theresa May.
I was confused.
If we're voting for Theresa May, I'm a little bit worried.
Who are in completely different constituencies to her, that live in fucking Wales, for Christ's sakes, who say, yeah, I'm voting for Theresa May, and they only vote based on that, and they don't know who the local people are. They don't know who they're actually voting for. They assert they're voting for the head of the party when really they're voting for a member of that party and they don't know anything about the person they're actually voting for.
Yeah, like that's... sorry, go... yeah, that's kind of like a problem here in Canada as well. Like, see, like... Well,
it's a problem with all parliamentary systems, and the only way I can think of to actually fix this is to ban putting which party a person is connected to next to their name.
No, because then people would just vote along party lines.
No. This is better. So you ban the person's not allowed to have, say, they're connected to the Conservative Party attached to the name on the ballot paper. However, you are allowed to have a poster for each party, for each person in the voting booth area that says what party they're connected to on the poster.
Okay. Yeah.
And this forces the most stupid brain dead of people to not be able to go there and vote based on the fucking party lines.
That would be pretty inhibiting on free speech because the parties could not.
Yeah, like I think like there should be like more attention to like
every person standing for election gets to be on the ballot, and the fact you're connected to a party is put up on a poster on the wall of the voting area, but not on the ballot. And this means the truly fucking brain-dead people can't just go there, look at their ballot and tick Conservative or Labour.
Honestly, I think most people are not that brain-dead.
Yes,
or no. Have you spoken to the bottom feeders or whatever that you call them in Britain? They're not that stupid.
They are usually voting based on party lines.
Yes, but they're not completely stupid. They're just misled. Usually, just misled. That's my.
But no, after every election, when you're coming out of the voting booth, there's a load of people around. I live in the rural parts of the country, so people talk to each other, and they're fairly friendly. And you ask them, so you see anyone good on the ballot? And they go, yeah, I voted for this party. You say, oh, so who was that again? And they can't tell you.
Okay, that's bad. That wouldn't happen here, but
it really would.
No, not here. The people here can pretty much tell you which party they voted for. But the thing is, okay, if it's that bad in Britain, then
they vote entirely based on the party line.
My argument falls flat.
I just want to say I kind of agree that we should concentrate more on the individual candidates in each riding.
Well, exactly. That's part of the parliamentary system. You are voting for that individual, so we should force a person to at least know what individual is connected to a party in their local constituency. It should be public information that's really, really, really easy to find out. It should be told to them at every opportunity, and what that person's manifesto and promises are. But it should not be put in front of them when they get to the ballot booth of which party do you want to vote for.
Yeah,
which people are standing for election do you wish to vote for?
I'm just going to say, for an example, let's just say here, in Canada, there's an election going on, and the person in your riding is a member of the Liberal Party, but isn't an SJW trot like Trudeau, So you would probably more I would probably be more encouraged to vote for that guy, despite Trudeau being the leader of the Liberal Party. So, for example,
Trudeau is a standard politician. He's not. Well, for Canada, he's a standard politician. He's not. Okay. The thing that bothers me is that when people say politicians are SJWs, they have all certain times. There's a time in which those politicians have all the power. The Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, has a lot of the fucking power, but he's not instilling some crazy shit.
I would like to point out that our anti-SJW Tory party's politician, their current head, congratulated the last head of the Tory party for the groundbreaking work they've done on social justice. You remember this, Robin? The first thing that Theresa May did was congratulate David Cameron for all of his social justice.
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't entirely,
And remember, we can't criticize the right wing, right, Sargon?
Is Sargon here? No, Sargon isn't here.
If you are,
if he's here, fuck off, please.
Ed Sargon hate watches all of this shit.
He does.
I was, the thing that bothers me.
I doubt
that. I really don't like Sargon. I like him as a person. I just think he's pretty misled because he's a bit stupid. Or not stupid. It's just he's lacking the education to be able to,
I personally lost respect for Sargon when he literally expected a skeptic community and then tried to give it a name. Deism Plus. Because that worked out so well, people.
Skeptic Plus.
Yeah, it pretty much was. It was a live stream he was in, and when I heard that, it's when I didn't really continue watching his videos all that much. It's dude, seriously, what the fuck?
Here's the thing that bothers me about people like Sargon, okay? I'm a delegate for the Democratic Party. He's not a delegate for anything. He's not a person who goes out and gets involved and actually tries to get a resolution or change the parties or cause.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, if you're anti-JSJW and you're worried about them affecting your politics, the thing to do is not to vote for a retarded party like the Tories. The thing to do, and the thing, because I will say this, it's retarded if you voted for Trump because you hated Hillary. That's stupid. That's really dumb.
Why didn't everyone vote for Jill Stein?
I agree, but what I was gonna say is
No, I'm sorry, guys. Gary Johnson was the only real choice because you just know that he was like
Please
a
let him
Looney
continue.
Tunes character.
I'm really interested in what the green guy with the red, font.
But
okay,
my point is if you voted for someone you hate, or you voted for someone because you hate the other person, that's dumb. You should have voted for whoever represents you the best on the ballot, and that's it. That is the only criterion you should have as a voter. Whoever's the best representative on that ballot, vote for that person, and that's it. Don't feel bad for it. Don't feel regret. You are a citizen voting for your representative.
I'm sorry, Will, but a meritocracy is sexist, and now you're sexist. How dare you be sexist?
I am so sexist when I vote for Jill Stein. It was so sexist. I'm so sorry.
To the person in chat, Acadian Times, would you happen to be a piss take of Sargon of Akkad? If so, we need to get you an invite link.
Hey, Robin, can you have a quick look at this side chat to Google, please?
The side chat in Google.
Oh, by the way.
What am I looking at, bro?
And by the way, voting for Jill Stein is sexist. Stop voting for sexy chicks just because they're good looking.
This totally isn't a proper white colonials chat without a South African. Where's the South African? You're racist.
You're the South African.
The
white guy with
I'm glad I'm not.
The white guy with like the internet connection that comes from the 28,000 baud modem. That's probably.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm amazed that I'm still not connecting from a 56k modem the way Australian internet goes. Holy shit.
This looks like the
whole of Australia is
late 90s.
a single 2k bit modem. That's your internet.
I swear we're running off one modem. We totally are running off one exact modem. Just one. And it's potato.
You got one circuit. You got one circuit from one internet company.
In Australia is fairly good.
You know what annoys me? We have a shit ton of Indian immigrants. Why the fuck haven't they fixed our fucking internet yet? They're like all fucking
from the
IT help people. Why haven't they done it
They're
yet?
all doctors. That's the problem. You took all the Indian doctors.
Damn it!
And note every other
We
type
got all
of
the
Indian.
doctors, not the IT help people. You're right.
You got all these doctors and biolab guys going, well, I guess we could try and make it out of our nervous system because that's all we know. We're going to need 250,000 miles of nerve tissue, and then we're going to need all the support structure for that. We just don't know how to do this biologically.
Yeah, like, why would
And you got like
biological
engineer
engineering
going,
is the future.
why haven't you got me a load of biologists? I need a fucking mechanic.
And an IT geek.
To keep the truck working when we drive around to fix this shit. After all, it's quite fucking sandy in the middle.
No, sorry, actually I want to cut saying that there's actually a specific reason why none of the IT people from India are coming over to the West. It's because like all the IT jobs are actually going to India. That's the reason, like.
Yeah, well, honestly, Mo, a lot of those people, like IT professionals that live in India, move to Australia. Because there's shit tons of jobs like that here. So I'm amazed that you guys don't outsource your fucking, Sprint fucking mobile shit. And then end up with a fucking shit talking Aussie. But they're Indian too. They're Indian Aussies. I'm amazed it hasn't happened yet.
So I voted a while back for the Salt Lake County DNC. So everybody I voted for won. They're now part of the leadership for the Democratic Party. In June, I'm going to vote for the leadership of the state, which is the people who actually help organize. When you have a governor or you have a candidate run for whatever, for Congress, like Jason Chaffetz. That's what the state party does. I'm then going to register as a Republican. Because I'm going to run as a Republican in the primary against the Republican governor. Because I think it would be hilarious, and also be entertaining.
That's
so you just do it
That's certainly one thing to do.
But I'd also be doing it to win.
Well, I've got a flamboyantly gay friend who signed up for the Canberra Liberals. Liberals, for the record, are pretty much the Republicans of America. You know, all for business, don't like sexual diversity, blah, blah, blah. Gay as glitter, and he signed up for their side and actually got instated as a local minister. So, hey, he's kind of fucking a fucking game. So good, though. So good.
I'm in Utah, by the way, just so you're aware. So I'm in the LDS.
Wait, is that where the Mormons are?
Yes, that's where the Mormons are. LDS, largest.
Poor son of a bitch. I legitimately feel sorry for you. Like, how? You're not Mormon yet?
I'm a part of the third ward, but that's not relevant to what I actually am.
Yeah,
I actually joined. I got baptized. The whole thing. Personally, what I personally am is different, but.
Yeah, well, who cares what happened to you when you had no choice? I'm just curious because from what I heard, like my girlfriend, she lives in Kentucky, and she wanted to take me to Utah. Yeah, she wanted to take me to Utah to troll me because I love drinking. Yeah, being an Aussie, surprise. But she was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna totally take you to Utah," and I actually had to look it up, and apparently it's pretty much a dry state. No.
There is alcohol. You just gotta go to the state ran dispensary, which is fine.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
So it's like weed.
Huh?
But it's like weed. It's like weed. You have to have like designated dispensaries.
It's all right. It's ABC. The ABC alcohol. Now the stores and restaurants sell alcohol. That's legal. That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
But just keep in mind, the alcohol you buy will be at a reduced alcohol volume. That's the downside. That's the part that you actually have to work.
Yeah. So if you buy vodka, it's like half strength.
It's a reduced strength. Yeah.
That's fucked.
It's just a little bit under strength. And yeah, good afternoon, Rose.
The only thing that will actually be equal is hard alcohol, and that's hard liquor will be equal to what it is somewhere else. Yeah.
Wait, how many bottles can you buy there? Like,
as many as you want. I mean, it's not illegal to buy alcohol.
Oh,
It's
so
just
you're
reduced.
not restricted on how much. So you just have to
I'm
buy
sorry,
20
say
bottles
what?
of vodka instead of one.
Yeah, you can buy as many as you want. There's no restriction on consumers.
Excellent. I don't feel so bad. I'm still going to visit my girlfriend then.
What I recommend though for you, if you want to get drunk, what I recommend is AMS or mixed drinks, heavy mixed drinks. It's cheaper, and you'll get a lot more alcohol in the drink because they'll pour more than one shot into the thing. Get like Long Island iced teas and stuff like that.
Oh, Long Island
no matter
iced
what you
teas,
get,
they're
you'll still
fucking
get messed
deadly.
up.
Thank you, good sir, because I do plan on visiting Rose sometime this year.
The other thing you'll have to keep in mind, and this is the part that also sucks with alcohol. Everything's smaller than you would get anywhere else in any other state.
But seriously,
when
if
you go
you're
to the
visiting
bar.
the United States, why would you go to Utah?
To be honest, if as an Aussie, I don't know if it's the same for other Aussies, so I guess that statement was redundant. But I do like
Australian,
the places and of the mindset of when in Rome.
Oh, all right. You just want to have multiple wives. Is that your point?
Well, yeah, no, I just want to meet people in other places and meet them on their level. If I went to Utah and all this shit was illegal, then I'd back off, but I'd probably jump across state lines to go have a shot.
Well, let's put it this way. If you go to Utah, and here's the benefit, the actual benefit of Utah. On both sides of Utah, in Colorado and Nevada, medicinal marijuana is legal. So you have multiple options. The entire the entire West Coast, all legal weed, all legal recreational weed. You'll be literally in the middle.
And you guys stuck in the middle. Yeah.
But you can take the road trip, and Colorado is actually quite nice. It forces you to leave the state to go explore other states because they're really nice.
It's not a bad
thing. Yeah, but here's the thing: Utah is actually really cheap to stay at, so the cost of living is actually really low. So if you were going to Utah, you'd
Is that because of all the tax?
Hello, strange dragon-faced person.
Actually, Mormons believe in paying taxes. That's the weird thing. You'll find a lot of oddities.
No, unlike Muslims that the thing and fucking interest is like a Jewish conspiracy.
Ladies
and that's why they don't have it.
Just had Akkad Times join us, who is the lead correspondent for the Akkadian newspaper, and in fact owner and proprietor of the Akkadian newspaper, the Akkad Times, and is one of the main news sources for the Akkadian people of Sargon.
It sounds really good, doesn't it? It sounds really good.
Unfortunately, of course, Akkad is a third world nation at the moment, thanks to Sargon's management, meaning he can't afford to have a decent microphone.
Yep, it's so sad. But you'll find the LDS people. They have welfare systems. They have job programs. They're pretty much Teddy Roosevelt Republicans. So.
On the subject of welfare systems, funny. A lot of my Aboriginal mates here in Australia think that things like Centrelink, which is a welfare system, have hurt their people more than helped, and I'm inclined to agree, even with white, Asian, black, yellow, fucking whatever the fuck. It's a good safety net for people who work, but it's not a good prerequisite, if you will, for people who don't. Like having been somebody who was homeless for so long. Fuck, I almost lost my benefits because I didn't have a home address. But you see these people who are otherwise bodied and switched on enough to do the shittest of jobs won't do it because they've got bored. It's kind of scary. I never thought these people, like, I lean to the left when it comes to my personal political shit. Talking to these people and then looking at shit more objectively, I've realized they're not wrong. There are certain people that do need those benefits, and then there's many people who use them. And it's sad. Scares me almost.
It's sad to watch. It's sad to watch humankind not fulfill its potential and just go to waste. That's probably what you're getting at when you're saying it's sad.
Well, I'm very community minded. I feel that everyone is a cog to some extent, no matter what they feel they don't have to contribute. They've always got something to contribute.
So what you're saying is a bunch of Christians who take the Bible incredibly seriously actually follow these semi-socialistic tendencies in the Bible of helping your fellow neighbour and your local community whenever possible.
Yes.
I'm a Satanist, but I wish people were more Christian.
Christians
in that respect, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah.
In the state of Utah, they have a welfare program, but if you get on the welfare program, like the food program, you have to actually help make. You actually have to help make some of the food.
Guys! Everyone, that lady with the camera is my girlie. She's beautiful and she's awesome.
Hi.
Rose, you could do
Hello,
much better.
Rose.
You are aware who you're dating. That's out the way. Welcome to the open house, Rose.
Man, like, honestly, Robin, she's somebody that you should have as a regular guest and fuck me off because I'm a shit cunt.
I'll be the judge
She's
of that.
actually smart. She legit is. She's a fucking incredible person.
But-
You're biased.
Yeah, and can I trust you?
You can.
Well, you
only if we jump off a bridge.
How good could she be? She took you. I say that's
that logic. That logic.
There's a lot that's problematic.
Well, Rose, you do have a better camera.
She does. I got like
Yeah.
some.
That's not hard.
Whatever. the fuck. I'm in Australia, so feel sympathy.
No, I'm just
Are you
going
on
to
a
amazement
are you on a
that
prison-
you live in
prison
an
planet?
F-world and are still alive.
Hey, survivalism and technologically very different things.
Aren't you on a prison planet?
Fuck yeah, we are, but we rule.
Exactly. So it might makes right.
Except for Melbourne. Melbourne can get fucked.
So might makes right.
Like, what I know from Australia is that it's filled with like spiders that can kill you. Like something that, like, see, like right here in North America, like spiders is at most a minor nuisance and looking creepy, but down there they can literally kill you.
No, the worst thing
They
about
haven't had
fire
time to
is
kill them all.
You have husband spiders, and they both look the same, except fiddler spiders have been manscaped.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. I would personally like to go to Australia sometime just to like be to a place where I've never been before, like.
Because you're suicidal.
No, if I'm suicidal, then I'll move
Honestly,
to the
if
Middle
you
East.
ever
Like,
come here, contact me. If you ever come here, contact me. We'll have a party.
all right.
These parties are awesome.
Rose, that was Garrett just soliciting someone for sex.
Wow, chicka, wow, wow.
Sorry, have to
He
watch
goes for
that.
anything, that man.
She can't even say anything. She's just giggling.
Rose, you seem pretty quiet. Like, do you have anything to input, like, on what we're talking about, like?
On spiders in Australia?
Oh, just in general stuff, like,
No.
you know, like, any more politics, or like earlier we were talking about like the Ghostbusters and how it wasn't all that bad, like you can
She
anything.
was
Like,
here about a month ago.
Okay. Whenever a movie whenever they make a new movie for a genre like Star Trek, they reboot something. I always compartmentalize it as a new universe, a completely separate universe when I watch it. So that's how I enjoy.
I do
movies.
too.
I don't consider them in the same universe.
However, forced to sleep, they couldn't. I couldn't compartmentalize it because old form old formula.
Can I just ask?
Personally, I found it hard because of that, and then they they had a real Death Star. The thing that I totally rate them on, they had a real Death Star that caused the death of a fucking star. That was a real Death Star. That's the only thing in Forced to Sleep that I liked. Get fucked.
Okay, well, if Death Stars have to kill stars, then how do you feel about the ships called Star Destroyers?
Exactly.
It's just a class of ship. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like this, in naval terms, like destroyers refers to a class of ship, and of course, I guess like by logic, then the Star Destroyers are just destroyers that in space.
Well, let's put it this way: do you think the Moab is really the mother of all bombs? Come on.
No, because it came way after the original bomb. It's a complete misnomer.
Well, yeah,
we have
fucking stupid. I can't even understand the difference in chronology. No wonder they tried to recreate universalized time, because they were there going, oh no, how do we set clocks when we're in different time zones? And the British Empire turned around and goes, we've been doing this for 150 years, here's how. And they go, right, we're going to do that and declare we just invented it. And thus you have UCT.
Robin, you're a limey bastard. You understand fucking the entire fucking basis of what a tomahawk is. And, I hope you do. But ultimately, it was a weapon given by the colonists to empower local fucking tribes to attack others, and it was all British fucking steel.
Best steel available in the nation.
You guys got the reference. Woo. You had this dickhead fucking turn around and go, oh, you've made these weapons called tomahawks that's like appropriating fucking Apache culture. And it's like, well, actually, assholes made fucking hatchets and fucking tomahawks to empower the fucking local fucking tribes to fight others. It was never a word in their culture until the Brits fucking jumped in. It's no
actually, there was
appropriation
some really horrific violence going on between the tribes in India. They just never had full-on wars. They had skirmishes and they had battles.
Oh, the Indian stuff was hectic.
Oh god, yes, but they didn't. Yeah. They very, very rarely had full-on wars, and the British did everything we could to actually force them to have more proper wars constantly.
Of course, yeah. Look.
Well, anyhow,
they have a bit of a fight.
You wanted to stabilize. You wanted to stabilize and then take over. At the time, that made sense. And people bitching about fucking colonialism now. Not to mention that they're benefiting from every aspect of it. They sit there and bitch about it.
People in America that bitch about English colonialism, when the English were fucking cast out, we had signed deals with the natives going, hey, 3/4 of America is never going to be ours. It will always be yours.
Yep.
What's the first thing the United States government did as soon as it got over?
Fucked all the shit up. They took over all the shit.
We declared.
Anyhow, guys,
but this is what I was saying to Rose before. Brits are the only ones that ever went around and colonialized. Let's just forget about the Spaniards, the Turks, fucking everyone. Let's just forget about all the rest of them because white people are the fucking devil.
Guys, sorry to interrupt you for a second. I just want to say that I have to log. I have to get ready for an all-night shift, so.
No worries, mate. Thanks for coming.
Okay. Thanks, and maybe I'll come on next time then.
No worries, mate.
Have a good night.
Take it easy.
Let me just point out, y'all white people are the devil.
Yeah, we sort of are.
Well, I am the devil, and so is Rose, but the rest of us white people.
all of you, my wife, my kids, all of you are the devil. You're just horrible people. You're horrible people, and no one's making cookies. No
The first action we declared as a country was manifest destiny.
Look, let me tell you what. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you about colonialism. Really, I don't. Even though some people will bitch at me later and go, "But you're Puerto Rican and you're like, look, the country wouldn't be what it is without the investment.
Without the Spaniards. Puerto Ricans would be nothing without the Spaniards, and they're not white. I don't care what anyone says, they're not white.
Now, here's the thing that, at least for me, is becomes an issue. It becomes an issue when people bring it up, right? I don't blame like in all seriousness, right? Whether white people or not, like you guys are not. If you're white and you're listening, you're not directly or indirectly responsible for colonialism, right? But
it just was what it was.
Well, but here's the thing.
I'm sorry, but I'd rather like to be responsible for colonialism, and I do advocate that we should still be doing it.
The thing about it,
but that's just him.
Is when people want to, and this happens on both sides, want to make it something it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like
nice,
yeah,
man.
you know, y'all built roads and shit, but it was so y'all could make the sugar plantation profitable, which is fine because my ancestors got to use those roads too.
Exactly.
It's a different thing, though. Well, maybe a sort of a libertarian thing in the U.S. anyway, because they'll tell you like, no, but you know the non-aggression principle, and then I gotta go. Wait, hold on.
I'm sorry. Can you say that without me intellectually vomiting a bit?
What? Oh, the non-aggression principle. You've heard
No, I
it.
still feel permanently sick after hearing that word.
Well, yes.
The dumbest part. Okay, so the dumbest part about the libertarian model. Okay, let's assume we take up the libertarian model right now. We just take it up. Everybody's adopted it, whatever. That means whoever's the richest fucker and whoever's got the most power is going to always maintain the most power. That's where you have a stale system that will never change.
I have to say no. It lasts as long as they live. It lasts as long as they live.
No, it doesn't last as long as they live. Have you ever heard of the political form of feudalism? It lasts for as long as they and their heirs manage to live and maintain that wealth disparity.
So basically, like my solution to North Korea: get rid of the bloodline. Oh, the silence! I love it. That makes me happy. It feeds me. That's the only way to stop North Korea.
Oh, North Korea?
Frankly, the only way to stop North Korea would be to eradicate that fucking bloodline. And as ugly as it is, it's the only solution. Some might say the final solution.
Yeah.
You're killing a dozen people. A dozen. That's it. It's hardly many people at all.
Well, but the problem.
But I hate to say it is a fact when it comes to places like that.
The problem is the people. The problem is not that they're bad people. Just they've been brainwashed, right? I mean,
man, no, you don't understand. Like there are quite a lot of North Korean defectants here in Australia.
Yeah.
And holy shit, they are told project the particular way, but the way they actually think and not project, because otherwise they'll be shot.
That's what I'm saying.
Is very different. Honestly, man, like I hope that North Korea fucking decides to attempt to step up, because quite frankly, the Americans alone fucking wreck them, let alone China.
That is not
with 150,000 troops. Red Army, the Red
The
Dragon.
Americans are not going to do something sensible like cut off the snake's head, watch it river for a bit, and then go into clean up the mess. They're going to go in with fucking guns blazing and murder
Those people are
millions.
awesome. Like, South Korea, they are amazing people. Like, I love South Koreans. Like, we've got 2 in my kitchen where I work, and they are the best people in the entire fucking place. Love to see that culture in North Korea once we fucking destroy them. I'm tired of them. I'm so tired of them posturing and seeing their fucking shitty muscles that fucking are inverted. You know, like they flex their arm and it's like down. You know, like they're bitches and they should fuck off. Like it's about time we fucking put boots on those grounds. Same with West Papua. We need to put boots on those grounds and tell the fucking establishment to fist themselves. For a fucking military fucking present time. Because North Korea, they've been threatening the world. They threaten Australia. Like you guys in America. Wow, they've finally been able to reach us. Well, guess what, cunts? They've been able to reach us forever. You know, like, we've been a target for a long time, and none of you have given a shit.
Yeah, but you just have to
Find that all of us.
You just go a bit further down the coastline. If possible, you go across the mainland for a little bit and then go chase us. Go on, we dare you.
But I know
and every single one of the troops
South
dies
fucking
trying to get
swarm them too. And recently, China has even turned around and gone, well, if you're gonna fuck the West, we're gonna fuck you. Who the fuck wants to wake up that red dragon? No one. Military force in the world, and North Korea has actually challenged the Red Dragon. They're called China's military forces because holy shit, those cunts have a lot of numbers. Like, and let's be realistic here. North Korea needs to be stomped and has needed to be stomped for a long time, and we've focused on the Middle East because all we've done is cause power vacuums. In North Korea, we would give power to South Korea, the democratic process, and fucking something that Americans should be happy for with South Korea. Sorry for the rant, boys and ladies.
To be fair with North Korea on this one front, America is the reason why they started the nuclear program again. America is actually the reason why.
Well, America's the only country in the world that's nuked anyone.
Yeah. Well, America, we had an agreement with them. George Bush broke the agreement. We weren't supposed to have any aggressive action towards North Korea. And
they were supposed to back off on their fucking nuclear research.
And they did.
That was going to happen. No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. They stopped their...
Dude, no. I'm sorry, but no.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck do you know that?
Because the reason why they stopped the nuclear program is because we no longer had sanctions over them. And
no.
So...
Dude, they didn't stop it. They just put that on the ground. This is the hugest problem with country being expected to police the world. Something and expect it to happen. But guess what? The second you pull your ships out, they're right on it.
Yeah, America should not be the world
police. Like, no, they shouldn't.
Okay, they're not the world
police. Any one country should be any world police. We have...
No. It's even worse than that.
Different cultures.
America pretends they are the world police. They can't even
and everyone hates them
try and be
because
consistent on it. If they actually want to police the world and be the world police, they should do it. And if not, they should absolutely not do it and stop pretending they are.
Yep. No, I completely agree. You reckon, Rose?
About what specifically?
Being the world police and them apparently being expected to.
Well, I think the appearances of it, at least, are something like, I don't know, the drinking age over here. See, if we got rid of it, people would have used that all over the place.
What?
She's a bit loud.
No, well, basically she's saying the military presence that exists in the places that do, if they were to pull out now, would, like Afghanistan, cause power vacuums. And it did. Fuck, we wouldn't have ISIS without the Allied forces, because it's not just America, for the record, it isn't. It was Brits, you know, like Canadians. We all had a part in it, but we were all roped in by America. You know, like I said, I served in the armed forces. Majority of our was based off Americans. That's just not cool. Aussies, as a soldier, are trained better than British SAS. Our SAS is the top of the world.
That is a ridiculous statement because we have Gurkhas attached to our SAS.
Oh, dude, no one can deny the Gurkhas. You're right. Holy shit, they're fucking hectic. Wow.
The Iraq, the whole thing with going into the Middle East was a decision made by the extreme wealthy. They had decided they wanted to do it, so Tony Blair got behind it.
Is it not ever designed or whatever by the rich?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was like what is his name? He's also in he's also in the UK. It starts with Karl Rove. I think it's Karl Rove.
Go on, give us the conspiracy theory, baby.
Huh?
Conspiracy theory you got, baby.
Yeah, whoever the guy who's in charge of Fox News.
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, Richard Murdoch. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Rupert Murdoch.
Richard Murdoch.
Rupert.
Yeah, Richard Murdoch also goes to Australia. Rupert Murdoch. That's it, Rupert. Rupert Murdoch funds a lot of the politicians all over the world. He also funds a lot of American politicians. Rupert Murdoch is the guy who owns News Corp. He's also the guy that tells Tony Blair, "You're gonna do this."
Fun fact: he's also 3/4 of the reason for game shows.
Fun fact: Tony Blair.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Huh?
No, he didn't. You lie. He just jumped on the couch.
Okay, then why did they get divorced over the?
Straight.
Why
he
did they get divorced over the allegations? One does not simply get divorced because there is an allegation that your wife had an affair going around in public.
Isn't that the UK Prime Minister at one point, or the UK
Tony Blair?
whatever?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just making sure I got
Tony Blair. Actually, a real fun fact is Tony Blair's support of the British pop industry actually propelled it. Actually did. It did, because he loved pop. And Brit pop, you know, like, it's a huge thing there, apparently. I wouldn't know, because I'm Aussie and a filthy fucking prison colonist, but, you know.
We have a lot. We have actually some good British popes in America.
Good and popes.
We export all our best pop stars to the rest of the world, and they spend several years touring. It's of course how you get most of your good music.
It's like how you know if you're an Australian fucking successful pop star, you move to America.
Yeah.
You live in Los Angeles. That's how it happens. Excuse me for a minute.
Well, let's be honest. Los Angeles is the greatest place to live in the world if you're a musician, because they're all there.
Yeah.
You get to meet
All
every
the-
business insider. But
Well, that's where all the
shop.
Well, yeah, that's where all the producers are.
Yeah. Do you like my little swirly sign?
Yeah, I like it. It's gross.
It's a bit over the top and garish.
It makes me feel tingly.
You don't like it?
No, it's actually not that bad.
Why is it over the top and garish?
Because it looks like bad cable news special effects.
It is bad cable news special effects.
Wait, I thought
Yes,
the
but
consensus was there is no
top and garish.
Hold on. I thought the consensus was that there is no good cable news. So that it's all that.
And more.
There's mediocre cable news, and then there's bad cable news.
Oh, okay.
And then
Well,
there's
yeah,
dull
yeah.
cable news, and there's a big difference between the lot of them.
I'm back.
You just turned a perfectly good joke into shit. Thank you.
I'm so happy that wasn't me.
Okay, so wait. I was promised punch and pie.
You were promised what?
It's a line from the South Park movie. I was promised punch and pie. They get the kids to come to they get the other kids to come to the secret meeting with punch and pie. So I was promised punch and pie. I am, to put it mildly, not a fan of Carl of Swindon.
Paul of Swindon?
But doesn't he say he's not from Swindon?
Oh, I have no clue, man.
Maybe he emigrated there.
Well, even if I personally was from Swindon, I would never admit to being from Swindon. Everything I've heard of that place is full of stabs.
Carl of Swindon has earned his title. He was not born of Swindon. He had to earn it. It's like
He had to earn the Swindon.
William was not born in Conqueror. No, he had to move there and conquer everyone that lived there in the first place.
Pretty good effort, given the high concentration I've heard about shads there. So that's a good effort.
Is that like
shads aren't exactly easily manageable?
Clearly, I'm not British. So is that is it like Red Hook in Brooklyn, like a ghettoized kind of slum place?
You'll have to ask the Brits. I don't know.
It's
What is Swindon like?
I'm sorry, the
It
Overlords.
has basically nothing in it.
Oh, is it like redneck country?
Sure.
Is it like Perth?
I have no idea. I don't get the cultural reference. Because the problem is here, when you're not getting the British cultural references and then respond with an American cultural reference to go, is it like X? I'm sat here going, I don't fucking know your references. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's a big. But as I understand it, it's not a particularly wealthy area. It's like a working class, middle class kind of area. Yeah.
It sounds like a rural area.
The middle class in Britain is still quite wealthy.
Okay, so I guess working class then, right? Because in the States, middle class can be lower middle class, and they have a whole series of gradations from just above, being having to be on the dole, I think you guys call it, to one car in the driveway.
It is a barely working class town.
Barely? How does that work?
Well, most people don't have jobs.
Like, most small towns. Yeah, but most small towns are the lower end. and blue collar
city
sort of.
Let me ask you.
All right.
How much is this not having jobs actually really due to the immigrant crisis thing, or is that, or am I misunderstanding most of the stuff that goes on?
Depending who you talk to, such as Carl, immigration is entirely to do with our unemployment. And if you talk to literally anyone that knows anything about economics and the modern history of Britain, it has quite a lot to do with the fact that we desperately sabotaged the concept of unions and small businesses a couple of decades ago.
Do you guys have do you have like job reports, like how many jobs are created every month?
Not really. The government is awfully secretive about all this stuff and likes to lie as much as possible. That's why we have a reported reported number of people that are out of employment and looking for employment by the government at about 2%, and reported by the European Trade Commission at about 7%.
We have about 4.5%, and our actual unemployment rate is like 12.
Well, have you guys seen the recent study that basically video games make people not want to work?
Yeah, video games make people want to work less because they don't need as much money for leisure activities.
Well, exactly the way you phrased it is me. I personally don't want to work heaps just because I would like to go home and play my games, as well as have enough money to pay my rent, electricity, as well as games. But this is not what the study was about. It was in places that have government benefits, say here in Australia, lying about looking for jobs to stay on government benefits, and all the while doing nothing but play on games.
Well, in the States,
they've identified themselves as the problem, which makes me happy as PCO.
Or at least in New York State, they did a few during Clinton. Actually, they changed to a thing they called workfare, right? And if you were on the dole, and you were able-bodied, and you had to report to some place or other, right? Some people, I think, garbage collectors, right?
Well, that's just always put more people out of work.
Sanitation workers, thank you very much. Jeez.
Yes, sanitation workers, yes. No, because I think they arranged it such that you did stuff that wasn't protected by the labor union. Okay? I don't know what that would entail, but they had this thing where you had to go, you had to report, and every month.
Are you making people on benefits do an actual job?
Yes. And then,
then what you do is you do not give the person benefits. Instead, you just employ them as a civil employee doing that job.
That's what I thought.
This is the biggest problem with work for the dole. Just give them the job.
Yeah, well, even in my 20s when this was going on, I thought, well, why don't you just hire the fucking people?
Exactly.
But the idea was to get, and if you were on unemployment, to keep your unemployment, you had to go and report to the unemployment office every so often. I don't know the particulars, right? Because I was working. That you had to go demonstrate.
I don't know how it works in America, man, but the way it works here is that you have to do it fortnightly.
Fortnightly?
Prove that you've looked for jobs.
Right, which I thought is kind of a silly thing, like it's hard to do.
Yep.
But apparently they figured out some way to do that.
Oh, you think that's bad? Here we do it weekly, and then we go, hey, have you applied for 5 jobs in the last week? No, that's not good enough. I know we live in Wiltshire, and there were only 4 jobs in total that we're aware of that were created last month.
Robert.
Sorry, last week. But
that is same here, mate.
Apply for 5.
That is
so stop being allowed to have benefits for the next 3 whole years, and you're not legally going to count as unemployed on that entire time.
That is literally the same here. Like, I live in Canberra, like ACT, the fucking capital of Australia. And we're a tiny town. Don't have all the jobs. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of have to lie. Like, I personally didn't, and I'm not just saying that because I think that somebody might hear this.
Right.
I just didn't. But I know lots of people that did. Had to, because they're 4 jobs in the entirety of our area. And you know what the fuck are you supposed to do when you're in government benefits and supposedly looking for jobs? Like, I get it, I do, but abuse it, and they're the people that shit me up the fucking wall. And even when I was on benefits.
Well, here's the thing. In America, you have a set time in which you can claim unemployment benefits. It's a set amount. It's about, I think, $2,000. Yeah, it's about $2,000. You get. I got 400 and something per week, I think it was.
What's the go with food stamps? I hear a lot about that. I'm just
food
curious
stamps?
what that's about. Yeah.
Food stamps to buy food.
Low income peeps, even if they got a job, or
it's a very inefficient way of giving benefits to people.
Even if you have a job, even if your wife has. Look, when I was in the service, I knew a lot of Marines that took food stamps because they had families, right? I'm single, thankfully, but when I was there, a family with a Marine salary, right, and the wife that works part time would still sometimes, if they had 4 kids or 5 kids, they still would qualify for food stamps.
Why would they have 5 kids?
Oh, dude, let me tell you, in the service, at least back then, right, about 20 years ago, back then, these services were very, very Christian. And
they have buggery while on deployment. What more do they need?
What's that?
They have buggery while on deployment.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
No, they're employed at the service.
But a significant proportion of people in the service lean towards the right in Christianity, right? And some even are members of things like quiverful type movements, right? I don't know if you guys know what that is.
Can you please explain for us and the audience?
The quiverful
basically have as many kids as possible.
Right, to have as many kids as possible. In some sects, it's about preparing for the Armageddon and shit. In other sects, it's more dominionism. But yeah, they're encouraged to have 4, 5, 6 kids, and so a lot of the service members were on food stamps.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to. I've got 5 kids, and it's hard to feed 5 kids, man.
Why would you want?
Well, bro, I've got 1 kid, and he's awesome, but he's a lot to juggle. Like, let alone 5 men. Respect.
Thank you. But look. Let's be clear. I'm a cuck, and 4 of my kids are borrowed.
No, that doesn't make you a cocky dickhead.
Well,
whatever.
I've been called.
Do you know what that makes you to me? Do you know what that makes you to me?
What?
You means you love your fucking woman.
That's true.
It means you love the lady you love.
That's true, and
don't fucking call yourself a cuck, you dickhead.
No. I'm not saying that I do. I'm saying that I've been called everything from a cuck to a fascist to a Nazi.
Darling, what you need to do is turn around to your wife every time there's a Valentine's Day or a romantic holiday, and you need to say to her, I love you so much, I'm willing to put up with your forced frogs that aren't mine.
That's right, I do. And every
time she looks like you're completely mad, and then you'll point out, actually, I do also quite like the kids.
And let me tell you this, because I know that you guys don't know, maybe don't know who I actually am. This is my new avatar. It's fairly new, right? I started the website that I did it's essentially to poke fun at Carl, but I kind of like the name. But I am the artist formerly known as Mr. Woolly and my
Settle
wife,
down, Prince.
And my wife is the Woolly Bumblebee.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Respect, man. I don't say this often, but can you please keep an eye on her? I love Woolly Bumblebee. I do. But she needs to calm down a little bit.
She is a bit high-strung. She
needs to calm down a little bit, man. Like, she's good peeps. I love Woolly Bumblebee. And I don't give a shit with all this crap that's happened. Just please help her calm down a little bit. Give her a back rub.
I think we're gonna have to, in addition to Tuesdays, I think we're gonna have to add like Wednesdays or Thursdays, maybe Fridays.
Yep.
Tuesdays are our good days.
Just give her some love, man. Like some of the shit I've seen her post, it's just like she switched sides, if you will, really quick, and she's gone like hardcore opposite. And to me, I thought she was better than that. I thought that, yeah, switch sides, whatever, that's cool, but not do it in such an abrasive way.
Oh, well, she's an abrasive woman. What the hell you want from me? I can't change that part.
All right, fair enough, man. Yeah, I get it.
And I'm not throwing her under the bus. It's one of the things I love about her so much.
Just give her cuddles, bro. She needs some love. Like, she seems a little angry. Just give her some cuddles. I wish I could give Rose some cuddles, because Rose is totally angry. Look at her. So angry.
I tell you what though, I think that the change people have seen is not as marked as a lot of people make it out to be. I think that
I'm sorry to interrupt. Any chance you could add me on Twitter? I'd like to have a chat with you a little bit later. I don't want to do this on any live anything.
Sure.
I would like to pick your brain, man. I will. I just like picking people's brains. I have no stance. I'm a filthy centrist.
How's that?
I do. It is my fetish, Robin. It is my fetish. You know, finding the middle ground. How dare I?
Well, yeah, for sure. I'll add
between me and Robin.
No. Can't, Seal. You two sound too sexy. How it is.
Well, you're right, but that is pronounced a British received pronunciation accent. Not just sexy.
It's not just sexy, it's Marks and Spencer's sexy.
Robin, would you please cast yourself into the nearest motorway? I know it's not that far for you.
Motorway? What are you talking about? I'm in Canberra. We've fucking got no fucking high developed shit anywhere near.
I said, Robin, would you cast yourself into the nearest motorway? It's all very nice that you know Armstrong before him, but your name isn't Robin either. I know you're assuming everyone here is Robin as it's the open house, but still, that's a bit far-fetched of a position to go in.
I am also half deaf, so there's that.
Touche.
I blame Robin. Because he runs all the things.
Taking the piss out of a cripple now.
Fuck, I don't know anybody named Ralph. Fuck, I can't believe. God damn it.
Well, I best kill myself, shit lord.
Well, I still maintain that stereo is like audioist.
It's oppressive. It's oppressive.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm so creating a new movement. People who are deaf in one ear. You
Well,
know, like anything that is in stereo. Anything that is stereo is just completely audioist.
But of course, you're missing out on the joys of the fact that some people here, such as myself, Robin and Boom, all have stereo microphones, allowing us to move our voice around and slowly whisper into different ears of yours at a time.
Well, it doesn't make much of a difference if you fucking try to whisper into my left ear, now does it? What up?
Yeah. That's true.
All it does is I get like in my right ear as a layover from the audio switching. I love you all though.
Oh, in
You're back
America
on.
though, for unemployment, you do have to file for jobs. You have to show that you're trying to work. For all the 20 weeks I got for unemployment in Michigan, I had to show that I was applying for work. I think it was once a day, so it was 5 every week, or more. It was slightly more. But I was applying for shit I couldn't qualify for because of how you run out of jobs really fucking quick. Like, even though like I'm legitimately applying for something, it's impossible for 20 weeks. So 20 times 5, which is it's 100 jobs you have to apply for.
Dude, I'm overqualified. Like when I was jobless / homeless, I was overqualified for all the jobs that I wanted to get because I was looking for entry level shit because I figured easily to get. I ended up having to tailor, quote unquote, my name just to make myself less intimidating.
Well, the thing about it is this. I know that hiring managers, right? They assume they
I was a manager.
Well, because here's the thing. They when you're interviewing for a job, and you have like I went to grad school, right? And so they assume that if I go to get a job at a McDonald's or something, right? They will often assume that you're gonna jet the minute something better comes along. And that means that they're gonna be out a certain amount of money based on like how long it takes to train you and how long and things like that. Now, I'm not saying it's justified or right or wrong. I'm just saying that's part of what they sit and think about when they're going to hire you. Because I used to be a carpenter before I finished school, and I couldn't get a job doing that to save my life after if I put on my application that you know I was an English professor and shit. You see what I'm saying? So like it doesn't matter how long, and because I used to work as a carpenter, more a hobby carpenter than anything else after that. But I had experience dating back, I don't know, about 12 or 13 years. And they would still go, yeah, but as soon as, you know, and this one of the guys that I talked to told me this. Yeah, but you know, what about what about the fall? What if they call you from this school or that school or whatever? You're gonna go, ain't you? And I gotta be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna go. You know, some people don't, but they don't bank on that, right? They bank on, I'd leave if I was you.
Well, yeah. Well, take for instance my current job. I make at my current job $22 an hour. The problem isn't the money. The problem is I don't have a lot of benefits. I don't get a lot of time off. I don't. The healthcare is alright. It's one of the more positive things in the healthcare, which English people will understand. The employer paying for your healthcare versus you getting it public. It's complicated.
Guys, I'm gonna call it. It's been quite a long time now.
How
So
long have you guys been on?
fuck knows, man. We've had enough. We've had quite a few people.
Like
So
7 hours.
holy fuck, you guys are still going. So we've hit the nail on the head there, many times, several times, too many times.
We're
I'm
getting
tired.
close to 12 hours, aren't we?
I don't. 10 and a half.
Wow, that's a
I
lot.
was about to say about 10, yeah.
That's
So
a good
yeah,
one.
fuck
When I
it.
jumped on, it was about 5 in this bit tired.
That's not a lot. That's about average.
Really, for you guys? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm sort of in a tired mood as it is. But anyway, thanks for coming, guys, and we'll see you all next week.
Thanks for having me.
No worries. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Adios.